In a prison interview room, a sneering guard greets Seo Taehyuk as Your Majesty, using the inmate's insulting slang for a man serving a life sentence. The guard keeps taunting him with fake politeness, but Taehyuk drinks the stale coffee without bowing his head. Then the guard finally says the execution is 1 week away, and Taehyuk's face shakes with the reality he has been trying to bury for 10 years. The guard slides over the last meal and final visitor forms, forcing Taehyuk to plan the end of a life destroyed by a false conviction. After a long silence, Taehyuk writes down simple kimchi stew with no pork because it is his little brother's favorite meal. When the guard jokes that a man about to be executed should be called the god of crime, Taehyuk finally explodes in pure helpless rage after the man leaves. A week later, the country is obsessed with the first execution in 30 years, while Taehyuk sits in the visitation room waiting for the brother and sister he has not seen in over a year. The door opens, but instead of family, the same guard walks in wearing that same rotten grin. The guard says Taehyuk's brother Seo Taemin and sister Seo Haran will not be coming, and Taehyuk forces himself to accept that they may be better off cutting him off. Then the guard cruelly reveals that Haran lost her job, fell into debt, and killed herself under the pressure of being the murderer's sister. Before he can recover, the guard says Taemin vanished while digging into powerful people's secrets to prove his brother innocent. When the guard jokes that Taemin is probably sunk in concrete at the bottom of the sea, Taehyuk slams the table so hard the meal flies everywhere. Taehyuk screams that he will kill him, but the guard mocks the threat by reminding him he has never even killed an ant. In that instant, Taehyuk realizes something is wrong because no real prison guard should know any of this. When Taehyuk says he is not a guard, the man reveals a nightmare face with hollow eyes and a mouth torn wide open. The creature starts offering Taehyuk a mouth-watering proposal, and the terror jolts him awake with a scream. Back in a cramped bedroom, Taehyuk curses it off as a filthy dream about being framed, jailed for 10 years, and executed for a murder he never committed. He looks around the old room he used to share with Taemin and is unnerved by how much it feels like he has returned from a life more than 10 years away. Needing proof that he is still a teenager, Taehyuk frantically searches for a mirror. He finds a small handheld mirror carved with a demon and instantly dislikes the thing before he even uses it. The reflection shows his late-teen face, and Taehyuk lets out a huge breath of relief. Then strange game-like text appears in the mirror, labeling him Seo Taehyuk with the title God of Crime and No Skills. He tries to laugh it off as one of Taemin's weird game toys, because believing anything else would be insane. His sister Haran calls him to breakfast, and the ordinary sound of home starts pulling him back to reality. At the breakfast table, one look at Haran and Taemin alive in front of him almost makes Taehyuk cry. Breakfast is plain kimchi stew without meat, and Haran apologizes for being unable to afford better yet. Taehyuk hurriedly says her kimchi stew is the best in the world and that he would gladly eat it before he died, because in the dream he never got the chance. Watching his overworked sister smile, Taehyuk quietly vows to get a job after high school and help her carry the family. That resolve is interrupted by a flash of the dream, where Taehyuk remembers graduating, taking a job at a private security company, and then being framed anyway. Trying to shake it off, he turns on the TV, and the news is still talking about escaped serial killer Yu Cheolho. Haran worries that Yu Cheolho might be nearby and fusses over Taehyuk like he is still a little kid. But Taehyuk casually says Yu Cheolho should have already been caught, because in his dream that criminal had once been the inmate in the next room. Taemin corrects him at once, saying Yu Cheolho escaped only last week and has not been recaptured at all. Taehyuk pushes back, insisting Yu Cheolho stays free for months and becomes the king of jailbreaks, which only makes Taemin think he has lost it. Almost by reflex, Taehyuk blurts that Yu Cheolho's accomplice should be caught in S City right about now. A moment later, breaking news announces that the accomplice has just been arrested in S City, and the room goes dead still. When Haran confirms it is a live broadcast, Taehyuk is forced to face the awful possibility that the dream was not just a dream. He forces a laugh about maybe buying a lottery ticket, hiding his panic so his sister will not worry more. Outside the house, the smile vanishes as Taehyuk decides to skip school and confirm whether Yu Cheolho is really where the dream said he would be. He remembers that Yu Cheolho's hideout should be about 20 bus stops away, terrifyingly close to his own neighborhood. Checking his wallet, he realizes he barely has enough money for the round trip and bitterly regrets not finishing breakfast. He still boards the bus, because walking around in uniform during class would draw police attention and only make Haran cry again. As the bus moves, Taehyuk wrestles with the real question beneath all of this. If the dream is true, does that mean his own future prison sentence is already waiting for him too? The bus is mostly empty, and Taehyuk notices one cap-wearing man sitting suspiciously close to an old sleeping woman. Then something suddenly vibrates in Taehyuk's uniform pocket, startling him in the quiet bus. He pulls out the demon mirror and sees a new message saying he has acquired the crime skill robbery. A fresh status display confirms the title God of Crime and shows robbery as his first skill, making the mirror impossible to dismiss now. Looking up, Taehyuk spots the cause at once. The man beside the old woman is a pickpocket cutting open her bag with razor-smooth hands. The theft is so clean Taehyuk realizes he would never have caught it without the mirror's warning. Before Taehyuk can decide what to do, the pickpocket brushes past him on the way off the bus, and the mirror buzzes again. The mirror reports that robbery has been used successfully, as if Taehyuk just stole from the thief without meaning to. Digging through his pocket, he finds the old woman's stolen wallet now in his possession. He jumps off the bus just as the old woman discovers the theft behind him, because if he stays 1 second longer he will look like the criminal. In a back alley, Taehyuk realizes the so-called god of crime just turned him into a thief by force, and his anger boils over. He hurls the mirror at the ground, but instead of breaking, the cement cracks under it. When he tries stomping on it, pain shoots through his foot like he kicked a stone pillar. He finally throws the cursed thing into a trash bin and walks away, trying to cut himself free of it. Still carrying the stolen wallet, Taehyuk remembers the real criminals from his prison years and refuses to let this thing drag him onto the same path. He decides the safest choice is to return the wallet through the owner's mailbox instead of going to the police and risking being treated as the suspect. Checking the contents, he sees a lot more money than expected and for one dangerous second imagines using it to buy better food and clothes for Haran. He scolds himself, keeps one 50,000 won bill as the reward he justifies to himself, and drops the wallet into the owner's mailbox. Then Taehyuk freezes cold, because the demon mirror is somehow back in his pocket again. Taehyuk finally gives up on throwing the strange mirror away, because it always slips back into his pocket and only answers with messages and vibrations instead of hurting him. He decides the mirror can wait for a shaman later, because right now he wants to find the escaped killer Yuchiolho before the future unfolds the same way. Remembering that Yuchiolho hid in an empty church, Taehyuk heads to a nearby PC room since his old flip phone is useless for map searches. Even during class hours the PC room is packed, and Taehyuk notices other students in uniform skipping school just like him. The church search turns messy fast when he finds more than 20 possible churches, so he starts calling them one by one and narrows it down to the only 2 that never answer. After checking the first silent church and striking out, Taehyuk rushes to the second address convinced he finally has the right hideout. The second church looks exactly like a fugitive's nest, ruined and hidden in a redevelopment alley with every curtain pulled tight and a wrong feeling hanging inside. He needs proof Yuchiolho is really inside, but knocking and asking for a murderer by name would be suicide. Then Taehyuk spots the mailbox, grabs the church address, and comes up with a safer plan involving a nearby Chinese restaurant he used to work for. At lunchtime the restaurant is drowning in orders, so Taehyuk calls in a fake jjangmyeon delivery to the church and makes sure the timing sounds urgent and believable. When Taehyuk steps into the restaurant, the overworked boss recognizes him and begs him to take deliveries, and Taehyuk smoothly bargains it down to just 1 hour of work. After changing into delivery clothes and picking up the iron boxes, Taehyuk decides to test whether the robbery skill works on ordinary people too. He deliberately bumps the boss at the counter, and the mirror's robbery skill activates on contact just like it did before. What robbery steals is absurd, a whole bundle of the boss's hair, and Taehyuk stares as the younger-looking man suddenly turns bald in front of him. Taehyuk discreetly hands the hair back, and the mortified boss begs him to keep quiet by offering even more pay. Dressed as a delivery worker, Taehyuk brings the jjangmyeon to the church and bangs on the locked door until someone inside finally reacts. A curtain cracks open first, and someone inside checks whether the noisy delivery boy outside is real. Then the iron door opens, and a bearded man in clergy clothes steps out of the shadows saying he never ordered jjangmyeon. The second Taehyuk sees his face, he nearly drops the food box, because beneath the beard and disguise he recognizes the 7-time murderer Yuchiolho for sure. That sight hits Taehyuk hard, because it proves his memories of the future were real and his own prison nightmare might also be waiting ahead. But after that shock, Taehyuk steadies himself and realizes he still knows the next 15 years and still has the mirror, so this future might be changeable. He quickly replays how he first got robbery and realizes touch alone may not be the whole condition for learning a new skill. When Yuchiolho asks him to bring the food inside because his body feels uncomfortable, Taehyuk sees the predator in his eyes and knows one wrong move will get him killed. Knowing Yuchiolho is fast enough to butcher witnesses before they can flee, Taehyuk forces himself to stay in character as nothing more than an ordinary delivery boy. He asks for 5,000 won as naturally as possible, and Yuchiolho lowers his guard enough to pay with a 10,000 won bill. While giving back the change, Taehyuk deliberately brushes Yuchiolho's hand to test the mirror again, but there is still no reaction. After saying he will return in an hour for the bowl, Taehyuk gets the door shut behind him and finally escapes the killer's reach. Once he is safely outside, Taehyuk exhales and mutters that Yuchiolho should enjoy what will be his last meal as a free man. As he walks away, Taehyuk confirms that even touching Yuchiolho's hand did nothing, so learning skills must take more than simple contact. He also knows trying to arrest Yuchiolho himself would be suicidal, especially when he still has no idea how reliable robbery really is. So he aims for the real win. If the police catch Yuchiolho today instead of tomorrow, the 3 future victims might never die at all. He decides to call a detective he can trust, but when he reaches for his phone the useless old flip phone is already dead. At a convenience store he starts charging the phone, and the TV news inside suddenly reminds him there is a 50 million won bounty on Yuchiolho. The reward hits him hard, because that money could change his family's life, but he still wants the credit to go through someone he knows and trusts. He chooses Detective Cho Kang-suk, one of the few investigators who treated him like a person in the ruined future Taehyuk remembers. When Kang-suk picks up at the Gangdong police station, Taehyuk opens with the bounty question so bluntly that the detective almost hangs up thinking it is a prank. Taehyuk sticks to the story and pushes back just enough that Kang-suk's detective instincts kick in despite all the sarcasm. After hearing that a delivery boy saw Yuchil-ho at a church, Kang-suk agrees to check it himself, and Taehyuk gives him the exact location. Kang-suk arrives at the ruined church, takes one look, and realizes Taehyuk was telling the truth. He immediately radios the investigation headquarters for reinforcements, switching from skeptical Hyung to full detective mode in a heartbeat. Before the raid starts, Kang-suk pats Taehyuk's head, apologizes for doubting him, and promises to make the arrest. While the raid builds around the church, Taehyuk waits to the side with the ice cream Kang-suk bought him as police cars flood the alley. When police storm the church, Yuchil-ho tears off his clergy disguise and bursts out in a desperate run for freedom. Kang-suk launches himself like a hawk and brings the fugitive down before he can get away. Pinned in handcuffs, Yuchil-ho thrashes and screams that he wants to know who found him so he can tear them apart. Taehyuk just watches him get dragged away and finishes his ice cream, tasting the sweet proof that the future has already started to change. As officers search the church for evidence, Taehyuk notices how much younger and leaner Kang-suk looks compared to the older detective from his memories. Taehyuk jokingly tells Kang-suk he deserves a special promotion now, and the detective answers with rough warmth, offering to buy him jjangmyeon for lunch. Taehyuk teases him for offering so little after handing over the country's most wanted criminal, then asks for help claiming the bounty instead. Kang-suk laughs, thanks Taehyuk sincerely, and admits that if Yuchil-ho had escaped this time he would definitely have killed again. That is when it truly hits Taehyuk that this was not just about money, because by changing the arrest date he has already saved 3 lives. At that exact moment, the mirror vibrates in his pocket even though he has not touched anyone. He pulls out the mirror and finds a new message saying he gained 3 affinity points that can strengthen crime skills or unlock hidden attributes. After staying up all night with the strange mirror, Taehyuk finally works out the basics. It behaves like a touchscreen device that lets him inspect and adjust his crime skills. The crime skills tab shows only one ability for now, robbery, and Taehyuk sees he has just 3 affinity points to spend on upgrades. He browses the enhancement list and immediately fixates on the upgrade he needs most, a timing adjustment that could stop robbery from going off at the worst possible moment. But when he tries to buy that upgrade, the mirror bluntly rejects him for lacking points, and Taehyuk realizes the fix costs 5 instead of 3. Stuck without a way to earn more points, Taehyuk is still stressing over the problem when Cho Kang-suk suddenly arrives to meet him. Kang-suk proudly announces that he dressed up for the day off Taehyuk helped earn him, and Taehyuk forces himself to praise the awful outfit instead of questioning the plan to hit a club later. Even ordering coffee turns awkward, making it painfully clear that this broad-shouldered detective is less cool neighborhood Hyung and more lovable fool. Once they get to business, Taehyuk sincerely thanks Kang-suk for claiming the reward process himself so greedy adults will not swarm a high school kid with bounty money. Kang-suk explains the official reward math, and Taehyuk learns the 50 million won bounty will be shredded by taxes until only 31.5 million remains. The unfair cut stings, but Taehyuk still says the money will go toward moving his sick older sister, younger brother, and himself out of their semi-basement home. That answer hits Kang-suk hard, and he pounds Taehyuk's back in emotional approval without realizing he is triggering the boy's dangerous skill over and over. At first the robbery attempts fail, but Taehyuk knows that is no comfort when even a low success rate will eventually land him in disaster. Then the skill finally succeeds, and Taehyuk freezes in horror because he has just stolen something from a detective sitting right in front of him. When Taehyuk checks what ended up in his pocket, his relief about not taking the wallet vanishes instantly because the stolen item is a real pair of police handcuffs. Since robbery can only take and not return, Taehyuk gambles on a clumsy lie and pretends Kang-suk simply dropped the handcuffs. Amazingly, Kang-suk thanks him instead of questioning it, proving once again that Taehyuk's helper is kind-hearted and dangerously easy to fool. With that crisis barely buried, the talk shifts back to housing, and Kang-suk earnestly searches listings while trying to find a place big enough for Taehyuk's sister, brother, and him near her workplace. When Kang-suk grumbles that only government bounties get taxed this badly, Taehyuk suddenly remembers a second reward from Sungjin Group for catching Yuchil-ho. He tells Kang-suk about the company bounty, and the detective instantly lights up at the idea of collecting both rewards in one day. First, Kang-suk takes Taehyuk's ID and bankbook copies so the government reward can be deposited quietly without exposing the boy to the vultures who hover around big payouts. As Kang-suk jokes about being the detective on the evening news, Taehyuk has a brief ominous moment imagining that loud outfit on live television. With the first reward sorted out, Taehyuk immediately pushes for the next move and leads Kang-suk towards Sungjin Group headquarters himself. At Sungjin Group's front desk, the pair look so mismatched that the receptionist clearly doubts this high schooler and tacky detective really came to claim a major bounty. Taehyuk calmly names the exact team leader tied to the bounty, and that one detail flips the receptionist from doubtful to instantly respectful. Kang-suk asks how he knew a corporate insider's name, and Taehyuk casually covers with a delivery job excuse that the detective accepts without hesitation. They are escorted to a VIP room, but instead of a male manager waiting there, they find a striking young woman already seated with a wheelchair beside her. Young Yuri apologizes for greeting them while seated, making it clear that she cannot walk, and the room's power balance shifts at once as Kansuk turns visibly nervous in front of her beauty and status. When Yuri thanks them for catching Uchiolho and says she wants him judged by law, Taehyuk notices the deeper truth in her eyes. This is personal hatred, not corporate courtesy. Taehyuk pieces the clues together from memory and suddenly realizes she must be connected to one of Uchiolho's hidden victims inside Sungjin Group's inner circle. He tests the idea out loud and asks if she is President Young Gwanmok's daughter, catching Yuri completely off guard. Taehyuk smooths over his impossible guess with another delivery story lie, and Yuri confirms her identity as Young Gwanmok's daughter and a public relations director at Sungjin. When Taehyuk gently presses further, Yuri admits the victim was her older sister and immediately warns them not to expose that fact to the press. After tea and sweets are served, Yuri finally gets to the point and offers Taehyuk a tax-free corporate bounty of 100 million won. Kansuk explodes with joy for Taehyuk, already imagining a proper home, but Taehyuk shocks both of them by calmly saying the amount is still wrong. Taehyuk argues that the posted amount is 100 million per person, and since Kansuk took the real risk to catch the criminal, the company should pay both of them. He pushes even harder by framing Kansuk as perfect public relations for Sungjin's new justice-themed crime prevention business, turning a personal ask into a corporate image opportunity. Taehyuk's pitch rattles Yuri enough that she excuses herself to call her father directly for approval. After a long tense call explaining everything, Yuri finally hangs up, catches her breath, and flashes a bright victory sign. The answer is yes, and Kansuk nearly breaks down when he learns he is also getting 100 million won he never expected to see in his life. Behind his polite face, Taehyuk quietly celebrates the real win. With Sungjin's money, he has just locked a trustworthy detective even more firmly onto his side. Overcome with gratitude, Kansuk lunges in and crushes Taehyuk in a bone-rattling hug while babbling that this much money might finally get him married. Yuri adds that Kansuk may be asked to do interviews and corporate promotions, and the detective happily accepts that this miracle really happened because of Taehyuk. Then Kansuk hugs him again and pounds his back in excitement, and Taehyuk's worst fear returns. The instant robbery triggers with no failed attempts this time. Trying not to be seen, Taehyuk checks his pocket and discovers the skill has stolen something far worse than dignity: Kansuk's missing plain modest underclothes. Kansuk keeps celebrating in total ignorance, and Taehyuk, clutching both the absurd stolen item and his sudden fortune, decides the jackpot means he can finally surprise his sister with a real home. Seo Haran leaves the factory late, coughing from dust and dragging herself through the dark street while worrying about her two younger brothers. Even so, payday is tomorrow, and the thought of feeding her brothers a proper samgyeopsal meal gives Haran the strength to keep going. Then she spots a familiar figure waiting in the alley, and it turns out Taehyuk came out to meet her because she was so late. Haran rushes over and clings to Taehyuk's arm for warmth, and his robbery skill flashes on by accident before thankfully failing to steal anything from his own sister. Taehyuk grumbles, but he still takes off his coat and wraps it around Haran, showing the soft side she knows better than anyone. He hands her a blindfold and awkwardly announces a birthday surprise, and Haran instantly lights up like an excited teenager. With the blindfold on, Haran lets Taehyuk guide her, and she is surprised when they arrive far faster than the long walk to their old home should have taken. When the blindfold comes off, Haran freezes in front of a spacious three-room home that looks far too good to belong to their family. Haran assumes Taehyuk borrowed somebody else's place for the party, but he calmly tells her this is their house now. Before she can process it, Taehyuk pulls her inside to a bedroom labeled with her name. The door swings open to cheers, party poppers, and a birthday room prepared just for her. Haran can barely speak as she takes in the dreamlike bedroom and the two cone hat hosts waiting for her inside. Taehyuk introduces Cho Kansuk as the detective who helped him, and Kansuk greets Haran with easy confidence while Taemin lingers nearby. Taehyuk leans in and deadpans that Kansuk is basically just a neighborhood fool, and Kansuk reacts right away to the cheap shot. The dinner table is loaded with steak, cake, and fruit, and Haran is so overwhelmed she pinches herself to check if any of this is real. Once she accepts that this is real, Haran turns on Taehyuk and demands an explanation for the house. Taehyuk explains that he reported the whereabouts of a wanted criminal and used the reward money to buy this house for the family. Instead of celebrating, Haran drags him aside and scolds him for going near a dangerous criminal, caring more about his safety than the house. That scolding hits Taehyuk hard, because Haran only cares whether her reckless little brother got hurt. Kansuk cuts in from nearby to reassure Haran, bragging that sly little Taehyuk would survive even somewhere as rough as Harlem. Haran lowers her voice to ask if Kansuk is the detective who caught the criminal, and Taehyuk says the guy has basically become his big brother this past week. With the introductions and shock behind them, they finally settle in and start Haran's birthday party for Real. Kansuk bluntly tells Haran she is even prettier than the stories Taehyuk told, and Taehyuk immediately realizes this man falls for women way too fast. Then Taemin walks up starry-eyed and asks Detective Cho for an autograph, because he loved that justice speech on TV. Watching Taemin beam at Kansuk reminds Taehyuk of his brother's dream of becoming a lawyer, and this time he wants to help make it real. Then Haran suddenly bursts into tears, overwhelmed that her family is together in a beautiful home that still feels like a dream. Taehyuk gently tells her it is not a dream and promises the three siblings will keep living happily together. Kansuk instantly complains about being left out of the family, and Taehyuk shoos him away like an annoying fly. Kansuk's weird dance finally makes Haran laugh, and Taehyuk sees how naturally this detective is slipping into their family circle. Watching the party, Taehyuk admits Kansuk has earned his trust after helping find the house, buy furniture, and even haul everything in by hand. Once the party settles behind him, Taehyuk slips away to his own room and starts thinking about what money is left for the future. He tallies it up, 100 million won for the house, 15 million for furniture, and about 20 million left as funds for what comes next. Then he opens his notebook and starts writing down everything he can still remember from the prophetic dream before it fades. Most of what he remembers is not easy money but the names of roughly 120 major criminals and the crimes that will shake the country. Armed with that blacklist and his crime skills, Taehyuk swears he will protect the small happiness his family finally found. Right then, the mirror suddenly vibrates and awards him 1 affinity point from a new contact he did not even notice making. A second message follows. His first upgrade condition, blacklist creation, is complete, and finishing the rest will let him rise from commoner to noble for more crime skills. He mutters that this path sounds like turning him into a god of crime, and the thought alone makes his head hurt. A week passes in the new house, and even if old habits linger, the family's life is already starting to change. Haran now has more rest thanks to switching to the later shift, and without monthly rent hanging over them she finally has room to breathe. She fought the shift change at first because the pay cut could have gone toward Taemin's cram school, but both brothers pushed back until she gave in. Taemin even brags that his brain is too good for cram school, which gets him dragged straight into one of Taehyuk's headlocks. The extra rest and healthier homework fast, and Haran realizes the cough that used to follow her everywhere is gone. For Taehyuk, the biggest change is simple. When he comes home now, his family is waiting for him. On the way back, he keeps thinking about Kansuk giving away the entire 100 million won share Taehyuk offered him and donating it to an orphanage instead. He remembers asking about marriage money, and Kansuk just jokes that only little kids would want to marry him, so he should wait 10 years. Back in the present, Taehyuk can only conclude the people around him are all idiots, but decent ones. He also realizes he has not gained a single new crime skill all week, even though the next big incident on his blacklist is still a long way off. So he decides to keep digging into the strange mirror and privately starts calling it the demon revealing mirror. His tests have only taught him that robbery works about 1 time in 10 and loves stealing bizarre junk instead of anything useful. Even a famous shaman could not explain the mirror and dismissed it as nothing more than an ordinary ceremonial bronze object. But when Taehyuk checks the mirror again, he can now clearly read his title, rank, and robbery skill, with blurred question marks still hidden underneath. He guesses the blurred marks might lead to another skill and even presses them, but the mirror gives him nothing back. Then something ahead makes him stop cold. Haran is outside near home looking like she is about to break down. Haran rushes to him in tears, blurting out that someone is hurt, there was an accident, and they got taken away. Taehyuk first makes sure Haran herself is safe, then firmly slows her down and asks exactly who got hurt. Following his lead, Haran calms down enough to repeat the call. Taehyuk was supposedly hurt after stealing a luxury car and crashing it, and now surgery money is needed. Then it finally clicks for Taehyuk. The person supposedly lying hurt is him, even though he is standing right in front of her. He quickly recognizes the trick for what it is, an old voice phishing scam built to exploit a family's love and panic. To calm her down completely, Taehyuk hugs Haran and reminds her he is fine and would never steal a car. Haran finally understands it was a scam, and Taehyuk can only think how sheltered and trusting his sister still is. But Taehyuk is not letting it end there, because the men behind this scam made his sister cry. When Haran says the caller told her to prepare her bankbook and seal for the next call, Taehyuk realizes the scam is still actively in motion. He takes Haran's phone, sends her inside to watch dramas and calm down, and tells her to call him first if anything like this ever happens again. Inside, Taehyuk starts plotting how to pretend he was fooled and then turn the trap back on the scammers. The obvious problem hits him fast. If he answers in his own voice, the scammers will know right away the person on the line changed. He knows the easiest plan would be using Haran as bait, but she is too shaken and too straightforward to keep talking to them. While he is still searching for another way, the scammers call again. At that exact moment, the demon-revealing mirror starts vibrating too, as if it is answering his problem for him. A new notification flashes from the mirror. Taehyuk has learned the temporary crime skill voice modulation, which can directly imitate a target's voice. Taehyuk realizes voice modulation is only sitting in a temporary skills slot, unlike robbery, so he guesses he has to actually use a skill on someone to make it permanent. Since the voice fishers will call back soon, he decides to master the new skill first and starts testing Haran's voice through the mirror. His first try is awkward, and even Taehyuk can hear Haran's voice blending badly with his own. He keeps practicing line after line, annoyed that every version still sounds slightly wrong. Then he finally lands on a perfect imitation of Haran's young voice and knows he has the timing and tone right. Right on cue, Haran's phone rings again, and Taehyuk answers in a shaky voice that sounds exactly like his sister about to cry. The scammer repeats the lie that Taehyuk is in danger and pushes for the bankbook, seal, ID, and about 15 million won in medical and repair fees. When he calmly says there is enough money, Taehyuk can practically hear the scammer getting greedy, so he keeps playing the perfect easy mark. After the caller hangs up with the usual threat that Taehyuk's life is in her hands, Taehyuk clicks his tongue and starts thinking about how to hurt the scammers directly. He remembers prison lessons from the legendary con artist called the Elder and decides the easiest prey is another scammer who thinks he has found a fool. He also realizes just how completely Haran fell for the scam, which makes him worry even more about how painfully naive she still is. To sell the act perfectly, Taehyuk goes to the drawer where Haran hides her valuables and starts looking for the bankbook and seal. Instead, he finds a little treasure box full of Haran's keepsakes mixed in with the important documents. A family photo inside stops him cold, because it shows all 5 of them smiling before their parents died. When he turns the photo over and sees Haran's note saying "Now I am mother and father," the weight she carried alone hits him hard. Then he finds an acceptance letter to the university Haran wanted, exposing that her story about being too dumb for college was another sacrifice she hid from him. Crying quietly, Taehyuk vows that this time he will repay her and make sure they both get to go to university. A little later, the scammers call again and order him to go to the nearest ATM because the banks are already closed for the night. At the ATM, Taehyuk almost slips by replying before turning voice modulation back on, and the scammer instantly gets suspicious that he heard a man's voice. He reactivates voice modulation at lightning speed and talks his way out of it by sounding like a confused, frightened Haran again. The scammer relaxes and tells him to send the full 15 million won, so Taehyuk deliberately drags things out to make the man too greedy to think straight. After keeping him waiting, Taehyuk finally sends only 10,000 won and acts baffled when the scammer angrily notices the tiny deposit. He feeds the caller a careful lie that the money is trapped in a special limited savings account and can only be unlocked if the balance reaches 20 million won. Then he adds that he is short by 3 million won, baiting the scammer into seeing a bigger payout right in front of him. When Taehyuk says he might ask a friend for help, the scammer panics that someone else will recognize the fraud and hurriedly offers to lend the 3 million himself. The moment the scammer gives up his own account details, Taehyuk knows he has hooked the real target. To stop the caller from hearing anything else, Taehyuk mutes Haran's phone and secretly uses his own phone to call Kansuk. Kansuk answers thinking it is Haran, and Taehyuk suddenly realizes he forgot to switch off the voice imitation. Once he explains the setup, Kansuk warns that the number may trace overseas, but he perks up fast when Taehyuk says he has the chief account information. Kansuk agrees to move on the domestic side of the case, grumbling all the while, and Taehyuk ends the call with a smug little jab about helping his future marriage. He switches back into Haran's voice, and the scammer nervously pushes him to check whether the promised 3 million won really arrived. At the machine, Taehyuk confirms the 3 million won deposit and sees the scammers have handed over exactly the bank trail the police need. He cuts off the scammer, forwards the account details to Kansuk, and quietly savors the fact that he just fleeced the fleecers for 3 million won. That successful use locks voice modulation in for good, and Taehyuk grins at how useful a skill like this will be from now on. Back home later, Haran has stayed up and prepared rice for him instead of watching her drama, waiting so they can eat together. She teases him about whether he really studied that hard, but Taehyuk dodges the question, looks at the food, and suddenly thanks her from the heart. Back in class, Taehyuk suddenly decides the easiest way to change his future is to become a real model student and get into university instead of drifting towards Sunjin Group. His homeroom teacher Young Namho instantly smacks him with the attendance sheet for blurting nonsense after sleeping through class. Young Namho scolds Taehyuk for racking up absences, while Taehyuk realizes he definitely cannot explain that he has been busy chasing criminals and buying gifts for his sister. To escape the lesson, Taehyuk pretends he has a cold, but Young Namho immediately calls him out for faking it. Taehyuk quietly uses voice modulation through the mirror and borrows famous actor Kim Bum-soo's tragic dying voice to sell the act. With a painfully convincing sick voice, Taehyuk coughs that he feels like he is dying, and even the strict teacher starts wavering. Only Park Sung-kwang does not laugh, and his single cold comment pushes the teacher to resume class with him as the favorite student in the room. Young Namho orders the class president, and Eun-young, to escort Taehyuk to the infirmary, and the timid top student nervously comes over to help him. As Taehyuk leaves with Eun-young's support, he catches Park Sung-kwang staring at them with the same predatory contempt he once saw on prison guards. Right as he passes him, Taehyuk needles Sung-kwang with a quiet warning that his fly is open, and the perfect student's face finally twists. Once they are out in the hallway, Taehyuk drops the fake dying act at once and tells Eun-young he can walk on his own. Walking beside the brilliant class president, Taehyuk remembers that Eun-young tutors other students after school and realizes she might be his best shot at turning his grades around. Before he can ask for help, the demon-revealing mirror suddenly vibrates, and shows that another crime nearby is tied to a new unknown skill. Taehyuk narrows the suspects to 3 people he has just met today, Young Namho, Park Sung-kwang, or Eun-young. His thoughts snap away when Eun-young suddenly sways from exhaustion and starts collapsing onto the hard floor. Taehyuk catches Eun-young before she hits the ground, and the moment his hand touches her, robbery activates by accident again. Eun-young apologizes weakly and insists she still needs to study, while Taehyuk tries to guide her toward the infirmary and hides his panic. When Taehyuk checks what landed in his pocket, he realizes with pure horror that the skill has stolen Eun-young's plain modest underclothes. Desperate to return it somehow, Taehyuk blurts out that he will show Eun-young a magic trick and pulls the stolen plain modest underclothes into plain view. Eun-young snatches it back, kicks Taehyuk in the leg, and runs off in humiliation, leaving him certain he has destroyed any chance of asking her for study help. After that disaster, Taehyuk decides he has to investigate the suspects one by one, starting with Young Nam-ho. He skips out, buys cheap spy gear like binoculars and a mini voice recorder with money from the voice fishers, and starts planning amateur surveillance. Taehyuk sneaks into the school office to plant the recorder on Young Nam-ho's seat, only to get trapped for hours by the student advisor's lecture about his attendance and grades. From his seat, Taehyuk notices Young Nam-ho taking a phone call that feels suspicious enough to keep his hopes alive. When school finally ends, Taehyuk retrieves the recorder and hears enough on it to suspect that Young Nam-ho is meeting parents to receive a bribe. He heads to the expensive traditional restaurant from the recording and takes the room next door so he can eavesdrop directly. Even while spying, Taehyuk thinks of his sister eating alone at home and spends extra money to pack a proper meal to take back for her. Through the wall, he hears grateful parents ask Young Nam-ho to do something for their son, and he hears money being handed over like a clean bribe. The scene disgusts Taehyuk enough that he loses his appetite, but when he checks the mirror for the new skill, the unknown slot still refuses to reveal anything. Because the mirror does not react, Taehyuk decides he may have judged too fast and follows Young Nam-ho after sunset to see where the teacher goes next. Instead of hiding dirty business, Young Nam-ho buys briquettes and fruit in a poor neighborhood and carries them to a crumbling old house. At the door, an elderly grandmother greets him, and Young Nam-ho gently leaves the supplies and gives her the very envelope he received from the parents. Young Nam-ho tells her to send Jongmin back to school and promises he will personally help the boy reach university, turning Taehyuk's suspicion into ashamed respect. Now sure Young Nam-ho is not the criminal, Taehyuk crosses him off and narrows the mystery down to Eun-young or Park Sung-kwang. The next day, Taehyuk starts watching both classmates at school, but Eun-young now reacts to him like she has seen a ghost after the plain modest underclothes incident. His surveillance quickly shows that Eun-young is almost absurdly earnest, studying from early morning through late night, and kindly tutoring anyone who asks. Taehyuk is impressed enough to want her help with studying, but he forces himself to stay focused on finding the criminal first. Park Sung-kwang, on the other hand, barely acts like a student at all, strolling in at the last moment, and spending class chatting on his phone while teachers look away because his grades stay high. After school, Taehyuk tails Sung-kwang to a deluxe foreign car, then watches him swap out of uniform and disappear into clubs and bars like a rich adult. Sung-kwang drinks and parties with women until dawn, yet the mirror still does not reveal the crime, which only makes his polished second-place image feel more suspicious. With the big test only 3 days away, Taehyuk still has no answer, until he finally notices something suspicious. After days of test prep, Eun-young looks even more exhausted than usual, while Park Sung-kwang shows up wrecked from a night of drinking. When Kim Jin-soo arrives and tells Eun-young that a teacher wants her alone in the old teacher's building, Taehyuk immediately smells something off. Eun-young leaves, and the trap becomes obvious when Jin-soo quietly reports success to Sung-kwang right in front of Taehyuk. Sung-kwang dismisses Taehyuk as a loser he can buy off with cash, then heads out with Jin-soo to start whatever they planned. The moment they leave, Taehyuk realizes he may have finally found the clue he was looking for and tails them from a distance. Their trail leads to the old teacher's building, a deserted place so creepy that even Taehyuk feels like he walked into a school horror movie. Inside the dark building, Taehyuk sneaks past chemical smells, specimen jars, and creaking floors as voices echo from the second floor. Peeking around the corner, Taehyuk finds Sung-kwang's group cornering Eun-young in the old building while Sung-kwang starts pressuring her over the exam. Sung-kwang admits he cannot beat the real top student by effort, and tries to buy her answers, ordering her to miss one question on purpose. When she still refuses, Sung-kwang snaps and slams his fist into the wall, confirming to Taehyuk that this is how he buys his grades. At that exact moment, Taehyuk's mirror reacts and grants him the temporary crime skill spying. Sung-kwang has Jin-soo read out the leverage they found on Eun-young. Her mother is dying in the hospital, and Eun-young promised to stay first while her mother keeps fighting. Instead of backing off, Sung-kwang mocks her mother's death and raises the offer, turning Eun-young's private pain into a weapon. Then he goes even lower, threatening her mother's life support unless she obeys. After forcing her surrender, Sung-kwang immediately tells Jin-soo to bring the camera so they can blackmail her too. Before they can touch her, Taehyuk quietly uses voice modulation and throws Young Nam-ho's voice into the darkness. The fake teacher's voice panics Sung-kwang's group, and they bolt into the dark building. With the others gone, Taehyuk steps out and reveals that the teacher's voice was him. When she asks why he helped, Taehyuk downplays it and says he followed her just to apologize, then got dragged into the whole mess. That simple answer changes Eun-young's view of him completely. Without prying, Taehyuk simply offers a hand and helps her calm down. Eun-young quickly realizes Sung-kwang will retaliate and asks what Taehyuk plans to do now. Instead of sounding worried, Taehyuk suddenly jokes that he finally solved a misunderstanding from earlier and that Sungkwan had been glaring at Eunyoung, not secretly at him. Eunyoung is too stunned to respond, but his calm attitude keeps the panic from swallowing the moment again. Then Taehyuk finally answers seriously. He plans to show Sungkwan that even a politician's son can be brought down. He tells her to just relax and watch, trying to make the impossible sound easy. Later that night, Eunyoung is still too shaken to walk properly, and Taehyuk ends up carrying her home. As he carries her, Taehyuk thinks about how much he never knew before. Eunyoung has been fighting alone, and he is done staying a bystander. Checking the time, he realizes it is already past 10 and hurries because his sister is waiting at home. On the way, Taehyuk notices a suspicious woman-shaped figure pressed to an alley wall, but he keeps moving. The next day after class, Young Nam-ho is so shocked to see Taehyuk staying behind to study that he smacks him with the attendance sheet just to make sure he is awake. Once the teacher leaves, Eunyoung comes over to start tutoring Taehyuk herself. Taehyuk notices her usual stutter easing when she talks to him, a small sign that something changed after last night. Eunyoung starts by handing Taehyuk a quick test to figure out how much he actually knows. When the answers come back, Taehyuk gets scolded because he missed the easiest basics. Once he promises to try, she starts laying out a practical plan for how to improve after this test. Taehyuk openly praises her and sounds genuinely impressed. About 30 minutes later, the mirror suddenly pings to say that focused studying under Eunyoung's guidance raised Taehyuk's intelligence. Trying not to break the study mood, Taehyuk awkwardly calls for a short break and slips out with the mirror. In the hallway, Taehyuk uses his new spying skill on himself and finally sees his own status window, including the humiliating truth that his intelligence is only 4. That brutal number hits hard, and Taehyuk grudgingly admits he really does need to study if he wants to get anywhere. Then he points spying toward Eunyoung and only gets her title, Good Model Student, because his rank is too low to read the rest. Realizing Eunyoung's rating is far above his, Taehyuk gets even more determined to stay close to her tutoring and squeeze every benefit he can from it. But before he can return, Park Sungkwang appears in the hallway, having clearly waited outside for his chance to strike back. Sungkwang pretends to be reasonable and offers Taehyuk money to stop hanging around Eunyoung and mind his own business. Taehyuk plays along just enough to bait him, acting interested in money before pushing the price absurdly high. When Taehyuk says Eunyoung's help is worth 500 million won, Sungkwang finally loses his cool. Sungkwang drops the act, declares war, and vows to destroy Taehyuk without even needing his father's help. Taehyuk lets him walk away because this is exactly the opening he wanted. Park Sungkwang has moved first, and now Taehyuk can hit back. In Taehyuk's eyes, Sungkwang is not a personal enemy so much as the obstacle blocking Eunyoung's tutoring and the target tied to his unfinished spying skill. He dryly frames the whole thing as Eunyoung's revenge and his own tuition fee for the useful skill Sungkwang handed him. With studying on hold and the counterattack decided, Taehyuk pulls out his phone and calls the senator's secretary, Park Sunghwan, to begin destroying Park Sungkwang properly. The day after Park Sungkwang declared war, Taehyuk walks into school and immediately feels the whole atmosphere turn hostile. Whispers spread around him so fast that Taehyuk realizes Park Sungkwang has already painted him as the school's worst gangster. In his head, Taehyuk bitterly pieces it together. Park Sungkwang must have weaponized social media and his network to flood the school with lies overnight. He wanted to become a model student, but now the students part around him like he is contagious. When Taehyuk enters the classroom, the noise dies instantly, and even the student beside him drags their desk away. From the desk in front of him, Eunyoung quietly asks if Park Sungkwang is behind this, and Taehyuk is almost absurdly touched that someone still believes him. When the girl blames herself, Taehyuk answers without hesitation that he would still save the class president again even if he could go back. Still flustered, the girl suddenly remembers the student advisor's message, and Taehyuk realizes the rumor war has already reached the teachers. She insists on helping defend him, but Taehyuk points out that after getting close to the class president, her word alone will not beat rumors this big. Even so, she refuses to leave him alone and says she will wait outside the office door while Taehyuk heads off to face the teachers. Inside the office, the student advisor explodes at Taehyuk and demands to know why he started another violent incident after promising to change. Taehyuk keeps denying it, and the advisor slams him with a specific accusation. Someone saw him beat a student so badly that the victim's leg was broken. The shock turns real when the advisor names Kim Jin-soo as the victim, now hospitalized after being beaten half to death. Taehyuk instantly understands how far Park Sungkwang went. He crippled even his own follower just to frame someone else. The advisor says a disciplinary committee will be held after tomorrow's test, and he plans to push for Taehyuk's expulsion. Before leaving, Taehyuk casually asks whether the advisor ever took a bribe from Park Sungkwang, then walks out without waiting for an answer. Outside the office, the girl waiting at the door is on the verge of tears after hearing everything and apologizes to Taehyuk again. Taehyuk gently pats her on the head and admits that he first treated this as a little game, but not anymore. Then his expression hardens as Taehyuk says he is done playing and is ready to go to war. He had only planned to force Park Sungkwang into a retest by stealing his submitted paper, but after Jin-soo was sacrificed, Taehyuk decides he has to ruin him completely. Taehyuk reveals he already threw out bait by calling Park Sungkwang's father's secretary, then starts explaining the riskier plan that needs her help. She admits the plan sounds luck-based, but Taehyuk tells her to trust him, and she agrees. Privately, Taehyuk knows he sounds reckless, but he is counting on the demon revealing mirror and decides it is time to start cheating back. When Taehyuk pretends to surrender and stop interfering with the cheating, Park Sung-kwang is thrilled and openly celebrates like he has already won. Park Sung-kwang says the expulsion cannot be stopped anyway, and Taehyuk plays along by bargaining for transfer money instead. Enjoying himself, Park Sung-kwang raises the payoff, praises her for choosing wisely, and reminds her she would have been his next target. He goes even lower by joking that modern editing could make fake compromising photos look real, and she goes pale imagining it. Park Sung-kwang leans close and whispers that she had better watch herself until graduation. Then Park Sung-kwang grabs Taehyuk by the collar, and Taehyuk offers a handshake to seal the deal instead. As they shake, Taehyuk secretly spends his saved affinity points to upgrade robbery so he can choose exactly what he steals. Using spying, Taehyuk confirms Park Sung-kwang has the exact item he needs for the trap. On Taehyuk's signal, she fakes a fall into them, giving him the contact and confusion he needs to trigger the theft. Robbery succeeds this time, and Taehyuk quietly celebrates because he has finally stolen the item he needs from Park Sung-kwang. Still gloating, Park Sung-kwang explains how she is supposed to display her answer sheet during the exam, not realizing Taehyuk is already turning the method against him. When the test begins, Taehyuk studies the cheating setup and spots a miniature camera fixed above her desk. He also figures out that Park Sung-kwang's fake glasses are actually receiving the answers by radio. Watching the setup, Taehyuk realizes Park built it this carefully because he trusts nobody to feed him answers correctly. She deliberately keeps writing instead of displaying her paper, and Taehyuk knows the delay is meant to make Park Sung-kwang rush. Only 7 minutes before the bell, she finally leaves her answer sheet visible at the corner of the desk, and Park Sung-kwang relaxes behind Taehyuk. Taehyuk notes that Park had seats rearranged to keep watch on him, never realizing Taehyuk planned around that too. By the end of the test, Park Sung-kwang has copied Eun-young's answers exactly and thinks his cheating worked perfectly. When the supervising teacher tells the back rows to collect the answer sheets, Taehyuk checks his own paper and confirms it carries Park Sung-kwang's attendance number. That is Taehyuk's cue, so he deliberately bumps the student carrying the collected papers to trigger robbery on the stack. When the first theft fails, Taehyuk shamelessly picks a fight over the bump just to buy another chance. He keeps forcing contact until robbery finally works, and Park Sung-kwang's real answer sheet slips into Taehyuk's pocket without anyone noticing. With perfect calm, Taehyuk hands over the sheet marked with Park Sung-kwang's number while keeping the stolen original hidden in his pocket. Then Taehyuk changes the stolen paper to his own attendance number with corrective tape and slips it to her while she collects the next column. Because the teacher dumps every sheet into one pile, the switch disappears in the shuffle and no one notices Taehyuk's swap. He repeats the same paper swap across the rest of the subjects, turning Park Sung-kwang's cheating into Taehyuk's scores all week. Taehyuk is happy to let Park Sung-kwang inherit his own awful answers, since he barely studied and expects that paper to sink him. 1 week later, on the day of his disciplinary committee, Taehyuk waits for the fallout and looks forward to seeing what happens when the school's second-ranked student suddenly breaks down. But Taehyuk is not finished yet, because even after the exam trap is set, he still has one more move and sees this as only the beginning. On exam results day, the whole class buzzes over the same question: will an Eun-young stay on top, or has Park Sung-kwang finally overtaken her? Teacher Young Nam-ho walks in grinning and starts handing out report cards, instantly turning the room from gossip to raw nerves. When Park Sung-kwang steps up expecting first place, Young Nam-ho's worried face warns him that something is very wrong. Back at his desk, Park Sung-kwang opens the envelope, sees he fell to 7th overall, and quietly explodes inside. He instantly blames an Eun-young, convinced she fed him wrong answers so they would both crash together. Then Young Nam-ho proudly announces that an Eun-young is still first in the entire school, and Park Sung-kwang's plan stops making sense. Young Nam-ho calls Taehyuk up next and, to the class's total shock, reveals that Taehyuk also took first place. Taehyuk plays it modest and hints that the bandage on his face will make sense very soon. That is the last straw for Park Sung-kwang, who charges forward, grabs Taehyuk by the collar, and drags him straight out of the classroom. On the rooftop, Park Sung-kwang accuses Taehyuk of swapping answer sheets and running him. Taehyuk coolly points out that Park Sung-kwang sat right behind him during the test, so any obvious trick should have been impossible to miss. Park Sung-kwang suddenly remembers the scuffle at paper collection time and decides that had to be when his answer sheet was stolen. Even while denying everything, Taehyuk keeps checking his wristwatch, making it obvious he is stalling for a precise moment. When Park Sung-kwang threatens to unleash his politician father's gang on him, Taehyuk stays relaxed enough to ask one thing: is it finally time? Taehyuk peels back the bandage to reveal a real bruise and casually admits he injured himself to sell the role. At exactly 9:30, the school's speakers suddenly blast Park Sung-kwang's voice cursing at Taehyuk, freezing him in shock. The fake recording paints a vivid story of Park Sung-kwang beating Taehyuk to force a cheating scheme, and everyone listening can imagine the whole thing. Taehyuk even admires the performance, pleased that Eun-young handled the broadcast exactly right. Park Sung-kwang realizes the recording is fake, But that does not matter anymore because his perfect school image is already collapsing in real time. He tries one last move and threatens Taehyuk's whole family with his father's power if the broadcast is not stopped. Instead of flinching, Taehyuk checks the demon-revealing mirror and sees that Park Sung-kwang's title as Park Sung-ho's son has just disappeared. Taehyuk tells him, almost pityingly, that Park Sung-kwang, the politician's son, effectively vanished from the world 1 minute ago. The story jumps back 36 hours, when Taehyuk first set the trap by meeting Park Sung-ho's secretary, Lee Ki-hwan, in a cafe under a fake university student cover. Taehyuk keeps the interview friendly because all he really needs is to hear Lee Ki-hwan's voice in person for voice modulation to work. As a final question, Taehyuk asks what a secretary should do if his politician commits wrongdoing, and the question lands harder than expected. Lee Ki-hwan admits that a secretary serves as a politician's hands and feet, but says conscience should still matter when the boss walks the wrong way. After parting politely, Taehyuk stays behind and opens the real weapon he brought with him, the blacklist notebook filled with future criminals and how they fall. He turns to Park Sung-ho's page and remembers that the politician will eventually go down when the same secretary can no longer stomach his crimes. Taehyuk decides not to wait 2 years for Lee Ki-hwan's conscience to break and instead turns that future confession into a weapon right now. He activates voice modulation to copy Lee Ki-hwan's voice and pulls out the secretary's stolen phone to start the political takedown. Using the secretary's voice, Taehyuk calls in a report to the press director and sets Park Sung-ho's buried crimes loose ahead of schedule. Back on the rooftop, Park Sung-kwang collapses to the ground watching live TV news as his father's corruption scandal explodes across every channel. When the shock turns into murderous rage, Park Sung-kwang screams for Kim Jin-soo, only for Taehyuk to remind him that henchman is already out with a broken leg. Out of options, Park Sung-kwang lunges straight at Taehyuk in blind desperation. One glancing scrape triggers robbery, and Taehyuk uses the demon-revealing mirror to choose exactly what to steal this time. Taehyuk aims at Park Sung-kwang's waistband, and the skill works so perfectly that Sung-kwang's pants drop mid-attack. Still refusing to stop, Park Sung-kwang stumbles into the rooftop's safety fence and sends it bending outward over the drop. For one horrifying second, the cheap fence gives way and Park Sung-kwang is about to fall to his death. Taehyuk grabs Park Sung-kwang by the collar and hauls him back, coldly saying he still has debts left to pay. After the near fall and his father's collapse, Park Sung-kwang goes pale, wets himself in terror, and faints on the rooftop. Taehyuk finishes the moment with a finger gun and a dry little bang, as if closing a case he already solved. Later in the infirmary, Eun-young rushes to Taehyuk's bedside and worries over his swollen face. The school still punishes Taehyuk with a month-long suspension and community service for the chaos, property damage, and violence around the stunt. Even so, Taehyuk sees the upside. The teachers suspect cheating and order to retest, but his suspension delays it long enough for him to actually study. He tells Eun-young that getting revenge for her was worth it, then asks her to keep teaching him for the next month and beyond. Eun-young tearfully promises to help, and Taehyuk quietly decides he can live with this imperfect but satisfying win. Taehyuk is especially relieved that he upgraded robbery enough to choose targets now, because he is done stealing humiliating random things by accident. When Eun-young leans in to wipe the blood from his mouth, the moment suddenly turns close and awkward. Then Eun-young trips on the trailing bedsheet and falls right on top of Taehyuk, smashing them together in a flustered heap. That accidental contact triggers robbery again, and Taehyuk is horrified to see the mirror offer Eun-young's plain modest underclothes as selectable targets. Forced to choose before robbery steals something at random, Taehyuk blurts out that he can show Eun-young magic again and makes the whole moment even more awkward. As the chaos settles, the demon-revealing mirror quietly reveals a new truth Taehyuk does not notice at all, and Eun-young is now titled a model student in love. At the start, Seo Taehyuk quietly sums up the 2 secrets steering his life, memories from a brutal extra 15 years, and the criminal powers only he can use. He opens the demon-revealing mirror and reviews the 3 crime skills he has now: robbery, voice modulation, and spying. That only deepens his suspicion, because if everyone has skills, why is he the one who keeps drawing criminal ones? When he taps his title, the mirror spells it out bluntly. God of Crime means he can use every criminal skill his rating allows. He checks the next promotion requirements and sees the wall in front of him. Secure more blacklist criminals and raise every stat above 50 before he can rank up from commoner to noble. Taehyuk reminds himself why he has to keep moving, because if he leaves the present untouched, he knows exactly how his own ruin and his siblings' tragedy will repeat. Even so, the upgrade conditions feel cruelly circular, and he bitterly realizes he needs power to catch criminals but also needs caught criminals to earn that power. So he shifts to the one thing he can grind right now, his stats, especially intelligence, which has jumped fast thanks to studying with an Eun-young. But one stat change leaves him awkwardly self-aware, because his stamina dipped while his agility rose, and he knows exactly what kind of restless teenage energy caused it. The mood shifts when an Eun-young comes in carrying ice and worries over the nosebleed he suddenly got during their study session. Taehyuk insists the problem is not studying but the absurdly stamina-heavy dinner she made for him, and Eun-young immediately worries that he hated it. He hurriedly reassures her that it was delicious, and her innocent smile returns as she proudly asks if his stamina is going up. With the eyes pressed to his overheated head, Taehyuk can only suffer in silence while Eun-young cheerfully declares that the lesson is starting again. Her uniform is gone now that exams are over, and seeing her relaxed in a thin dress only makes Taehyuk struggle to focus even harder. By 10 p.m., he survives the private lesson and leaves knowing her study skill is pushing his grades up at a ridiculous pace. Walking home, he thinks over the aftermath of the school scandal. Park Sung-kwang vanished from school and dropped out, while Park Sung-ho and Lee Ki-hwan ended up arrested. Even after catching 3 blacklist targets, he knows the real list still includes killers and cult leaders far beyond what his current skills can handle. He briefly wonders if he can trust Cho Kong-suk or anyone else with the truth, then shuts the idea down because dragging others in could put his family at risk. His thoughts drift back to Eun-young's polished life, and for one quiet moment he envies the lucky future husband of a smart, kind girl who can even cook like that. He smiles for a second, imagining his family in a nice 2-story house with a yard, until a suspicious woman in tight dark clothes struggling by a rich home's wall snaps him back to reality. From the shadows, Taehyuk watches a suspicious woman in leather keep failing to climb a rich person's wall, and the clumsy scene feels almost ridiculous. He remembers spotting the same woman before and starts to suspect she might really be a thief, but since she seems hopeless, he decides to leave it alone. That choice comes back to hit him immediately, because when Taehyuk gets home, the whole house has been torn apart. On the floor, Haran is crying alone, and Taehyuk rushes first to make sure she wasn't hurt. Haran explains that she had only stepped out for a while, so Taehyuk is grimly relieved she wasn't here when the thief came. At first, Taehyuk hopes the burglar took nothing important, because there is barely any cash or valuables left in the house after the family paid off its debts. Then Haran points with a shaking hand to the small box where they kept their most personal treasure. The thief took the one thing this family could never replace, their mother's silver rosary, the last keepsake they had never sold no matter how desperate life got. Taehyuk realizes this happened because changing the family's life moved them into a home a thief would actually target, and the guilt lands hard on him. So in front of his crying sister, he makes a hard promise: he will find the rosary and start hunting the thief himself. He already has one lead, so he runs straight back to the rich neighborhood to check whether the clumsy woman he saw earlier is the same burglar. When he finds her again, the scene is almost unchanged, and he hides in the dark planning to use robbery if he spots the rosary on her. Instead of making a clean getaway, the woman angrily kicks the wall, hurts her foot badly, and rolls around on the ground in pain. The second Taehyuk finally sees her face clearly, he is stunned, because this clumsy rookie is the younger Moonlight Flower he remembers becoming a famous thief years later. She spots him too and panics so badly that she screams thief at the one person catching her in the act. Taehyuk fires back that she looks exactly like a thief, and her indignant attempt to cover herself only makes the absurd encounter more awkward. Remembering the notorious thief Moonlight Flower will become, Taehyuk studies this clumsy younger version and starts to doubt she is the one who robbed his house, even though he still needs to be sure. The second he closes in to question her, Moonlight Flower bolts. Her speed is so ridiculous that even with one hurt foot, she starts pulling away from him almost immediately. Taehyuk shouts that he only wants to ask her something, but she laughs off the obvious lie and keeps running. Then a police whistle cuts through the chase, and a nearby patrol instantly joins in after hearing Taehyuk point out the fleeing thief. At first Taehyuk lets the police handle the chase, but then he remembers the stolen rosary and realizes he cannot let Moonlight Flower get caught before he checks her himself. He cuts away from the others, climbs up onto the roofs, and reads the whole pursuit from above until he spots the dead end they are driving her toward. When Moonlight Flower reaches the wall and hesitates on her injured foot, Taehyuk appears above her and thrusts down a hand, telling her to grab on now. She still can't tell if this is a trap, and Taehyuk has to snap at her that he will leave her behind in 3 seconds if she keeps hesitating. That finally breaks her indecision, and she grabs his hand so he can haul her over the wall to safety. After a brutal hour-long escape, the two finally stop in a safe place, and Moonlight Flower is baffled that Taehyuk still looks fine after all that running. When she demands to know why he saved her, Taehyuk lies smoothly that he was never trying to catch her because he is a thief too. He pushes the lie further by claiming she trespassed into his territory, and that he chased her only to warn her after his own house was robbed tonight. Because he saved her and sounds convincing, Moonlight Flower softens fast and quietly insists she never targeted his house at all. Taehyuk presses harder and suggests she might still be hiding the stolen item on her body, trying to catch any sign that she is lying. Instead of getting flustered, she fires back by grabbing his hand and planting it right on her chest, daring him to check properly. That reckless proof completely derails Taehyuk, and he awkwardly retreats into honorifics while admitting he does not think she has anything hidden there. Then she drags him back to the wall and reveals the truth so plainly it sounds absurd. The house she kept failing to enter is actually her own. To prove it, she pulls out a key and opens the gate, leaving Taehyuk staring at the impossible sight of a thief who cannot get into her own mansion without trouble. Now suspicious in the other direction, Moonlight Flower asks what proof he has that he is really a thief too. Taehyuk decides to show off with robbery and bumps her shoulder while quietly bringing up the mirror to choose something to steal. But her attention snaps to the cute demonic mirror itself, and she lunges in curiosity so suddenly that Taehyuk chooses a target almost at random. When he checks what ended up in his pocket, he is relieved to find her butterfly mask instead of something much more disastrous. Moonlight Flower instantly snatches the mask back onto her face and panics that he saw too much, even though the disguise barely hid anything to begin with. With that little display finished, Taehyuk extends a hand and proposes something more useful than arguing, an information exchange between fellow professionals. She wavers until Taehyuk sweetens the offer by promising to take what he saw to the grave, and that finally pushes her into agreeing. So Moonlight Flower steps close, takes his phone, and saves her number herself while teasing him for using such an old-fashioned model and for blushing so easily. She also reveals the age dynamic between them with a grin, calling herself his Nuna and asking his name before introducing herself as Moonlight Flower. Her phone entry quietly gives away even more than she means to, because Taehyuk sees her real name, Yoo Hyun, attached to the number. Taehyuk parts from her with polite jabs about walking safely at night and not falling off walls, and Moonlight Flower bristles all over again. As he walks away, Taehyuk decides this bizarre encounter was a real gain. Moonlight Flower is still clumsy, but her speed, talent, and criminal network could become useful to him later. After ruling Moonlight Flower out, Taehyuk shifts focus and asks the real question: who actually robbed his house? He realizes chasing a roaming thief directly is pointless, especially at night when thieves move fast and vanish into their own territory. Then Taehyuk finds the angle he needs. Every thief eventually has to visit a broker to turn stolen goods into cash. The problem is awkwardly simple. Taehyuk knows stolen goods brokers exist, but he has never actually gone to one himself. He remembers a broker operates near Cheonggyecheon, and that thin lead is enough for him to move. By sunrise, Taehyuk is already exhausted, stretching beside his desk and trying to balance this criminal hunt with his brutal study schedule. He grimly notes that without his study skill, raising his rank fast enough to catch up to Eunyoung would be almost impossible. He admits to himself that he wants to spend all day with Eunyoung, but reality forces him back to studying and crime-solving alone. When the demon-revealing mirror shows his dark circles, Taehyuk can only sigh and get back to work. He times his move for daytime, when thieves unload loot and brokers are most active, and heads to Cheonggyecheon on that hunch. From a back alley, Taehyuk spots an ordinary pawn shop that feels wrong for one reason: every customer looks like they spent the whole night stealing. When one man walks out after just minutes carrying a thick wad of cash, Taehyuk quietly confirms he found the right place. He waits until the stream of suspicious customers finally thins out, deciding he would rather face the broker than a room full of thieves. Just as Taehyuk steps in, a sleepy voice stops him cold, and Moonlight Flower appears behind him like this meeting was fate. Her casual clothes are less outrageous than yesterday's leather, but Taehyuk still has no idea where he is supposed to look. Moonlight Flower casually asks if he came to get supplies from Mama, and that one word tells Taehyuk the broker already has a name. Trying to pry for details, Taehyuk teases her about yesterday's failure, and Moonlight Flower blushes and insists she only came to replace a broken tool. That answer gives Taehyuk another useful rule of the underworld. Brokers do not just buy stolen goods, they also sell thieves the tools of the trade. When he admits he came for information, Moonlight Flower instantly guesses someone stole from him, and he wants the broker to identify the thief. Taehyuk realizes she is far more perceptive than he gave her credit for, and suddenly his secret feels a lot less safe. He quickly asks her to keep quiet, and she agrees after admitting she is curious about the thief who violated another criminal's territory. Taehyuk uses that curiosity to recruit her on the spot, telling her to come along but let him handle the talking. As they walk in together, Taehyuk keeps drawing information out of her and learns this place is the area's top stop for stolen jewelry and thief equipment. Inside, a beautiful woman in black looks up from her painting and welcomes them like an ordinary shopkeeper. Moonlight Flower talks to her with breezy familiarity, calling her Gemma until the smiling woman warns she will stab her for it. Big Mama briefly mistakes Taehyuk for Moonlight Flower's boyfriend, and Moonlight brushes him off as a naive younger brother she knows. Then Big Mama turns to fetch cold drinks, and the moment she moves away, Taehyuk finally realizes why the name Mama felt so wrong. The truth slams into him. This broker is Big Mama, the future criminal giant of counterfeit art, and Taehyuk realizes he just walked into a tiger's den. He instinctively tries to slip out, but Big Mama catches the move at once, and coolly reminds him that her shop is free to enter and not free to leave. Even with that threat hanging in the air, the talk settles into a surprisingly smooth negotiation, helped along by Moonlight Flower's easy banter with Big Mama. Watching Big Mama paint a nearly perfect copy, Taehyuk sees that her counterfeit talent is already frighteningly real. When Moonlight Flower disappears into the warehouse to look for a replacement stick, Taehyuk knows his real opening has arrived. Big Mama invites him to speak, and Taehyuk responds with blunt respect, making it clear he came to strike a deal, not beg for favors. He starts by asking if she knows who sold a stolen item called Rosario, showing her the sketch he prepared in advance. Big Mama brushes him off at first, claiming she handles too many goods to remember every piece that passes through her hands. Taehyuk immediately counters with a specific rumor about her perfect memory, forcing Big Mama to stop treating him like a random kid. Once she takes him seriously, Taehyuk names the true price of the meeting, information in exchange for information. Then Taehyuk drops the bait that freezes the room, the trail of the sunset. Big Mama's composure cracks for the first time, because Taehyuk just named a masterpiece every collector wants and a secret she should not expect a student to know. She warns that bad information would be costly, but Taehyuk pushes right back and tells her to choose between money now or that painting's location. Big Mama finally accepts the gamble, and Taehyuk gets exactly what he came for, the name and phone number of the thief who sold Rosario. Outside after the deal, Taehyuk says his next step is to build a trap the thief cannot escape. Moonlight Flower acts offended when he tries to leave her behind after using her help, turning the goodbye into a little emotional blackmail. To smooth it over, Taehyuk promises they will talk after he catches K, the thief he is hunting. Moonlight Flower makes him seal that promise with one extra demand: he has to go to the aquarium with her on the weekend. Taehyuk reluctantly agrees, knowing he owes her a real favor after everything that just happened. As he walks away, Taehyuk cannot shake how dangerous this day has been, because he just ran into 2 names from his blacklist in a single afternoon. He especially cannot decide whether leaving someone as sly as Big Mama alone is wise, but forces himself to focus on catching K first. With the plan already in his head, Taehyuk dials the number Big Mama gave him and waits for the thief to answer. Elsewhere, Kim Sang-hyun wakes up in a foul mood after a disappointing burglary that barely got him any money at all. He curses the house he hit yesterday for being too careful with their money, leaving him with scraps instead of real profit. When he reaches for a cigarette and finds he is down to his last one, the bad morning suddenly feels even worse. An unknown number calls, and Sang-hyun answers ready to vent on a stranger if it turns out to be spam. Instead, the voice on the line is Mama, and Sang-hyun snaps from irritation into instant obedience. Big Mama warns that some kid came asking about him, but claims she protected Sang-hyun by giving that boy a false number. That relief lasts only a second, because Big Mama reminds him information is never free and she expects payment one way or another. Then she flips the conversation by offering him a prize instead, a juicy new target loaded with valuables. The moment Big Mama mentions a house full of diamonds, Sang-hyun takes the bait completely and begs to be the one who hits it. He hangs up convinced Big Mama just handed him a life-changing jackpot, never suspecting he is the one being set up. That night, Sang-hyun heads to the address with enough burglary gear to crack a vault, trusting Mama's name to shield him even in someone else's territory. Seeing no obvious CCTV and no lights inside, he grows even more confident that this rich house is ripe for the taking. Using his locksmith skills, Sang-hyun slips through the locked entrance and heads straight for the bedroom where the diamonds are supposed to be. He reaches the target room at last, already tasting the payout before he even opens the door. The instant the door swings open, the room explodes with lights, party poppers, and cheering voices yelling surprise. Instead of jewels, Sang-hyun finds a police birthday party with officers, cake, beer, and chicken laid out around the room. His precious diamonds were real all right, just not gemstones, and Sang-hyun realizes in horror that he walked into the police chief's house. He tries to bolt, but the officers recognize him on sight and mockingly ask if he came to turn himself in as a birthday gift. By the end of the night, Kim Sang-hyun is in handcuffs, forced into the most miserable birthday appearance of his life. Taehyuk arrives at the police station, and Cho Kang-suk greets him warmly like a real little brother. When Kang-suk hears that a thief hit Taehyuk's home, his face hardens and his first question is whether Haran is safe. Kang-suk bonks Taehyuk for not calling him sooner, and Taehyuk feels how genuinely worried he is about both him and Haran. Taehyuk briefly thinks Kang-suk and Haran might actually be a good match, then turns serious and asks to meet Kim Sang-hyun. Kang-suk agrees to the meeting on one condition: he will stand in on the interrogation himself. Inside, Kim Sang-hyun is already handcuffed, and yelling that trying to rob the police chief's house was just an accident. Kim Sang-hyun sneers at being questioned by a kid, so Kang-suk steps in and makes it very clear this is not a joke. One threat about endless soybean paste stew and more cheap takeaway is enough to make Sang-hyun panic and start cooperating. Taehyuk gets straight to the point and asks about the stolen Rosario from H-dong and where it ended up. Sang-hyun plays dumb until Kang-suk threatens to make his meals even worse, and that finally breaks him. Kim Sang-hyun admits he handed Rosario over to Mama for cheap and had not even collected the rest of the money yet. Sang-hyun still tries to protect Mama's identity, but Taehyuk has already heard enough to know exactly who took Rosario. Out in the corridor, Taehyuk mutters in disbelief when he realizes Big Mama tricked him without technically lying. Instead of backing off, Taehyuk smiles to himself and decides he will take Big Mama's most precious thing in return. Taehyuk walks into Big Mama's pawn shop, where she welcomes him sweetly in her black morning clothes like nothing is wrong. Taehyuk scans the pawn shop and reminds himself this ordinary-looking place is really a thieves' den as he reviews what he knows about Big Mama. He opens with shameless flattery and asks Big Mama out for coffee, testing the waters instead of attacking directly. Big Mama drops the smile and bluntly asks if Taehyuk really had nothing to do with Kim Sang-hyun getting caught. Taehyuk lies smoothly, but her stare makes him break into a cold sweat anyway. Big Mama brews fresh green tea and calmly states the truth. Taehyuk lied to her and still came back anyway. They trade polite words with hidden knives, smiling on the surface while the room feels ready to draw blood. Then Taehyuk abruptly pivots to art, baiting Big Mama with the one subject she truly cares about. When he praises the famous paintings in her shop and calls them forgeries, Big Mama instantly pushes back and says they are genuine. Taehyuk wins her attention by answering with her own philosophy. If people believe it is genuine, then it is genuine. Big Mama keeps watching in silence, trying to figure out why this boy suddenly sounds like someone who understands her. Taehyuk finally drops a precise art world clue by naming the hidden painting Cyan Girl, and that lands hard. Without explaining how he knows, Taehyuk says great art should not be hoarded by one collector, pushing straight into Big Mama's buried ideal. Then he shows her a photo of Trail of the Sunset, the painting she has been desperate to find, and her mask finally breaks. Taehyuk tells the story tied to that painting and says he wants to copy it and spread it to the world instead of letting another collector lock it away. For Big Mama, it is almost unbearable, because this stranger is speaking aloud the private dream she never shared with anyone. Her voice shaking now, Big Mama admits this is a deal and asks where Taehyuk got the photo. Taehyuk reminds her they both lied before, so he proposes they start over with a proper bargain. His demand is simple and outrageous. He wants Big Mama to accept him as her disciple. Big Mama runs through the risks in seconds, then accepts the deal with a smile and tells her new disciple to start by cleaning. Afterward, Taehyuk checks the demon-revealing mirror and confirms he has learned the crime skill forgery knowledge. The mirror explains that forgery quality depends on dexterity, so Taehyuk immediately starts thinking about training the skill hard enough to use it against Big Mama later. He decides this apprenticeship will sharpen both his dexterity and his scheme, because once he masters forgery, he plans to strip Big Mama of everything and take Rosario back. 2 weeks pass, and Taehyuk settles into a brutal routine of chores with Haran at home, afternoons in Big Mama's shop, and nights studying at Unyoung's house. While cleaning the shop, Taehyuk checks his stats and sees his intelligence has jumped fast, but his stamina has started slipping again. That drop bothers him enough that he decides he needs exercise too, because even studying is draining his body now. Big Mama still refuses to teach directly, ordering him around while she forges artwork in front of him instead. Even so, just watching a master at work boosts his forgery proficiency at a surprising rate. As his understanding grows, Taehyuk starts grasping the real craft. A fake has to look old in exactly the right way, not just look beautiful. He is genuinely impressed when Big Mama produces in 3 days what should take most people weeks or even months. With 2 weeks left before school starts again, Taehyuk decides to pour his effort into forgery first while his studying keeps pushing his grades up. Then the story cuts to Cho Kang-suk at a fresh crime scene, where even a veteran detective is visibly shaken by the body in front of him. Inspector Kim Do-shik arrives, pulls back the tarp, and immediately sees that something about this corpse is deeply wrong. The visible signs suggest a young woman in her early 20s, with no clothes found and a stomach so distended it looks like pregnancy. Neither detective can get used to a sight like this, and they wait tensely for the coroner to explain what happened. Later, Coroner Park Min-soo tells Kang-suk the victim did not drown. Her intestines ruptured from too much water, and she suffocated from the blockage. When Kang-suk assumes water torture, Min-soo corrects him. There was no water in her lungs, so she must have kept drinking by her own will until the end. The worst part is that she stayed conscious almost to the very end, turning the case from bizarre to truly monstrous. Min-soo adds that there were no signs of rape, and Kang-suk can only pray this body is the first and last of its kind. Kang-suk hardens himself and promises he will catch the culprit, no matter what. After Kim Do-shik names it the Watering Hippo case, the police move fast and create a special investigation headquarters with Kang-suk on the team. Taehyuk hits a wall with forgery because just watching Big Mama work no longer raises the skill, so he realizes he has to practice with his own hands. He needs a ventilated place with art to copy, and after rejecting both Big Mama's store and his family home, the perfect answer finally clicks: Be High School's art room. Because he is suspended, Taehyuk decides to sneak in as a fake transfer student and buys a brand new Be High School uniform to sell the disguise. The purchase turns awkward fast when the shopkeeper mistakes him for someone buying a girl's uniform, forcing Taehyuk to explain his transfer student cover story just to be treated normally. With the uniform and art supplies ready, Taehyuk picks painting as the easiest way to train forgery and throws himself into the plan with real excitement. A few days later at home, Taehyuk has switched back to family dinners because he is honestly afraid Unyoung's cooking will wear his body down. The surprise guest is Kang-suk, who looks exhausted enough that Taehyuk immediately senses something serious is happening outside their home. Kang-suk dodges the details, only warning Taehyuk to be careful at night, which makes Taehyuk even more suspicious that a bad case is unfolding nearby. When Taehyuk casually offers to escort Haran home at night, Kang-suk panics and volunteers himself so fast that his crush becomes painfully obvious. Kang-suk shifts the conversation by mentioning Taehyuk's suspension, then starts bragging about his own school fights, and Taehyuk can't help envying a life with a real combat skill. Even while eating, Taehyuk's unease grows because Kang-suk's secrecy and overwork feel connected to something dangerous he has not seen yet. That night at B High School, Taehyuk slips into the empty art room in his new transfer student disguise and is thrilled that no one has stopped him. He uses the demon-revealing mirror on a landscape painting, and forgery begins breaking the work down into materials in a copyable process. The skill also shows him a new limit. If he wants forgery to handle better works later, he has to raise the skills rating through practice. Once he starts, the brush moves almost like it is possessed, and Taehyuk watches himself copy the landscape with absurd precision. When the copy is finished, even Taehyuk is stunned by how perfect it looks, and he realizes he could quietly swap the original out if he wanted to. He carefully imitates even the wear and fingerprints on the displayed piece, proving to himself that forgery can do far more than simple practice copies. Just as he starts looking for another piece to copy, a sudden rustle freezes him, and the room stops feeling empty. One of the windows is now open even though he checked them earlier, and Taehyuk realizes someone has been watching him work from outside. Elsewhere, Kan-suk gets an emergency call that a second body has been found, confirming the serial killer case he feared is escalating. The report says the corpse matches the first murder, and Kan-suk snaps hard enough to punch a wall before rushing out to hunt the killer. When he hears the new body was found nearby high school again, Kan-suk races toward the area swearing he will finally catch the watering hippo murderer. For the next 2 days, Taehyuk keeps working in the art room under that same unseen gaze, and the constant pressure slowly gets under his skin. Finally fed up, he shouts into the room for the watcher to come out. The door opens at once, and instead of a prowler, a short-haired schoolgirl walks in and catches Taehyuk red-handed in his illegal workshop. Taehyuk scrambles to act harmless, claiming he is just a transfer student who likes painting, because he cannot afford to lose this room. Lee Hana introduces herself as a retired member of the art department, and Taehyuk answers with the fake name Lee Cheolsu to keep his real identity buried. When Hana sees his copied painting, she is genuinely impressed and immediately wants to drag a talent like this back into the art department. Taehyuk tries to downplay it, but Hana calmly points out the missing piece. His copy has technique, yet it still lacks the soul of the original. She tells him the real meaning of the painting too. It was born from the joy of still being alive after rain passed through the forest. Then Hana casually reveals that she painted the work herself, and Taehyuk suddenly realizes he picked the best piece in the room without knowing whose it was. Instead of chasing him out, Hana starts teaching him brush control and artistic intent, and Taehyuk throws himself into the lesson harder than he ever listened to the mirror. By the time the lesson ends, forgery jumps forward by about 20 points, proving Hana's human advice did more than simple copying ever could. Wanting to keep that advantage, Taehyuk sweetly asks if he can see Hana again, and she laughs it off but clearly enjoys being asked. As she turns to leave, Taehyuk finally connects the name and style, and it hits him that this easygoing senior is probably the future genius painter Lee Hana. Right before leaving, Hana turns serious and warns Taehyuk that rumors of a prowling voyeur could bring in the police and shut down the art room. After she is gone, Taehyuk drops the polite act and starts rethinking the eyes he has felt on him ever since he began working here. He searches the room and finds hidden cameras planted around the art room, confirming that the watcher was a voyeur all along. The crime traces trigger a new temporary skill, and Taehyuk stares at the mirror in disbelief when it offers X-ray vision. For one ridiculous moment, Taehyuk is swept up by the absurd temptation of the new skill and reacts with giddy, shameless excitement in the empty room. Then the fine print hits him. Because the slot is temporary, learning X-ray vision would erase forgery and all the progress he has already built. Torn between a dream skill and the one he has already invested in, Taehyuk literally stabs his own thigh with a brush to think straight. In the end, he tearfully gives up X-ray vision because he cannot throw away forgery after pushing it this far. But once the sulking passes, Taehyuk makes a colder decision. He will catch the voyeur himself before the police shut down the one workshop he finally secured. At B-High, students sometimes change clothes in the special activities classrooms instead of the distant locker rooms, and that sloppy habit created the perfect hunting ground for a voyeur. Taehyuk searches those rooms one by one, thinking like the criminal, and he keeps finding camera after camera tucked into places nobody would normally inspect. By the end of the sweep, he has uncovered more than 30 high-definition cameras, and their full memory cards at least confirm one small relief: none of them caught him. That haul also tells him something worse. Whoever planted them knows the school inside and out, down to which rooms get used and where the best viewing angles are. That realization traps him too, because if an outsider like Taehyuk starts moving all the evidence around, he could end up looking like the voyeur himself. So instead of grabbing the evidence and running, Taehyuk decides he has to catch the criminal at the scene when they come back for the recordings. Even while planning, he gets distracted by the brutal temptation of X-ray vision and has to argue with himself not to throw away forgery just because the voyeur case would be easier with it. He shuts that impulse down by reminding himself of the bigger goal. To get Rosario back from Big Mama, he still needs forgery fully mastered. Since these cameras cannot transmit footage from afar, Taehyuk realizes the voyeur has to return in person to collect what they recorded. With the plan set, Taehyuk carefully puts every camera back where he found it, resetting the scene so the voyeur will return and expose themselves. Lacking any fancy alert device, Taehyuk rigs a low-tech trap instead, balancing ordinary objects near the hiding spots so a careless collector will knock something over. Then he notices a useful twist in spying. It works on objects too, which means if he registers those props in advance, he can check whether they were disturbed or destroyed later. It is not perfect, and Taehyuk knows he may only notice real damage instead of a light touch, but with more than 30 traps spread across the building, he decides that is good enough to catch a mistake. Taehyuk realizes spying can hide inside everyday objects, so even a plain glass cup can warn him by changing state when someone tampers with it. He quickly turns that trick into a trap network, planting spying on objects he touched while collecting the hidden cameras. With the setup finished, Taehyuk settles down to wait and thinks he can use the spare time to see Eunyoung. His mood is better because Eunyoung's mock exam proved he is improving fast, with his score jumping more than 20 points, and only 10 days left before the retest. A little later, Taehyuk checks his condition and sees his intelligence has risen to 28, far beyond where he started with spying. Even he knows his brain did not become 7 times better overnight, but he can feel that the recent breakthroughs are coming from that stat boost. He still worries the voyeur might stay careful enough to dodge the bait, which would force him to switch to plan B. That concern disappears fast when 6 of his 30 traps start firing, proving the voyeur is already moving through the building. The changed objects tell him exactly what happened along the route, from a broken cup to a torn receipt and even a dirted tissue. From those alerts alone, Taehyuk can map the voyeur's timing and path, and he realizes the man lingers inside the rooms much longer than in the hall. Once the pattern is clear, he checks the voices he needs for the sting and confirms voice modulation has every piece ready. He has already gathered the girl's voices, the security guard's voice, and even Cho Kang-suk's, because all of them will matter when he corners the voyeur. Since the voyeur only starts moving in the late evening, Taehyuk decides to use the wait for more forgery practice. He throws himself into copying paintings, using what Lee-hana taught him to push forgery up much faster than before. As he works, Taehyuk realizes simple technique is not enough and that the real key is understanding what the original artist was trying to express. When he compares his earlier copy to the newer one, the difference is obvious. The later painting finally has a sense of life in it. That glimpse into art leaves him half impressed and half overwhelmed, and he groans that this world is harder than it looks. After a long stretch and a yawn, he judges that his forgery is now polished enough to almost perfectly copy high school level artwork. Then his expression turns practical again as he decides it is time to prepare the specific piece he really needs. He pulls out a bromide photo showing the back of a girl changing clothes, using it as the reference for the forged bait in his trap. Treating even this crude photo as something he can use, Taehyuk activates forgery and starts carefully copying the nude bromide. Taehyuk pushes forgery into new territory, using a photo as reference to paint an image 4 times larger so it can fool someone at a glance. To bait the hidden voyeur, he deliberately tries to capture the sleazy excitement behind the original shot and make the scene as sensual as possible. After more than an hour, he finally finishes the trap painting, a girl changing clothes seen from behind. The system immediately praises the result, saying the work feels alive and boosting his forgery skill by a huge amount. The finished bait works a little too well, and Taehyuk turns red as he realizes he now understands the pervert who took the original photo. He shakes off the shame and decides to install the painting right on the voyeur's usual route. His plan is simple: stage an empty classroom with curtains closed so the painting looks like a real girl changing inside. Then Taehyuk plans to add a fake female presence with voice modulation, making the trap too tempting for the voyeur to ignore. Once the target locks onto that room, Taehyuk intends to switch tactics and use guard voices and Kang-suk's voice to start the hunt. He goes further and paints fake corridor scenes onto the building walls, turning the hallways themselves into part of the trap. Taehyuk counts on panic and darkness to sell the fake corridor, knowing the voyeur will not stop to judge carefully once the chase starts. With the building's darkness working for him, Taehyuk lays out a route that will herd the voyeur exactly where he wants. Back at his desk, he studies the detailed route notes one more time and prepares to launch plan I'm alone in school. He marks the building map into sections and starts planting each trap at the spots he planned. When the setup is done, Taehyuk checks the finished route and quietly confirms he can now drive the voyeur into a corner. As night self-study begins, Taehyuk runs through possible mistakes in his head and steadies himself for the trap. He times the voyeur's habit precisely, knowing the predator likes to move right after attendance when the building goes quiet. Taehyuk slips into area A17, the first trap point, and fixes his eyes on the slightly open window he expects the intruder to use. At 7:07, the window creaks open and a black silhouette finally slips inside. Holding his breath, Taehyuk watches the intruder go straight to work instead of searching around. The voyeur doesn't remove the camera at all. He pops out the memory card, checks the footage, wipes it, and puts everything back in under 10 seconds. That speed tells Taehyuk this isn't a first offense, and the shadow leaves before realizing anyone was waiting for him. The moment the intruder moves on, Taehyuk leaves A17 and starts the chase toward his next trap. 20 meters away, the binding trap at A12 snaps shut and tangles the voyeur's feet exactly as planned. After confirming the snare worked, Taehyuk rushes into position at A13 for the real lure. Now comes the risky part, and Taehyuk pulls out the demon revealing mirror to activate voice modulation. He starts with a prepared girl's voice and throws out a shaky excuse about forgetting to change after exercise. Then he swaps to a second girl's voice and builds the bait, making it sound like one student was left behind and has to change fast before class. He switches back again to sell the conversation, turning the empty room into a fake scene the voyeur can't resist. Voice modulation only handles the voices, so Taehyuk has to create the changing room sounds himself. The bait works immediately, and the trapped voyeur reacts with a hungry gulp that makes Taehyuk sick to his stomach. To keep the trap believable, Taehyuk forces himself to go further and strips off his uniform until he's down to short sleeves and shorts. With the decoy stage set, Taehyuk crouches outside the classroom and waits for the next part of his plan to spring. Still hidden in the changing classroom, Taehyuk shouts toward the hallway that the school voyeur has been spotted, trying to rattle the man outside. The presence in the hallway jolts in panic, so Taehyuk knows the bait worked. But right when the trap reaches its crucial moment, Taehyuk's vision swims and his exhausted body nearly gives out. He stabs his own thigh with a stick to stay conscious, forcing himself through the pain because he can't let the voyeur escape now. Realizing overused skills are draining his stamina, Taehyuk still pushes on and copies another student's voice to keep the pressure on. The frightened voyeur bolts, and Taehyuk drags his heavy body after him down the hallway. As he runs, Taehyuk finally understands why he is crashing so hard. Eunyoung's homemade health food had been quietly propping up his stamina this whole time. The thought leaves him with a grim little dread that he might be stuck eating Eunyoung's food for life if he wants to function like this. Even half collapsing, Taehyuk keeps the chase under control and lines the voyeur up with his next planned route in area B4. He switches voices again and shouts like a guard that the police have arrived, piling more panic onto the fleeing man. The bluff works so well that the voyeur stumbles hard in confusion before clawing himself back up and running again by sheer desperation. Then another fake obstacle blocks the route, and in his panic state the voyeur mistakes a painted wall for the real thing. Just as Taehyuk predicted, the voyeur swerves away from the fake wall and runs straight toward point C. To finish the trap, Taehyuk imitates Detective Cho Kang-suk and loudly starts a movie-style Miranda warning to make the chase feel like a real arrest. Hearing a policeman's voice behind him, the voyeur completely loses his nerve and sprints even faster. Breathing hard, Taehyuk watches the man follow the exact route he wanted and quietly thinks the trap is finally done. He knows he won't earn any merits for catching this criminal, yet he is still pleased because the whole setup let him practice forgery in a real case. That satisfaction turns bittersweet when he remembers he couldn't claim X-ray vision this time, even though he badly wants a chance at that skill again someday. Thinking the Beehive voyeur case is finally over, Taehyuk lets himself relax for one dangerous second. Then a sudden girl's scream tears through the school, proving something has gone wrong after all. A woman's scream erupts from the Special Activities building, exactly where the fleeing voyeur is headed, and Taehyuk freezes because that voice should not have been part of his setup. He suddenly recognizes the voice as Lee Hannah's and realizes he completely forgot she sometimes comes back to visit her old school. With his stomach dropping, Taehyuk breaks into a run because now Lee Hannah is the one in danger. By the time Taehyuk arrives, everything has gone off script. The voyeur has pulled a weapon on Lee Hannah after she appeared as a witness. The man's harmless office worker look makes the threat even uglier, and Taehyuk can tell he is a stranger to him even if Lee Hannah might recognize him. Shaking and barely coherent, the voyeur blurts out that the police are after him and orders Lee Hannah to stay quiet if she does not want to get hurt. Lee Hannah silently obeys, and Taehyuk grits his teeth because one wrong move could get her stabbed. He blames himself for dragging Lee Hannah into this, and decides he has to pull the man's attention away from her. Taehyuk activates voice modulation and steps forward, trying to sound calm as he tells the man not to get excited and to listen. The voyeur jerks toward Taehyuk and demands to know who he is, already rattled by this new student stepping into the standoff. Taehyuk plays it cool and says he is just a passing student, but the man immediately snaps at him to go away. Instead of backing off, Taehyuk points to the camera gear and flatly identifies the crime, making it clear he knows exactly what kind of predator this man is. He goes even harder by reciting the law and the prison term for secretly filming someone's body, forcing the man to hear his crime named out loud. Then Taehyuk twists the knife deeper by warning that using a weapon doubles the punishment, and he invites the man to talk to him instead. The pressure finally breaks him, and the panicked voyeur explodes, shouting that he will kill both of them and disappear before anyone knows. That outburst is exactly the shift Taehyuk wanted, because the knife turns away from Lee Hannah and settles on him instead. Inside, Taehyuk stays cold and realizes Plan A is dead, but Plan B has just begun working. So Taehyuk slowly reaches a hand toward the armed man and answers his threat with a deliberate, dangerous calm. Really? Then, with a knife right in his face, Taehyuk doesn't flinch and coldly dares the voyeur to try killing him. He keeps talking about what real murder feels like, and the voyeur starts breaking before he can even strike. Taehyuk takes one step closer and snaps that a man like him has no business holding a knife. The bluff works perfectly, and the man stumbles onto thin air where a corridor should have been. Taehyuk's fake corridor collapses, and the voyeur crashes down the hidden stairs unconscious. Only after the trap works does Taehyuk finally let himself breathe, grateful he never had to use his riskier backup plan. When Taehyuk offers Lee Hannah a hand, she snaps out of the shock and immediately fixates on the painting instead of the attack. Hannah bluntly identifies the caught voyeur as the assistant principal, making the whole scandal even uglier. She praises Taehyuk for talking the man into panic, while he shrugs it off like the fall happened before he could stop it. Then Hannah sees through him on a different level and says he isn't just an art student at all, but a real forgery specialist. After confirming the man is still alive, Taehyuk asks Hannah to tell the police it was just an accidental fall, and she agrees without pressing him. That shared secret between artist and forger pushes Taehyuk's forgery proficiency to 99, but the mirror warns ordinary painting won't raise it any further. Before the police arrive, Taehyuk cleans up every trace tying him to the trap and prepares to vanish from the school. He realizes the last step to truly claim forgery is bigger than practice. He has to fool Big Mama herself and take back the Rosario. Back in the art room, Hannah casually reveals she already checked the student roster and knows Taehyuk never belonged at this school. Even so, she asks for his real name, and Taehyuk finally gives it to the mentor who taught him forgery. They share their first greeting and their goodbye in the same moment, just as police sirens close and outside. Later, Taehyuk brings Big Mama a covered painting, already knowing this fake masterpiece is the key to forcing a real deal. He drops the polite act, calls her Big Mama to her face, and demands a proper trade for Rosario. When Taehyuk uncovers the painting, Big Mama freezes because the work in front of her looks exactly like the lost trail of the sunset. She inspects it from every angle and still can't find a flaw, which means Taehyuk has fooled the one person hardest to fool. Taehyuk calmly explains that he got it through the Sungjin bounty route after turning in Yuchiolho, then hints that stolen goods belong with a stolen goods broker. Instead of trading the painting straight for Rosario, Taehyuk pushes harder and says he'll take Rosario as the down payment. Big Mama laughs, recognizes just how dangerous his talent is, and agrees to Rosario plus 100 million won. Then she suddenly drags Taehyuk into a crushing hug, turning the negotiation into pure chaos for him. Still gasping, Taehyuk jokes that her hug conveniently erased 100 million won from the math, and Big Mama shamelessly says it was worth more than that. Big Mama finally hands over Rosario on the spot, sealing the deal exactly the way Taehyuk wanted. The moment Big Mama accepts the fake as real, Taehyuk's forgery skill finally becomes a full acquired crime skill. With the temporary slot free again, Taehyuk immediately starts dreaming about grabbing a new skill like X-ray vision next. But before he leaves, Big Mama stops him with a warning that someone is actively looking for him. When Big Mama shows him a photo of the man hunting him, Taehyuk freezes because he recognizes the face of Park Young-hwan, the man whose future murder once got him sentenced to die. He hides his panic in front of Big Mama, but inside he knows this reeks of a much bigger conspiracy. Back home, Taehyuk gives the recovered Rosario to Haran, and she is stunned that he really brought it back. He jokes his way around the truth and credits Kansuk for helping, letting Haran relax just enough to focus on him instead of the mystery. Then Haran suddenly hugs him hard, because what really scared her wasn't the necklace being gone but losing her brother. Her words hit harder than anything else that day when she tells him their mother's most important legacy was never the Rosario, but Taehyuk and Taemin. A month later, Taehyuk returns to school after suspension and finds the whole place buzzing with wild rumors about him. Instead of getting caught up in the rumors, Taehyuk goes to the library and finds Eun-young worn out from spending nights helping him cram for the retest. Taehyuk thanks her sincerely, because between her relentless prep work and his improved intelligence, the retest now feels genuinely winnable. When Taehyuk casually calls her class president again, the flustered girl finally asks him to use her name instead, making the last study session feel suddenly more personal. Back in the library before the retest, Taehyuk thanks Eun-young for carrying him this far, and their final study session starts with a quietly closer mood. At the retest classroom, the student advisor meets Taehyuk with open hostility and makes it obvious he wants this exam to crush him. The advisor digs through Taehyuk's desk and even checks his pens like he's searching a criminal, dragging out the humiliation on purpose. He goes further by admitting the retest was made harder on purpose and that he'll watch Taehyuk all day for any excuse to call it cheating. But the moment the test begins, Taehyuk realizes Eun-young saw the trap coming and had already drilled him on almost all of it. So while the advisor waits for him to crack, Taehyuk calmly works through the harder questions one after another with real confidence. By the end of the day, the advisor flips through Taehyuk's finished papers in disbelief because most of the answers are actually correct. Cornered by the results, the advisor snaps and starts yelling that the retest is invalid and that Taehyuk must have cheated anyway. When the advisor is about to strike in a fit of anger, Young Nam-ho steps in at exactly the right moment and takes over the scoring. Taehyuk steps out to wait, leaving the advisor trapped inside with Young Nam-ho watching over the scoring. Outside the room, Eun-young is waiting in raw suspense, and Taehyuk answers with a simple V sign that tells her he passed the trap. The hallway tension finally breaks, and Taehyuk meets her excitement with an upbeat high five that seals the win. The next day, Taehyuk's posted scores shock the school, 2nd in class and 7th in the whole school, even after the harder retest. Looking at the posted scores, Taehyuk quietly says that on a normal test he would have taken first place. That ranking flips Taehyuk's image overnight, and the same girls who feared him start talking like he's the lead in a school romance. Eun-young hears the gossip and feels the sting of it, because she remembers being the one who trusted Taehyuk before his grades changed everyone's tune. Then she finally stands up and warns the girls off in public, bluntly claiming Taehyuk is headed to university with her. On the day Big Mama pays the rest, Taehyuk changes out of his school image and into rough back alley clothes that make even him do a double take. The outfit works a little too well, because a bearded man in the alley immediately mistakes him for someone already in Big Mama's line of work. As he keeps walking, Taehyuk reminds himself that 4 crime skills and better grades still don't mean his future is safe yet. His thoughts lock onto Park Young-hwan, the politician whose future murder once destroyed Taehyuk's life. He remembers Park Young-hwan as a respected anti-chaebol politician who would later rise fast and draw huge public support. Then Taehyuk relives the nightmare evidence that framed him: fingerprints, CCTV, witnesses, and even the murder weapon all pointed straight at him. A brutal memory hits Taehyuk again. In his past life, someone knocked him out, planted a bloody knife in his hand, and left him beside a man stabbed to death. The case moved too fast to be natural, and even while two strange facts were ignored, the media turned Taehyuk into a monster. Because they couldn't reach him in prison, the press went after Taemin and Haran instead, and the thought of what his family suffered makes Taehyuk sick. He forces himself to calm down, and decides the first step is digging into Park Young-hwan with Big Mama's help. Inside the pawn shop, Big Mama warmly greets Taehyuk and teases him about how well his new clothes suit him. She says she prepared the rest of his payment, then dramatically pulls out a vitamin drink box from the safe. When Taehyuk opens it and finds actual bottled drinks, he snaps in disbelief, and Big Mama laughs off the prank. This time she brings out the real boxes, and Taehyuk carefully confirms the full 100 million won before moving on to business. Taehyuk asks if Big Mama really handles information now, and she proudly confirms it while joking about wanting a grander title. He asks for everything on Park Young-hwan, and Big Mama instantly names a steep price because the target is a retired high-grade political heavyweight. The price hurts, but Taehyuk agrees anyway and tells her accuracy matters more than anything. As he leaves, Big Mama casually offers him work again, and Taehyuk can only laugh at her low hourly wage even while admitting he still has a lot to learn from her. Back at home, Taehyuk hands Haran his report card, and she first assumes it belongs to Taemin. When she sees Taehyuk is ranked 2nd in class and 7th in the whole school, Haran explodes with shock and pride. Taehyuk gently corners her with a harder question. She was always smart enough for the university she wanted, wasn't she? He reveals he found the acceptance letter she hid, and Haran finally admits she gave up her dream because of him and Taemin. Instead of blaming her, Taehyuk apologizes first, and Haran finally breaks down crying in front of him. Taehyuk tells her to quit the factory, prepare for the entrance exam, and go to university with him next year. Haran worries about living expenses and tuition, but Taehyuk insists he has enough money to make it work. To justify the money, Taehyuk awkwardly claims a vice president once gifted him an expensive painting, and Haran is immediately alarmed by the story. When he shows her the box stuffed with cash, Haran nearly faints from the sight of that much money. Even then, Haran's first instinct is to return the money, forcing Taehyuk to argue that refusing a rich man's gift would be ruder than using it well. His push finally works, and he tells her to lock the money away and start thinking like a student again. When Taehyuk says a female friend recommended a good cram school, Haran goes still for a second, suddenly noticing her little brother has grown up. He tells her to write her resignation letter right away, and those words light up the dream she buried years ago. Left alone later, Taehyuk quietly swears he will change the future that ruined all of them before. That same night, Haran lies awake in disbelief, happier than when they first moved, because her dream no longer feels lost. She even smiles at the thought of quitting before her abusive factory manager can bother her again. To make sure it isn't a dream, she checks the hidden chest again and stares at the real 50 million won inside. But the recent burglary still haunts her, and she realizes plain hiding places are no longer enough to protect the family's future. She comes up with her own countermeasure, smiling in relief because she is ready to do anything to keep this money safe. After school the next day, Taehyuk stays behind with Eun-young and asks her to recommend a cram school for Haran. Once she hears Haran wants to take next year's exam, the classmate flips into full study consultant mode and starts firing precise questions at Taehyuk. After checking school after school on her phone, the classmate finally shows Taehyuk the best basic cram school she can find. The monthly fee and extra costs hit Taehyuk hard, because paying for both him and Haran will eat through more than 25 million won. The classmate awkwardly explains this was already the cheap option, and Taehyuk feels again how brutally everything comes down to money. He mutters that he will squeeze every chance he can get, and the classmate answers with a small, earnest cheer. When Taehyuk casually says the three of them should pass next year, the classmate goes quiet, caught off guard by being included in that future. She pushes past the awkward pause and keeps teaching, warning him that admissions also mean essays and interviews, while Taehyuk fills his notebook for later. Then a sudden vibration interrupts him, and Taehyuk briefly pulls out the demon-revealing mirror before realizing the alert came from his phone. Eun-young laughs and points out he grabbed the wrong thing, so Taehyuk checks his actual phone instead. The text is from Haran, but it cuts off after only a few characters, and Taehyuk instantly knows something is very wrong. He apologizes to Eun-young and bolts out of the classroom without another second to spare. In the taxi, Taehyuk keeps calling Kang-suk for backup, but the unanswered phone only makes the situation feel worse. With no help coming, he reminds himself that the future is no longer fixed and that one wrong change can bring new disasters he never saw before. He reaches his neighborhood, throws the driver extra cash, and sprints toward home praying he isn't too late. He makes it home to find Haran surrounded by a crowd of suited men who have turned their small house into a trap. Their leader welcomes Taehyuk with fake warmth, already acting like this home and family belong to him now. When Taehyuk threatens to call the police, The man smoothly presents himself as Han Sang-won of SY Capital and claims this is all legal debt collection. One glance around tells Taehyuk how fake that legality is, because bats and iron pipes are already stacked nearby as silent threats. Taehyuk tells Haran not to worry because he won't let any of them touch her, but Han Sang-won calmly redirects to the debt itself. Han Sang-won claims Haran owes roughly 300 million won as a guarantor, and Taehyuk immediately objects because that debt was supposed to be legally escaped long ago. To prove he came prepared, Han Sang-won hands over a court payment order that reactivates the old debt. As he reads, Taehyuk understands the trick. These vultures buy dead debts cheap, revive them through the courts, and trap people in lifelong repayment. Han Sang-won admits he only rushed the lawsuit after spotting their new house, because money always draws predators. Then he reveals the real target, a bank book in Cho Kang-suk's name, and he demands the password so they can empty the account without hurting anyone. Taehyuk pieces it together at once. Haran moved the cash into Kang-suk's account to protect it, and she has held out alone against these men for hours. Wanting to kill them but knowing Haran's safety comes first, Taehyuk swallows his rage and gives up the password himself. The gang immediately confirms the 50 million won transfer, mocks the family for still owing far more, and strolls out laughing. The door closes, and Haran finally collapses into tears, apologizing because she couldn't protect the money after all. Seeing what she endured hardens Taehyuk completely, and he vows to make them pay back every tear tenfold. He fixes his gaze on Han Sang-won's SY Capital card and stands up with one clear decision. Now it is his turn to fight back and destroy them. Taehyuk studies Big Mama's report on SY Capital and learns the company is a clean-looking legal front for debt collection, gambling, drugs, and smuggling. What really stings is the name behind SY Capital's protection, because Taehyuk recognizes the politician and bitterly calls it another ill-fated connection from his past life. Since his current skills are not enough to fight SY Capital head-on, Taehyuk decides to hunt down new crime skills and use criminals' own talents against them. His eyes stop on SY Capital's illegal casino, a place making 1 billion won a day through card games run by expert cheats. Taehyuk remembers getting humiliated by prison gamblers who cheated him out of snacks every day, and that ugly memory turns into a clue. He sets his target on the casino and guesses that gambling there will finally let him learn the gambling skill. Later in a quiet cafe, Taehyuk meets Detective Park Yoon-bae, the corrupt cop Big Mama connected him to. Park immediately shows his cheap, greasy side by ordering only water and asking what kind of help Taehyuk wants. Taehyuk calmly says he plans to eat up SY Capital's gambling den, and Park laughs because the kid in front of him does not look like a professional cheat. Park admits he already has a line into SY Capital, confirming he is exactly the kind of bot cop Taehyuk needs for this dirty job. Taehyuk briefly thinks of Cho Kang-suk, but he deliberately avoids dragging the honest detective into a crime and keeps him reserved as protection for Haran and Taemin. When Park asks how much he will get paid, Taehyuk gives an answer that satisfies his greed and secures his cooperation for the operation in 3 days. 3 days later, Taehyuk and Park head out for the casino showdown. Instead of a filthy backroom, Park brings him to an upscale hotel suite, and Taehyuk realizes SY Capital's illegal casino hides behind luxury. Standing at the guarded door in his leather jacket and skinny jeans, Taehyuk suddenly feels underdressed for a place this polished. The guards bow to Park on sight, and he crudely reminds them not to call him detective here, but Hyungnim. Inside, Taehyuk finds a fully running casino with dozens of tables, uniformed dealers, and more than 1 billion won moving through the room. Looking over the money in the crowd, Taehyuk quietly notes that one of SY's bribed police officers is standing right next to him. Taehyuk then spots Han Sang-won working as a dealer, the same thug who threatened Haran during the debt collection visit. Han hurries over to Park and grumbles that a detective should not show up in person, exposing just how casually SY Capital treats its pet cop. Park tells Han he is only here to watch because the real player tonight is Taehyuk. Han recognizes Taehyuk at once and mocks him, asking if he came to win enough to pay off his debt before joking that he might lose his organs instead. Taehyuk answers by opening the box he brought, and Han's taunting mood shifts the moment he sees it stuffed with cash. Now taking him seriously, Han leads Taehyuk to a 7-card stud table and seats him against a dealer and several hidden card sheets. As soon as the cards come out, Taehyuk catches the dealer hiding something and realizes the usual trap is starting already. He quickly reads the pattern. They plan to let the rookie win early, raise his confidence and bets, and then drain him dry with fixed draws. Right on cue, the demon revealing mirror reacts and Taehyuk finally learns the crime skill gambling. The skill's blunt description catches him off guard, because it flatly says he will become a dishonest gambler. When the dealer asks if he even knows 7-card stud, Taehyuk plays the harmless beginner and says he crammed from a book yesterday. Before the first real hand, Taehyuk asks to set his little mirror on the table like a lucky charm, quietly putting his tool in play. His opening hand is 2 aces and a king, strong enough to win but awkward to reveal because a smart player can read too much from the exposed card. He deliberately reveals the king instead of an ace, making a choice bold enough to pass as beginner clumsiness while still controlling the table's read on him. The next card gives him another king, completing 2 pair and setting up a hand the table will still hesitate to chase. Taehyuk loudly half-bets like an excited amateur, but the other players instantly fold because they can already read danger in his visible cards. Only the dealer stays in, claiming curiosity about the finished hand, and Taehyuk recognizes that the real opponent is the man controlling the cards. Taehyuk lands a full house and takes 7 million won in one shot, a flashy first win that makes the room think beginner's luck is carrying him. As he studies the table, Taehyuk realizes every so-called guest here is another card sheet stacked against him from the start. The new gambling skill suddenly makes terrifying sense, because combined with spying, robbery, voice modulation, and forgery, it turns Taehyuk into a complete cheating machine. Even so, he stays cautious, because his opponents are seasoned cheats too and he still does not know the full range of their tricks. Using voice modulation, Taehyuk starts performing the role of an overexcited young winner, and keeps the table underestimating him. That fake persona helps him dominate the next 4 hands too, piling up full houses, 4 of a kind, and a straight until the table starts to panic. The cheaters silently accuse the dealer of failing the setup, and he desperately signals back that Taehyuk's streak was not arranged by him. Realizing luck alone can no longer explain this, the cheaters finally decide to stop playing soft and feed Taehyuk a losing hand. The dealer gives Taehyuk a weak 2, 4, 5 and then a 6, baiting him into chasing an unfinished straight, while the others pump the pot higher and higher. Taehyuk keeps calling without flinching, and by the time the last hidden card remains, the pot has swollen to a brutal 100 million won. One cheat needles him for chasing a straight, and Taehyuk coolly bluffs back as if he knows he missed but is calling anyway. The dealer confidently deals the final hidden cards in the exact order he wants, sure he still controls the entire deck. The cheaters reveal their hands one by one, ending with a proud straight 7, and they already move like the money belongs to them. Taehyuk stops them cold by pointing out that nobody has checked his hand yet. They laugh it off and assume his only miracle would be a flush, still convinced the dealer's arranged draw makes a 3 impossible. Then the dealer lays down his own flush of aces, piling on the pressure and making Taehyuk look completely finished. Instead of panicking, Taehyuk casually says gambling is fun and starts turning over his cards with eerie composure. The dealer explodes when Taehyuk turns over a hidden 3, because that card was never supposed to be in the rigged draw at all. The table still tries to cling to the straight 7 as the winner, until Taehyuk quietly points out they are reading his hand wrong. His 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 are all the same suit, turning the impossible comeback into a straight flush and crushing everyone at the table. Taehyuk calmly asks why the dealer insisted a 3 could never appear, exposing that he understands exactly how they rigged the deck. In that moment the other cheaters finally understand the truth. The kid they tried to fleece is a monster-level cheat himself. Taehyuk presses harder by pointing out where marks on the T device, and coolly suggesting they replace it with a clean one. Forced to hide their cheating, the casino replaces the rigged T and starts a new game under Taehyuk's terms. The dealer vows to make him lose, but over the next 5 games Taehyuk breaks their pride and strips the table of its money. Only 2 hours after sitting down, Taehyuk has tripled his money and stacked up 150 million won in front of him. Elsewhere in the casino, Han Sang-won hears that Taehyuk cleaned up the house cheats and instantly understands this loss belongs to SY Capital itself. Han turns on the kneeling dealer with icy anger, because mistaking Taehyuk for an easy sucker has now cost the organization real money. He coldly decides the mistake is worth a finger, and the terrified dealer can only beg. Han makes a call and orders SY Capital's best card cheat, Kim Shin-hyun, to come face this unexpected opponent directly. About 10 minutes later, Han wipes blood from his knife and opens the door to greet Kim Shin-hyun, leaving the punished dealer on the floor clutching his mangled hand. Kim Shin-hyun arrives expecting a serious target, but Han's answer catches him off guard. The player causing all this trouble is just a high school student named Seo Taehyuk. At the casino, Taehyuk calmly watches his winnings grow to 3 cash-filled vitamin boxes, already knowing SY will not let him walk away clean. After the other players are called away, Taehyuk deliberately stays relaxed and orders a harmless cherry cocktail instead of anything that could dull his judgment. Han Sang-won approaches with shaking fingers and a polite smile, trying to lure Taehyuk to a special private table. When Han checks whether Detective Park is gone, Taehyuk plays along, and Han's satisfied grin gives away that he thinks the kid is finally defenseless. Han leads Taehyuk into the manager's room, where a wounded dealer and the sharp-eyed gambler Kim Shin-hyun are already waiting. Taehyuk pushes for higher stakes, and Han immediately raises the base bet to 3 million won because he wants this match finished fast. As the game begins, Taehyuk realizes Kim Shin-hyun is nothing like the cheap cheats from before and is treating him like real prey. On an early hand, Taehyuk reads Kim's exposed pair of 2s, then quietly uses spying through the demon-revealing mirror to confirm Kim is bluffing with only another pair, not a triple. Even knowing the setup, Taehyuk still drops the first round when Kim draws back-to-back 2s, and Han finally starts to breathe easier. Taehyuk keeps folding and bleeding money on purpose until 50 million vanishes, letting Han believe the trap is working perfectly. Then Taehyuk catches triple aces on the 4th turn and immediately realizes Han is steering him toward one huge deciding hand he cannot avoid. Taehyuk raises anyway, and the pot swells to 30 million as both sides commit to the showdown. On the 6th card, Taehyuk lands 4 aces, a hand strong enough to bet everything he has. Before the last draw, Taehyuk uses spying again and sees the ugly truth. Kim already holds the spade sequence for a straight flush if the final card hits. Kim theatrically declares all in before the last hidden card is even drawn, betting everything on the final pull and daring Taehyuk to follow. Taehyuk immediately calls the full 150 million, pushing the pot to 300 million won. Refusing to trust a final flourish, Taehyuk insists the last card be placed on the table first so nobody can cheat in the reveal. The reveal seems to go exactly Han's way when Kim turns over the 7 of spades and completes the straight flush. Han reaches for the money at once, but Taehyuk blocks him and coolly says the game is not over because he still has not drawn his own hidden card. While Han mocks the idea of beating a completed 4 of a kind, Taehyuk calmly says he has something close to a gambling god on his side. Then Taehyuk shocks them by producing a joker from his sleeve, declaring it a 5th ace and claiming the strongest hand at the table. Han explodes and calls his men, and Taehyuk finally drops the act, saying he knew from the start SY would never pay out no matter how much he won. When nobody answers Han's shouting, Taehyuk quietly asks what Detective Park is doing right now, forcing Han to realize something has gone wrong outside. The truth is bigger than one poker scam. Taehyuk's real goal was to use tonight to cripple SY by exposing the casino that funds the whole organization. Because of that plan, Taehyuk had already promised Park Young-bae half the profits in exchange for helping bring the whole place down. Han's panic gets its answer when one of his suited men bursts into the room and blurts out that the police are already outside. Han's face twists as he realizes Park Young-bae sold him out, and the room's power balance flips in an instant. While Han is distracted, Taehyuk starts gathering the 300 million won haul, figuring Kim Shin Hyun has probably already run for the exit. Taehyuk needles Han with Haran's debt, and even offers the money back, just to show that this stack will soon be worthless once the police seize the room. That taunt finally snaps Han, and he yanks out a knife even as Taehyuk warns him the police net is already closing. Park is still late, so Taehyuk is suddenly stuck alone in a very real knife fight he never wanted. Right at that worst moment, the demon-revealing mirror flashes a new crime skill, violence, with the absurdly simple benefit of being able to use iron pipes. Taehyuk activates the skill anyway, and an iron pipe appears in his hand out of nowhere. Han slashes for his arm, but Taehyuk swings first and cracks the pipe into Han's head with much more force than he expected. System effects kick in through the weapon, and Taehyuk realizes his stats are making him stronger and faster with the pipe in hand. When Han charges again, Taehyuk calmly smashes the knife hand and sends the blade clattering to the floor. Desperate and furious, Han stumbles to a drawer, pulls out a pistol, and suddenly turns the fight lethal again. Before Han can fire, Park Young-bae finally steps in behind him and presses his own gun to Han's head. Han tries to invoke the powerful backer behind SY, but Park shuts him down by revealing that politician Park Sung-ho has already fallen and named the organization. Park spells it out bluntly. SY is now a bomb nobody will carry, and this is the end of the group. With his bluff dead and his support gone, Han finally crumples and stops fighting. Taehyuk immediately complains that Park showed up far too late, and Park handcuffs Han while pretending to brush it off. Once the arrest is secure, Taehyuk turns straight to business and reminds Park it is time to split the money 50-50 like they agreed. Taehyuk counts out 2 boxes for Park and keeps 2 for himself, making the deal exactly 100 million won each. Park admits he investigated Taehyuk because Big Mama brought him in, and he now suspects this teenager was tied to Park Sung-ho's family collapse too. Taehyuk laughs off the suspicion by calling it an ill-fated relationship from a past life, and Park decides he would gladly work with him again. When Park gets the radio call that the raid is ending, he opens a path through the back and quietly lets Taehyuk leave before the net tightens again. Much later at home, Taehyuk drops onto his bed in relief after surviving the long night. Then he loosens outer clothing while remaining modestly covered and reveals the extra cash bundles he secretly taped under them before splitting the haul with Park. Counting everything up, Taehyuk realizes he actually took home 200 million won in one night, far beyond the life he had just been living. Even so, he still measures the money against what Haran lost and what he spent to get here, staying practical instead of celebrating too much. At the end of the night, Taehyuk leans close to the sleeping Haran and quietly tells her that there are still gifts left, hoping this much will satisfy her for now. At home, Cho Kong-suk sits at the kitchen table and apologizes to Taehyuk for being useless while a murder case kept him buried for weeks. Taehyuk tells him not to feel bad, but Kong-suk is still furious he missed the calls and could not help Taehyuk and Haran sooner. When Kong-suk hears Haran wants to go back to university, he blurts out that he wishes he had not donated all his reward money. Taehyuk instantly teases him about confessing, because Kong-suk's crush on Haran is painfully obvious. The hulking detective turns bright red and insists he wants to start as just friends, which sounds hopeless even to Taehyuk. While Kong-suk awkwardly changes the subject, Taehyuk quietly decides he needs this dependable detective close if he is going to protect Haran and fight bigger enemies. He goes further than that and decides to push Kong-suk and Haran together, because Kong-suk is the kind of man Taehyuk could trust with his sister. Taehyuk even imagines the absurd future where this big lonely detective might really end up becoming his brother-in-law. Keeping his voice low so Haran will not hear, Taehyuk slips Kong-suk an envelope as a secret gift. Inside are planetarium tickets, and Taehyuk tells Kong-suk to invite Haran because she loves looking at the stars. Kong-suk wants to say yes, but the murder case has stolen every weekend for the next month, and his face falls immediately. That settles it for Taehyuk. If he wants those two to get even a few dates before Haran leaves for cram school, he has to solve Kang-suk's case first. Taehyuk quietly asks what case is keeping him so locked down, but Kang-suk says even the media pressure has put the whole investigation under strict secrecy. From that alone, Taehyuk narrows it down to something serious enough to shake the public, either a serial murder case or a major terror incident. Later that night on a rooftop, Taehyuk grumbles that if he wants to help Kang-suk and Haran, he has to start using his new power for real. He tests the violent skill by swinging the summoned iron pipe and feeling how much it boosts his strength and movement. Even with the violent skill helping, Taehyuk judges that he is still nowhere near ready for the kind of impossible outnumbered fight he fears. One result does satisfy him. The summoned iron pipe is much tougher than it looks and could actually save him in an emergency. Then he turns to the bigger trick, restoring a copied smartphone loaded with Kang-suk's account data so he can search the hidden investigation himself. He remembers how easily he stole Kang-suk's login while pretending to sit through one of the detective's earnest smartphone lectures. Digging through the copied messages, Taehyuk realizes which case this is and his expression hardens on the spot. The target is one of the 5 worst criminals from his blacklist, a serial killer known as the Watering Hippo. Taehyuk heads to the suspected sauna crime scene, watching from a distance as a lone officer guards the entrance. The pattern matches the hippo exactly except for one disturbing detail. These murders have started 3 months earlier than Taehyuk remembers. He looks up at the moon and calculates that with 3 days left until the next full moon, he still has a narrow window to find the killer first. To get inside, Taehyuk starts calling officers from Kang-suk's contact list until he finds the one posted at the bathhouse. When the guard's phone finally rings, Taehyuk realizes he has found Kim Jong-wook and immediately answers in Kang-suk's voice. Posing as Detective Cho, Taehyuk tells Kim Jong-wook to check the counter for a forgotten phone, and the officer rushes off without doubting him. With the entrance clear, Taehyuk slips past the tape toward the murder scene, fully aware he looks exactly like the kind of thug the police would arrest on sight. Inside the women's bath, the drained room and the white victim outline hit him with a cold, ugly reminder that someone really died here. He takes out a notebook and uses forgery to sketch the scene, hoping the skill will catch something the police missed. Instead, a brutal vision slams into him, the victim tied and trapped in a tub, dying while forced to breathe through a tube. Gasping, Taehyuk checks the demon-revealing mirror and learns that forgery automatically completed the work by pulling out an intense image from the crime scene. When he looks down, the notebook now holds a disturbingly lifelike drawing of the woman's death, and the nausea nearly makes him throw up. He realizes forgery can work like psychometry, but that does not make the image any easier to shake from his head. He forces himself to keep searching anyway, because he came here to confirm the killer's method, not to break down. On the tile he finds traces the police missed, tastes the residue, and identifies it as salt. That proves the murder weapon was salt water, and Taehyuk finally confirms the killer is the hippo after all. The worst part is that the hippo has awakened ahead of schedule, which means Taehyuk may be the only person in the country who truly knows what is coming. Meanwhile, Kang-suk waits in a cafe for a junior to arrive, checking the time again after already sitting there through 5 coffee refills. As he waits, he pulls out Taehyuk's planetarium tickets and briefly lets himself imagine taking Haran there after the case is solved. He even considers texting Haran, then spirals into nervous panic hard enough to make the other customers mistake him for a gangster. A man with glasses approaches and introduces himself as Shin Seho, a producer from ABS station who has clearly been tailing Kang-suk for a story. Kang-suk shuts him down at once, but Shin Seho cheerfully plants himself nearby anyway, pretending to be just another customer. Kang-suk spots the hidden microphone and feels the extra weight of having to fight both criminals and the media circling the case. Then the person Kang-suk was actually waiting for arrives, Ju Hyun-ho, a stylish profiler who looks more like a celebrity than a cop's junior. Kang-suk calls him over and grumbles about the wait, while Hyun-ho slips into the seat with an easy apology and rich man calm. The women nearby instantly notice Hyun-ho, but no one dares interrupt with Kang-suk sitting across from him like a wall. Kang-suk lowers his voice and explains that he called in one of the country's top profilers because this murderer is so abnormal the case has hit a wall. Hyun-ho starts to refuse because he does not normally handle plain murder cases, but Kang-suk cuts him off and says this one is the work of a completely insane man. At the cafe, Kang-suk quietly explains the hippo case, and Hyun-ho blurts out the killer's method before getting hushed because Seho might be listening nearby. Their old university chemistry shows right away, with Hyun-ho clowning around and Kang-suk privately thinking it is a good thing this unnerving genius became a profiler. The moment their chat is done, Kang-suk pays the bill and abruptly tells Hyun-ho to start the car and run, ditching Seho before he can keep tailing them. After shaking him off, Kang-suk and Hyun-ho drive straight to the second murder scene, with Hyun-ho eagerly switching on the police signal to get there faster. On the way, Kang-suk tries to talk about lunch, but Hyun-ho is too energized by the case and jokes that what he is about to see is more delicious than food. They arrive at the newly built bathhouse, and even before going in, Kang-suk bitterly notes that a murder here has probably ruined the owner's life too. A guard greets them at the taped-off scene, more impressed by Hyunho's expensive BMW than anything else, and waves the two investigators inside. Inside the stripped-down bathroom, Kang-suk studies the file while Hyunho immediately focuses on the victim's original position and starts directing the reenactment. Kang-suk grudgingly curls himself into the victim's posture on the floor, and Hyunho cracks up that he looks like a deep-fried shrimp. Kang-suk snaps and throws Hyunho into a headlock, but Hyunho blurts out that he already thinks he knows how the hippo killed the victims. Once Kang-suk lets go, Hyunho lays out the setup. The victim was tied with her arms behind her back, and the tube in her mouth was the only way she could still breathe. Hyunho explains that the victim's head must have been submerged, and the killer toyed with her by blocking and unblocking the tube so she could choke, panic, and cling to that tiny lifeline. Then Hyunho points to the 1-liter bucket and says the hippo turned breathing itself into a trap by forcing the victim to drink whatever was inside to get air again. Milk, soy sauce, even cooking oil went through that tube first, and each time the victim had to swallow the whole bucketful just to buy a little more air. At the end, the hippo switched the tube into the bathtub itself, and the victim kept drinking impossible amounts of water because she still believed one more swallow might let her live. The truth hits Kang-suk all at once, and he explodes in rage when he realizes the killer used the victim's own will to survive as the weapon that killed her. Half an hour later, after Kang-suk finally cools down, Hyunho gives him a rough profile of the hippo and then asks one personal favor for after the arrest. Hyunho asks to handle the killer's psychological analysis himself, and Kang-suk agrees in a cold voice that says the bastard may not be able to speak properly by the time he gets him. With 2 days left before the next full moon, Taehyuk thinks through the real problem. He knows the hippo's identity too well, and if he talks carelessly, he could end up looking like the killer himself. He knows he could just smash the hippo with an iron pipe and drag him to the police, but without proof, that would never hold. So he settles on the obvious answer instead: catch the hippo in the middle of a crime and record it. Taehyuk smiles when he remembers the hidden cameras he kept from the earlier voyeur case and decides to plant them at the hippo's third crime scene. Then he freezes because he suddenly realizes he forgot the exact location, only that it was some kind of aquarium. He checks the blacklist, finds no exact name, and starts reasoning that the place had to be an aquarium that was closed at night, because the hippo needed time to torture, not a busy public venue. That search leaves him with only one match, and he is startled to find the aquarium is just 5 kilometers from home. Knowing how close the murder site is makes the threat feel immediate, and Taehyuk decides he will go out that very night and set the trap himself. As he gets ready, Taehyuk looks back on how different this hunt is from Yuchiolho's case, when he barely understood his crime skills and could only rely on luck and a report to the police. The hippo is much worse, because only the killer and Taehyuk himself know his identity, while even the police are still stuck chasing a ghost who leaves no evidence behind. He also knows the future body count should reach 10 over the next year, so the fact that the hippo started earlier than expected means Taehyuk has to intervene now and get stronger fast. Instead of leaning on one trick this time, Taehyuk decides he may need all 6 of his crime skills working together if he wants to beat the hippo. He gathers paints, plasterboards, ropes, glass beads, and more into a huge bag, loading himself down with everything he needs for the trap. Just before leaving, one buried memory slams back into place, and Taehyuk finally remembers who the hippo's next victim is supposed to be. The name is Yoon Yuri, and Taehyuk realizes that in the future he remembers, she was already dead before he ever worked security at Sungjin Group. That means Yuri is meant to die tomorrow, and Taehyuk can only stare out into the cloud-covered night, knowing he has to let the kidnapping start if he wants to catch the killer properly. Elsewhere that night, Yoon Yuri pushes her own wheelchair home from a client meeting, still living by the promise she made to move forward on her own after her older sister died. Her thoughts drift back to that old wound. Her sister was murdered by Yuchiolho, and Yuri herself once spat in his face when he threatened to escape and kill her next. Yuri forced herself to become stronger after that, and now even a steep hill only makes her pause, catch her breath, and prepare to push through it alone. Before she can start, a friendly-looking man comes up behind her and offers to help push, and Yuri thinks his face looks oddly familiar. When the man says he was with Kang-suk during the bounty visit, Yuri relaxes for one fatal second and recognizes the connection. That trust is all the hippo needs, and he jabs something into Yuri's neck before she can react. Yuri wakes in darkness, already trapped, blindfolded with leather, arms tied behind her back, sealed inside what feels like a glass box. When cold water starts rising around her, Yuri realizes in pure terror that she is being drowned alive and can do almost nothing to stop it. As the water reaches her face, Yuri realizes the kidnapper is not Yuchiolho but a different monster with the same dead eyes, and she breaks down calling for her murdered sister. Around the same time, Hyunho sits in his room with the hippo file spread across the floor, replaying the dates until one missing pattern finally clicks. The murders line up with the full moon, and Hyunho instantly realizes the hippo is probably preparing another kill right now. He tries to call Kang-suk first, but when the phone will not connect, Hyunho drops the hesitation and starts mobilizing everyone he can. His group text orders his contacts to check any closed bathhouse, aquarium, or swimming pool at once, because the hippo could already be at work. Then midnight hits, and Hyunho narrows it down himself to one nearby place with enough water and enough privacy, H aquarium. Thrilled and tense, he starts his BMW himself and heads out, still begging Kansuk to pick up so they can go hunt the hippo together. At H Aquarium, Taehyuk finishes building a trap that uses all the crime skills he can bring to bear, and he looks genuinely satisfied with the result. He also confirms the lone guard is asleep in the office in front of the security monitors, leaving the building open enough for his hunt to begin. At 12:09 a.m. on December 4th, Taehyuk checks the time, knows the hippo should already be somewhere inside, and opens the back door. With the trap set and the killer waiting somewhere ahead, Taehyuk steps into the dark aquarium and begins hunting the hippo. At the aquarium, Taehyuk locks onto Area 2 as the real hunting ground, because the hippo is hiding in the performer's side where the murder is supposed to happen. He quietly checks the tiny cameras he planted around the waiting room, confident the footage will finally pin the hippo down as a serial killer. But his real problem is Yuri. Without her wheelchair, he can't carry her out fast enough if the killer starts chasing them. That risk makes him commit to the trap instead of a simple rescue, because if he misplays this, Yuri could end up as the hippo's hostage. He pulls out the aquarium master key he prepared for tonight, pleased that robbery and forgery finally gave him exactly the kind of tool a heist needs. He remembers how he stole the original from a guard, made a mold, and forged a plastic duplicate that can open the whole building. Right before the showdown, a late-night call from Haran cuts through his nerves and jolts him out of his tunnel vision. He lies that he only stepped out for a walk, while Haran admits she woke up, checked his room, and got worried when he was gone. When she asks if he's doing something foolish, Taehyuk dodges the question and promises there will be something good for her this weekend. Haran turns serious and reminds him that she's always on his side, a line that hits him hard because it is the same support that carried him in his darkest time. He ends the call, coughs, slaps his own cheeks, and forces himself back into cold focus before the trap begins. Taehyuk slips into the broadcast room, knowing the first move is to pull the hippo away from Yuri's side. Using voice modulation, he copies a guard's voice and sends a fake warning about a drainage pipe inspection only to the hippo's area. At the same time, Ju Hyunho arrives outside the aquarium and finds Cho Kansuk already waiting in the headlights, just as suspicious as he is. Their quick exchange makes it clear either man wants to ignore this lead, even if no other backup has shown up yet. Even on the way into a serial killer's den, Hyunho keeps cracking jokes until Kansuk shuts him up with a disgusted headlock. When Hyunho asks what happens if the hippo is really inside, Kansuk quietly taps the real gun at his waist and keeps walking. Once inside the dark aquarium, they split up at a fork, with Kansuk taking the main aquarium side and Hyunho heading for the performance venue. They try to coordinate by phone, but Kansuk's dead battery leaves them working separately in the dark with only a promise to call if they find anything. Hyunho gets fired up by old memories of being Kansuk's famous partner, and this time he badly wants to be the one who catches the hippo first. Elsewhere, young Yuri is trapped blindfolded in a tank of icy water, bound hand and foot with only a narrow tube keeping her barely alive. Her kidnapper keeps covering the tube at random intervals, turning every breath into a fresh panic because she never knows when the air will stop again. What breaks her even more is the sound of someone watching and laughing while she suffers, making her feel like she's already in a killer's hands. As she thinks of her dead sister and the life she was trying to keep living for her, Yuri fights not to collapse into despair. Then the fake guard broadcast echoes into the room, and the killer clicks his tongue because he suddenly has to deal with other people in the building. When the man says he guesses he'll have to kill them too and walks away, Yuri is left terrified that he may come back after more bloodshed. A new set of footsteps comes back, and Yuri braces for death until a different voice starts freeing her restraints instead. Taehyuk awkwardly explains he has to touch her to get her out, and keeps insisting he isn't looking, which only makes the rescue feel more chaotic and real. Once Yuri opens her eyes, she recognizes the black-haired high schooler from the Uchiho case, and can barely believe Seo Taehyuk came for her. Taehyuk gives her his leather jacket, and tries to pass it off with a dry joke that this is extra hippo service after her last bounty payment felt too small. Yuri pulls the jacket on with a shaky thank you, but she is still barely covered and trembling from the cold. Taehyuk checks her forehead and realizes she's ice cold, so the rescue instantly shifts from escape to treating dangerous hypothermia. With no towel anywhere, Taehyuk strips off his t-shirt too and hands it over so Yuri can dry herself and warm up a little faster. Seeing a bit of color finally return to her face, he decides the only safe next step is carrying her to a heated concession stand. Yuri can barely hold herself up, so Taehyuk kneels and tells her to climb onto his back. The moment he lifts her, Taehyuk nearly short-circuits from embarrassment because Yuri is modestly covered by careful framing and simple cloth under the jacket and clinging to him for warmth. Yuri, dazed with relief and cold, feels almost no shame at all and simply sinks against his warm back like it's the first safe place she's had all night. To keep moving with her weight on him, Taehyuk activates violence for extra physical power and ends up carrying the iron pipe in his mouth while both hands support her legs. Meanwhile, Hyunho searches the venue alone with a handgun-shaped gas gun and tries to hype himself up like he's built for this job. He jokes around for a moment, but once he reaches the staff-only door behind the stage, his expression finally sharpens. He kicks the door open expecting a killer, only to find the room empty. Even without the culprit present, The half-full tank and freezing water tell him someone was trapped here until just moments ago. His profiler brain kicks in fast as he calculates that the missing volume points to one person, roughly a 50-kilogram body, having been inside the tank. Then he spots the ropes, breathing tube, and buckets of milk, soy sauce, and oil still lined up, confirming this room is the hippo's murder workshop. The untouched murder supplies make him realize the hippo must have left in a hurry, and Hyunho's face turns white as he understands Kan-suk may have walked straight into him. On the aquarium side, Kan-suk is approached by local officer Kim Jong-wook, a familiar face from nearby murder scene duty who seems to have rushed over after hearing the support request. Their small talk sounds harmless, but Kan-suk quietly notices something off. Jong-wook is in civilian clothes, one hand stays in his pocket, and his pants are soaked. When Kan-suk suggests checking the performance venue together, Jong-wook agrees, then suddenly asks a loaded question about whether Kan-suk came alone. Before Kan-suk can react, Jong-wook closes the distance, twists into a grotesque grin, and pulls a knife because he wants to know how many people he has to kill. The knife buries itself in Kan-suk's chest, dropping him to the floor as Jong-wook finally reveals the truth with sick delight. He is the hippo. In the dark aquarium, Kim Jong-wook freezes when the man he just stabbed in the heart calmly talks back. Jong-wook is sure he felt the blade go in, and the blood on his hands makes the impossible even more disturbing. The voice keeps going and starts peeling open Jong-wook's secret, naming his pattern of hunting women in their 20s and fixating on young Yuri as his perfect prey. The taunting voice even explains how Jong-wook first met Yuri through Yuchiolho's case, ignored her when she looked dead inside, and became obsessed after seeing her recover. By the time the voice lays out his whole method, Jong-wook finally blurts out the truth. This thing is not Cho Kan-suk. When Jong-wook tries to yank the knife free, he realizes the blood was glue, and his hand is stuck fast. He smashes the fake body in a rage, knocking out eyeballs and twisting its head, and only then understands he attacked a doll. The hidden phone inside the doll crackles out, and Taehyuk's grumbling voice comes from the darkness behind Jong-wook. Jong-wook looks up and sees the real attacker at last, a soaked high schooler with an iron pipe and a radio device, calmly introducing himself as someone who hates him. When Jong-wook screams that he will kill him, Taehyuk charges in without hesitation. A quick flashback shows Taehyuk deciding that simple bait was too risky against a serial killer, so he used the one new affinity point from saving Yuri on a temporary enhancement instead. Using warehouse candles and his forgery skill, Taehyuk built a rough wax body of Kan-suk that could move just enough to fool the hippo. He hides a smartphone inside the doll for the fake voice and rigs glue to burst out if the throat or heart gets stabbed. Back in the present, Taehyuk's iron pipe crushes down until Jong-wook's left arm finally snaps. Jong-wook desperately offers surrender and tries to start a tragic confession, but Taehyuk cuts him off and keeps beating him. Taehyuk refuses to hear another killer excuse, and a few more blows leave the hippo unconscious on the floor. When Taehyuk drops the weapon, the summoned iron pipe vanishes, wiping away one more trace of what he did. Still disgusted, Taehyuk strips clothes off the fake Kan-suk and uses them to bind the real killer. He finishes the setup by stuffing the SD card evidence into Jong-wook's mouth and marking him so Kan-suk will find the truth. Elsewhere in the aquarium, Ju Hyun-ho finds young Yuri shivering, partly covered by simple modest cloth in a concession stand, and covers her with his trench coat. Yuri calmly explains what happened, then surprises Hyun-ho by saying the hippo is probably already caught. When Hyun-ho asks who saved her, Yuri only lifts a finger to her lips and decides to keep that man's identity secret. At the same time, the real Cho Kan-suk keeps running through the dim aquarium and realizes the path is looping like a maze. He compares the place to a fox spirit's trick and nearly forces his way through before spotting a collapsed body beyond the impossible route. Kan-suk rushes over and is stunned to find the unconscious man is fellow officer Kim Jong-wook. He confirms the bound man is alive, then notices writing on his sweaty forehead. The forehead message brands the bound man as the hippo and points Kan-suk to the SD card hidden in his mouth. Seeing Hyun-ho's pile of missed calls, Kan-suk phones him back and tersely says he thinks he caught the hippo. Later, Kan-suk and Hyun-ho watch the SD card footage and confirm the ugly truth: the bound officer really is the hippo. Kan-suk seethes over the footage, and Hyun-ho confirms Yuri survived with hypothermia but should live. Hyun-ho then explains the salt water method, laying out how Jong-wook forced victims to keep drinking until their bodies and brains failed. Once the shock settles, both detectives circle back to the stranger who saved Yuri and trapped the killer before they understood the case. Hyun-ho jokes that their unseen helper is the god of investigation, but Kan-suk says the trap was too dirty for that and renames him the god of crime. When the sirens finally arrive, Inspector Kim Do-shik storms in delighted and immediately promises to credit Kan-suk for cracking the case. The praise feels sour because the killer was a cop, but the promotion Taehyuk wanted for Kan-suk is clearly taking shape. A moment later, Hyun-ho quietly pulls Kan-suk aside because the newly conscious Jong-wook is babbling about impossible things. Jong-wook's story about a stabbed man surviving, changing voices, and making an iron pipe appear sounds insane, which only makes Kan-suk's nickname feel more fitting. Far from the aquarium, Taehyuk watches the police cleanup and feels satisfied that Kan-suk's career just jumped forward. His thoughts drift to Seo Haran, and he starts planning not just Kansuk's promotion but his future as a proper match for his sister. Then the demon revealing mirror vibrates with a huge reward, and Taehyuk lights up when he sees he just earned 10 affinity points at once. Before he can celebrate for long, his cracked phone rings, and Big Mama calls with the results of the old Park Young-hwan investigation. Big Mama says the result is strange, and Taehyuk asks where Park Young-hwan is now. The answer hits like a trapdoor. Big Mama tells him Park Young-hwan is already dead, and has been for 2 years. Taehyuk drops the phone in disbelief, because the man he was framed for killing 4 years later should not already be dead now. Staring upward, Taehyuk realizes the truth just moved farther away, because someone else must have been digging into him all along. Outside Big Mama's pawn shop, Taehyuk steadies himself by checking the demon revealing mirror before he goes in. He reviews his 6 crime skills and keeps his 10 affinity points untouched, saving them for whatever threat comes next. When he checks his stats, Taehyuk sees his dexterity has climbed, and he starts fixating on reaching the next rank, noble, as fast as possible. He remembers how hard the hippo fight was and realizes far worse blacklist criminals are still waiting ahead, from monsters in human form to mass killers and cult leaders. Even the blacklist count bothers him, because the system advanced after Moonlight Flower and Big Mama without simple arrests, which means the rules are not what they seem. He tells himself he still has 14 blacklist targets left, but first he needs the truth about Park Young-hwan and whatever Big Mama is hiding. Inside, Big Mama greets him with a smiling part-time job joke, and Taehyuk instantly feels how dangerous her cheerful act really is. Taehyuk cuts straight to business and demands the proper information on Park Young-hwan that he already paid for. Big Mama returns with a thick envelope packed with Park Young-hwan's life history, from school records to old social ties. As Taehyuk reads, Big Mama paints Park Young-hwan as the flawless model son type, bright, talented, and almost too perfect. Then she points to the first crack in that perfect image. Park Young-hwan had strange habits that vanished on important days and returned right after. Taehyuk listens to an interview recording describing Young-hwan's mouth twitch and the eerie way it stopped on test days and election days. On the next track, another witness says Young-hwan often forgot things he had done only days earlier, even while staying brilliant in school. Putting the clues together, Taehyuk says the answer out loud. The real Park Young-hwan died 2 years ago. Big Mama admits she uncovered that shocking fact by chance, but the moment Taehyuk asks what happened next, she slams on the brakes. She says the 10 million only bought this much, and if he wants the rest of the investigation, he has to pay extra. Taehyuk grits his teeth and asks the price, already knowing he cannot walk away without the truth. Big Mama lets him think the extra fee is just 10 million, then coolly drops the real number, a crushing 100 million won. She even points out that he earned money from SY, but Taehyuk refuses to touch the funds he set aside for Haran. When Big Mama calmly says there will be no more investigation until she gets paid, Taehyuk realizes she has him completely trapped this time. So he plays his own trump card and asks if she happens to need any counterfeit artwork. Later at home over dinner, Kansuk finally looks relaxed after the hippo case, and Taehyuk can tell he has been carrying the whole mess too uprightly. Kansuk says the case somehow ended up credited to him, but tomorrow he plans to report everything honestly to his superiors. Taehyuk is exasperated because Kansuk is such a decent man that he is about to throw away his own hard-earned achievement. Then Taehyuk drops his voice so Haran in the kitchen will not hear and asks the real question. When is Kansuk finally going to ask her out? Kansuk instantly panics and tries to dodge it, which only proves to Taehyuk that this man will never make a move on his own. Taehyuk solves it the blunt way and loudly tells Haran that Kansuk wants to go out with her this weekend. With Haran looking right at him expectantly, Kansuk finally gives in and awkwardly asks her out himself. Haran lights up and happily starts talking about packing a lunchbox, turning the whole thing into their first real date in 3 months. Back at school after the case, Taehyuk slumps over his desk and groans that he needs money, needs to help Kansuk, and almost wants to ditch class. A nervous girl beside him warns Taehyuk not to skip school, then reminds him final exams are next week. That leaves Taehyuk blank for a second, because he has been so buried in criminal problems that he forgot final exams were even coming. The same girl shyly offers to tutor him again at her house, and Taehyuk can tell she is hesitating because she really wants help with something else. When Taehyuk gently asks what is wrong, the hesitant classmate looks deeply moved that he noticed and starts opening up about her family problem. She tells Taehyuk her older sister got mixed up in a multi-level scheme and ran away from home. Taehyuk's first reflex is cold calculation, wondering what benefit there is in taking on one more family mess when he is already overloaded. That thought disgusts him, because he realizes he has started thinking like a criminal even towards someone who sincerely helped him. He still ends up justifying it through self-interest, deciding that helping her now will also protect the study support he needs later. So Taehyuk tells her he will help and asks to hear the details privately in her room. Her sincere thanks sting Taehyuk harder than expected, and he quietly counts the 3 separate problems piling onto his shoulders. At Eun Young's house, Taehyuk notices again that the home is strangely empty whenever they study there. He knows her father is usually at the hospital and her mother is being treated there, but the missing sister is the real reason the silence feels heavy. Eun Young explains that her sister Eun Jong clashed badly with their strict father, and that everything started when she was forced into boarding school. The moment she says Hi and age 25, Taehyuk stiffens because those details match the future tragedy that destroyed Haran. A brutal memory crashes back. Before his execution, Taehyuk learned that Haran was ruined by a multi-level scheme and eventually took her own life. Now the overlap is too exact to ignore, and Taehyuk quietly wonders if Eun-jong is the same friend who dragged Haran into that nightmare. Eun-young mistakes his silence for distraction, and Taehyuk forces himself back to the present so she can continue. She says Eun-jong treated school like prison, fell for the leader of a bad crowd, then vanished after leaving behind only an apology letter and stolen valuables. Their father was so furious that he cut Eun-jong off from the family register altogether. Then she explains the real reason she came to Taehyuk. A helmeted man delivered a warning note specifically to Eun-jong's little sister. Taehyuk reads the note and sees the warning in black and white, and Eun-jong is in danger of falling into a multi-level scheme at Taiwei International. When he asks if her father knows, and Eun-young says he ripped the note up without listening, Taehyuk first says this should probably go to the police, trying to draw a safe line before he gets pulled deeper in. That answer makes Eun-young's hands tremble, and she immediately apologizes for becoming a burden. He knows the police alone will not really destroy a company like this, because multi-level scams just rename themselves and keep feeding. So he makes himself one condition. If Eun-jong really is Haran's old friend, he will step into this case personally. He texts Haran and asks directly whether she had a high school friend named Eun-jong. When Haran replies yes and tells him to have Eun-jong contact her, Taehyuk gets the confirmation he feared. Now he knows saving Eun-jong might also break the future that destroyed Haran, and his whole attitude toward the case changes in an instant. Instead of plainly saying yes, Taehyuk grabs a ridiculous excuse and challenges Eun-young to rock paper scissors, tying her win to his help. He offers a ridiculous wager. If she wins rock paper scissors, he will help with her sister's case, but if he wins, she has to assist with his so-called new magic. She snaps into the game so aggressively that Taehyuk, who meant to lose on purpose with gambling, instantly regrets what he just unleashed. Soon after, Taehyuk stands outside Taiwei International and sizes up the 15-story building that has been swallowing people for 10 years and will keep doing it for years more. From the outside alone, he can tell the place works like a dungeon, packed with money, recruits, and a layout designed to keep people trapped inside. He spots janitors and guards moving through the entrance, and immediately decides the cleanest way in is to become one of the janitors. To make that work fast, he tracks down a second-hand janitor uniform through an online marketplace and goes to collect it in person. In a subway restroom, he changes clothes, dampens his hair, and roughs up his face until he looks like a tired older janitor. Back at the entrance, a guard stops him, so Taehyuk uses voice modulation and calmly claims he is replacing a sick worker named Kim. The bluff works, and Taehyuk walks straight into the building after a casual lie built on the fact that there has to be at least one Kim among the janitors. Once inside, he realizes finding an Eun-jong room by room in a 15-floor maze would take forever if he keeps searching blind. Then a flustered woman in a khaki suit rushes in late for a new employee seminar, and Taehyuk instantly recognizes her from the photo as an Eun-jong. Seeing that she really is here as a recruit, he quietly starts following her deeper into the building. The missing elevator tells Taehyuk exactly what kind of place this is, a building built to keep its people from running. He slips into the seminar room through the back, ditches the janitor look, and blends in with the new recruits from the last row. Looking across the room, Taehyuk judges that most of the people here are exactly the type this scam can sweep up with confidence and empty promises. At the front, a middle-aged lecturer starts spinning a slick speech about the IMF crisis, overconsumption, and survival, baiting the room with half-truths that sound reasonable. The recruits who were barely listening start leaning in, because the man knows exactly how to turn fear and greed into obedience. Then Taehyuk recognizes the speaker at last and feels the danger lock into place. This smooth recruiter is blacklist scammer Choi Sung-yeol. In Taiwei's seminar room, Choi Sung-yeol smoothly sells the dream that workers become owners here, not disposable employees. The pitch gets stronger as decoys of all ages praise the company, making the room feel like success is already guaranteed. When Choi dangles a shortcut to higher rank and bigger payouts, the whole crowd starts leaning in. A testimonial video and a supposed rookie flashing a foreign car key push the room into full greed mode. Taehyuk immediately realizes the car key is a prop, and the whole show feels like a fake luxury label pasted over a scam. He checks the demon revealing mirror, but even here he still doesn't gain a new crime skill. Then he spots an Eun-jong off to one side, seriously copying Choi Sung-yeol's words into a notebook instead of acting like a planted helper. Up close, Eun-jong proudly shows him her notes and admits she genuinely admires Choi Sung-yeol and wants to become like him. Using the fake name Lee Cheol-soo, Taehyuk starts probing her gently, and she reveals she's already a silver member chasing gold. When he nudges the money issue, Eun-jong admits she poured in the room rental money she had saved, but still believes gold rank will pay it all back. Taehyuk asks how many people she brought in, and her casual answer makes the scam feel even uglier to him. The moment he asks whether those recruits even counted under her name, Eun-jong's face gives away that she was cheated there too. Taehyuk spells it out: her total will never really reach zero, because the system is built to keep silver members trapped forever. Just as the truth starts reaching her, A sweet, floral smoke quietly spreads through the room and hits both of them. Eun-jong snaps back into forced devotion, insisting they just need to work harder and make money together. Taehyuk checks the mirror again and sees his stats crashing fast, which means this place is using more than slick sales talk. To stay conscious, he painfully twists his own little finger and forces his mind to stabilize. That shock clears his head just enough for a worse realization. Choi Sung-yeol has accomplices here, and one of them may be producer Kim Jun-young. Thinking about the building's hidden spaces and the producer's style, Taehyuk concludes this place may already be connected to the Death Circus. So he tests Eun-jong with a dangerous offer, asking whether she'd grab a one-shot jump all the way to platinum. Eun-jong takes the bait instantly, eyes lighting up at the thought of reaching Choi Sung-yeol's level. He warns her flatly that this route could get her killed, and that finally makes her realize he isn't an ordinary member. Taehyuk admits he came here for this, and asks if she'll risk everything and enter with him. After a shaky pause, Eun-jong accepts in the worst possible way, saying she'll bet her life for money. Deciding to see the trap from the inside, Taehyuk heads straight to Choi Sung-yeol and says he came because Kim Jun-young is here. He openly applies for the Death Circus for both himself and Eun-jong, and Choi's smile twists when he realizes they volunteered for the real prize. Even after Choi warns that their lives will belong to the organizers once they enter, Taehyuk answers that he'll win. That night, Choi leads Taehyuk and Eun-jong into a lavish VIP room, where a well-dressed middle-aged man is waiting for them. Seeing the suited host in person, Taehyuk immediately recognizes the kind of man he is, a polished operator who built a murder business without dirtying his own hands. Taehyuk finally sees the whole machine. Choi's scam funnels broken victims into a second business built to strip them for death game profit. Before they get sealed inside, Taehyuk quietly sends one last message under the table to finish his outside preparations. The suited host welcomes them smoothly, and Taehyuk answers without letting on that he is still working his plan. Eun-jong jumps straight to the point and asks about platinum rank, and the suited host promises she can leap there in one shot by joining. Then the host angles the real bait, saying a lucky winner could make as much as 3 billion won in one night. Eun-jong drinks the tea with rapt eyes, but Taehyuk refuses the food and drink, claiming he feels sick from lunch. The host politely reminds Taehyuk that once they pledge themselves, there is no way out, and Taehyuk still does not flinch. With the threat hanging over them, the host lays out the contracts that strip participants of legal protection and even hand over their bodies after death. Eun-jong signs first without grasping the full danger, and Taehyuk signs after her under the false name Lee Chio-soo. After the two entrants are taken away, the suited host sits alone and savors how much money tonight's fear and pain will make him. Alone with his thoughts, the host coolly prices Eun-jong as premium suffering and decides Taehyuk is suspicious enough to monitor closely. Certain that his arena is unwinnable, Kim settles in front of the monitors to enjoy the show he built. Meanwhile, a man in a black suit escorts Taehyuk and Eun-jong through maze-like corridors deeper into the building. Now that the paperwork is over, Eun-jong finally starts panicking about what she's done. The guide explains the rules on the move. Every participant starts with 50 million won, because that is what this place says a life is worth. When Eun-jong asks about her shares, she learns the ugliest number yet. The 100 million she paid in is really worth only about 15 million to her now. That answer finally makes the structure plain. The upper ranks already skimmed almost everything from the start. At the end of the passage, the guide stops at a heavy iron gate and calls ahead for it to be opened. The door rumbles open, and instead of a dungeon, the Death Circus reveals itself as a bizarre indoor amusement park. Mascot dolls greet them at the entrance and hand them money badges, as if this were some normal theme park. When they pin the badges on, Taehyuk's reads 50 and Eun-jong's reads 65, turning their lives into visible numbers. An overhead announcement makes the joke even crueler, explaining that everyone loses 10 million won every hour until 0 means elimination. Instead of freezing, Taehyuk immediately steers Eun-jong toward one of the attractions so she can see what this place really is. At Pirate Roulette, the cute party game shell cracks open into a torture device with a living person trapped inside the barrel. Eun-jong reads the rules like a normal game at first, still not grasping that every choice here is built around real bodies getting maimed. Then the knife goes in, blood spills from the barrel, and the game stops pretending to be harmless. Taehyuk calmly explains the real rule. Almost every hole has a blade, so survival here is just the slow luck of not bleeding out yet. That finally breaks Eun-jong, and she drops to the ground as the reality of the Death Circus crushes her. Taehyuk pulls her back up and heads for the next attraction, already certain that this impossible death park can still be beaten. Inside the Death Circus, Taehyuk coolly walks in Eun-jong from attraction to attraction, drilling the brutal rules into her head. He stops at a knee-deep pool and points out the Bridge of Pain, a narrow floating cylinder that looks simple until you realize one slip means agony. Taehyuk reads the sign aloud and tells her the prize is 30 million won, but the pool is really hydrochloric acid that melts your feet before it kills you. The pool already carries red stains and a lump of ruined flesh, and Taehyuk bluntly asks if she wants to risk it for the money. Eun-jong panics and refuses, because this game isn't a normal obstacle course anymore once the water itself is death. Taehyuk studies the giant fan over the pool and realizes the whole attraction is rigged so no one can truly clear it. Taehyuk reads the trap for what it is, a rigged last-chance lure for people desperate to buy freedom before closing time. When Taehyuk moves on, Eun-jong grabs his collar and begs for even 5 minutes because her nerves are breaking. They stop at a rest table, but Taehyuk warns her not to touch the vending machine because anything here could be another trap. That warning hits hard, and Eun-jong realizes even the tea and sweets she ate before entering might have been part of the setup. She breaks down crying, and Taehyuk stares at her coldly because he knows she also dragged other people into Taiwei's scam. He tells her bluntly that plenty of people suffered because of her choices, and this nightmare is the price catching up to her. Still, instead of just condemning her, Taehyuk asks the question that matters most to him: why she needed that money so badly. Eun-jong admits she grew up crushed by comparison to her perfect younger sister, then ran away after her father tried to marry her off to a promising doctor. After that, she learned her mother had leukemia, and she threw herself into making money because she wanted to be acknowledged as a daughter before it was too late. Taehyuk says sorry, because the family she wanted to impress never stopped thinking of her as family in the first place. Then he reveals the real reason he came here at all. Someone asked him to rescue Eun-jong from the death circus. When Taehyuk says the person who sent him was her younger sister, Eun-jong is hit with pure disbelief. Taehyuk passes along her sister's message: no matter how badly she messed up, she is still family, so she needs to come home. Eun-jong finally cracks, whispering an apology to her sister as the guilt and relief hit all at once. Once she calms down, Taehyuk ends the melodrama and gets practical again. After seeing most of the games, she already knows she can't escape on her own. He uses human chess as the example and warns that even lucky survivors would crawl out crippled, not truly saved. Then Taehyuk lays down his condition: if she wants out, she has to entrust both her money and her life to him. She pushes back once and asks what his connection is to her sister, because trusting a stranger this much still feels insane. Taehyuk only says her sister changed his fate, and that cryptic answer is all he is willing to give. After a long pause, Eun-jong surrenders and tells him she will hand over everything if he can take her back to her sister. Taehyuk accepts the deal and starts explaining his escape plan, and the more she hears, the more impossible it sounds. Her immediate reaction is simple shock, because Taehyuk's idea sounds completely absurd even inside a place this twisted. The story briefly jumps back to the day before the infiltration, when Taehyuk checks the 10 affinity points he saved from catching the hippo. A special platinum draw suddenly appears on the demon revealing mirror, offering one rare skill pull for 10 points and much steeper costs after that. He grumbles that it feels exactly like a mobile gacha game, but the chance to grab a new skill is too tempting to ignore. Instead of upgrading what he already has, Taehyuk goes all in on the draw and jokes that this time he is chasing the dream of X-ray vision. The roulette stops, and Taehyuk's eyes go wide when the mirror reveals a completely different new skill instead. Back in the death circus with 310 minutes left, another player is already hunting for fresh victims. Cha Soo-hyun knows the games well enough to dismiss most missions as death traps, so he focuses on PvP where he can take other people's money instead. He is no first-timer either. This is his third visit. He hides his identity with cosmetic surgery, and he has developed a taste for killing here. After already eating 2 people tonight, Cha Soo-hyun spots Taehyuk and Eun-jong near the Bridge of Pain and marks them as his next easy meal. Seeing that both of their balances are still high, he puts on an innocent face and approaches like a friendly survivor. Cha Soo-hyun introduces himself and offers a cooperative strategy that he claims can let all 3 of them survive. Taehyuk casually agrees to hear him out, and Cha Soo-hyun mistakes that laid-back answer for weakness. Cha Soo-hyun starts strong by totaling their balances and saying the 3 of them are exactly at 200 million won already. To make the pitch more personal, he asks if Taehyuk and Eun-jong are lovers, trying to tie their fear and loyalty together. Taehyuk plays along and acts like a desperate boyfriend who at least wants to send Eun-jong out alive if he can't save himself too. Cha Soo-hyun takes the bait and promises his strategy can earn a full 200 million won per person so all 3 can escape. He explains the blind spot of the circus. Money keeps draining from the whole room every hour, so the safest way to grow rich is by taking it from other players. His real centerpiece is bluff poker, a blood-soaked betting game where money runs out first, and then the loser pays in drawn blood. He claims that if they pool their assets into one player, 200 million becomes an unbeatable shield that lets him slaughter opponents without risking his own blood. To prove he is the right man for that role, Cha Soo-hyun shows a business card identifying him as a famous poker player. Taehyuk still questions how they can trust him with their lives, forcing Cha Soo-hyun to bring out a formal-looking contract. The contract says all funds will be shared and any betrayal will face legal action, which sounds solid outside this place and worthless inside it. Taehyuk acts conflicted, while Eun-jong quietly says she will leave the decision to him, exactly the answer Cha Soo-hyun wanted to hear. At last Taehyuk shakes his hand and agrees to trust him, and the 3 of them sign the contract together. Cha Soo-hyun explains the transfer method next. The badges aren't just displays, they also carry the right to move a person's money if both sides agree. During the handoff, Eun-jong conveniently drops her badge, and Taehyuk bends to pick it up and bumps Cha Soo-hyun in passing. Taehyuk first gathers Eun-jong's money onto his own badge, pushing his visible total up to 115 million won. Then Taehyuk appears ready to hand everything over, and Cha Soo-hyun smiles because he thinks the trap has already closed. But when Taehyuk asks for the final transfer consent, his whole aura sharpens, and Cha Soo-hyun suddenly feels like the prey instead. Cha Soo-hyun ignores that warning sign, agrees to the transfer anyway, and immediately starts gloating that he tricked them both. He twists the knife by saying the next fee deduction is only minutes away, so the penniless pair will be dragged to the Bridge of Pain and melted there. A cold announcement rolls through the Death Circus that the third hourly 10 million won deduction is starting, and anyone who can't pay will be publicly executed. Cha Soo-hyun calls over the black-suited enforcers to drag the couple away, sure he is about to watch their execution. Instead, the enforcers grabbed Cha Soo-hyun and coldly announced that his own balance is zero. The staff spell it out. He already transferred his money away minutes ago when he agreed to Taehyuk's badge exchange. Taehyuk calmly reveals the final trick by pulling out the real badge he stole and showing that his current total is now 180 million won. Cha Soo-hyun realizes the badge in his hand was fake all along, and that Taehyuk stole his real one during that brief collision. He screams for someone to catch Taehyuk, but the enforcers gag him and drag him off to face the punishment he planned for others. After Cha is hauled off, Taehyuk casually asks whether she wants to watch the Bridge of Pain, and Eun-jong recalls at how lightly he treats a man's death. Taehyuk answers her unease with one harsh rule of this place: anyone who tries to eat others should be ready to be eaten too. Eun-jong mutters that she thought he was a Prince Charming, and Taehyuk dryly corrects her: he is closer to a criminal who hunts other criminals. He even warns her not to relax around him, because in a place like this she could still get eaten by him too. Then Taehyuk quietly checks the demon revealing mirror and confirms the hidden weapon that made the whole scam possible: his new 7th skill, counterfeit. Seeing how badly she is trembling, Taehyuk abruptly lightens his tone and asks if she wants to see a magic trick. While Eun-jong takes a shaken break, Taehyuk checks the random crime skill he bought and realizes he drew counterfeit instead of the X-ray vision he wanted. The skill looks incredible at first, because Taehyuk can turn an ordinary scrap of paper into a perfect-looking banknote without crafting it by hand. Then the catch ruins the dream, because anything he counterfeits reverts 5 minutes after leaving his hand and the skill cannot be spammed. Even so, Taehyuk admits counterfeit is perfect for face-to-face deception, because it let him trick Cha Soo-hyun cleanly. He mentally retraces the trick. He moved all the money to his own badge, turned Eun-jong's blank badge into a fake number 115, and swapped badges after stealing Cha Soo-hyun's real one. Cha Soo-hyun helped doom himself by hiding his badge under a thick coat, so he never noticed the instant Taehyuk robbed him. Taehyuk still regrets missing X-ray vision, but when he turns back to Eun-jong, he sees she is more disturbed by helping him cheat than by losing money. Then Taehyuk casually reminds her that her original badge should have melted away with Cha Soo-hyun, so without him beside her she cannot even pay the participation fee to stay alive. Eun-jong goes silent, because she finally understands that one wrong move will make Taehyuk abandon her to die here. Taehyuk ends the break, tells her they need 200 million won within the hour to cover both of them, and decides their next stop is bluff poker. As she watches him walk away, Eun-jong feels that the man calling himself Lee Cheol-soo is more frightening than any criminal she has met before. Elsewhere, the elite guests watch the killings from a masquerade ballroom full of chandeliers, champagne, luxury food, and walls of monitors. An opera-masked woman and a lion-masked man chat like bored critics, expecting the wolves hidden among the players to slaughter the ordinary participants again. They barely even watch the screens, because to them this whole event is just another expensive night of listening to people die. That mood shifts when a young woman in a revealing butterfly mask steps in and mentions a sudden uproar on the stage. The lion mask is distracted by how openly attractive she is, because her mask barely hides her identity at all in a place built on secrecy. When he finally asks about the commotion, the butterfly mask tells him a sheep just ate a wolf. That one sentence wakes the lion mask instantly, because in 2 years of Death Circus history he has never heard of an ordinary player eliminating a wolf. The butterfly mask says the moment itself was missed, but she can still show him the sheep now, and she names him Cheol-soo. At first the lion mask assumes the miracle is over, but then he sees Cheol-soo already facing another wolf at the poker table. The butterfly mask quietly points out that the sheep seems to be winning again, and this time the lion mask gets to witness the miracle himself. 3 hours into the event, producer Kim Jun-young watches the monitors in private and scowls because tonight's Death Circus has turned ugly in the wrong way. Plenty of deaths, but no drama. He blames Choi Sung-yeol for supplying too few participants, which forced him to add too many wolves and ruined the balance of the show. Cha Soo-hyun especially disgusts him, because instead of creating desperate spectacle he just talked people out of their money and made the whole stage feel flat. To Kim Jun-young, both sheep and wolves are disposable props, so he decides Cha Soo-hyun should be removed for the sake of better entertainment. His thoughts get even uglier as he starts imagining future rounds with kidnapped children or tricked young women, just to force out stronger emotional reactions. But when his call connects, the staff nervously tell him Cha Soo-hyun has already been sent off. He explodes at first, because nobody should be removing a player from his stage without permission. Then the explanation lands: a man named Lee Cheol-soo deceived Cha Soo-hyun and took all his money. Instead of staying mad, Kim Jun-young lights up with excitement and rebrands Taehyuk as a black sheep hiding among the flock. He immediately orders every wolf still in the arena to hunt the black sheep, with a special 100 million won bonus for the one who kills him. Across the stage, the wolves all react to the bounty at once, because 100 million won is too big to ignore in a place where none of them are truly safe. Even knowing they could overwhelm Taehyuk together, the wolves hold back from mobbing him, because the producer wants a show, not a quick execution. Back in the ballroom, the biggest monitor becomes the center of the room as masked guests crowd in to watch Lee Chil-soo face a wolf in bluff poker. The opera mask steps into the role of commentator and announces that the sheep on screen, Lee Chil-soo, has already eaten one wolf. The crowd is stunned when they see how young Taehyuk looks, because he seems more like a neighborhood punk than someone who could beat a wolf. Opera mask explains that Taehyuk now holds 180 million won, but most of it came from taking a woman's money and stripping Cha Soo-hyun, so the poker game itself is still fresh. The spectators start thinking the black sheep might really win again, until Opera Mask reveals the producer has already answered with a more dangerous wolf pair. She introduces the famous Park Tae-soo and Park Dae-soo brothers, card sharks who are strongest when they work together. Tae-soo takes the chair first, because his famous poker face makes him the better opener for a direct match against Taehyuk. The ballroom commentary turns gleeful when they learn the basic bet has been raised to 10 million won, and if either side goes broke they will have to gamble with blood instead. The dealer starts the fast match, placing forehead cards so each man can see the other's number but not his own. In the first round, Taehyuk sees Tae-soo's 8 and still pushes 10 million with only a 3 on his own forehead, but Tae-soo calmly calls and takes the win. That quick loss convinces the audience that Tae-soo has already read Taehyuk's habits and settled into control. The second round flips the tension, because Taehyuk gets the unbeatable 10 of spades while Tae-soo is looking at it with only a 9 of clubs on his own forehead. Everyone knows this is the real decision point now, because Tae-soo must either bluff hard or surrender despite staring at a perfect card on Taehyuk's forehead. Tae-soo chooses the aggressive line and suddenly raises the bet to 100 million, trusting his poker face to scare Taehyuk off. The lion mask is certain the experience gap will make Taehyuk fold, but on the giant screen Taehyuk lifts his head and starts talking instead. Taehyuk asks if Tae-soo has heard of Kim Shin-hyung, baiting him with the name of a respected gambler. When Tae-soo admits he has only heard rumors, Taehyuk calmly claims he fought Kim Shin-hyung himself and beat him perfectly. Then Taehyuk calls the full 100 million anyway, and the ballroom erupts because nobody would make that call unless he believed he held the top card. Tae-soo finally loses his composure and explodes at the table, accusing Taehyuk of cheating because that call should have been impossible in a fair game. Taehyuk brushes the accusation aside and needles him even more, coolly saying it is amazing because he is about to draw another 10. The next card proves the insult was not empty, because Taehyuk draws another 10 right in front of everyone. As the ballroom explodes into chaos over the impossible streak, the butterfly mask quietly slips away from the crowd. Inside the death circus, Taehyuk keeps a calm face while secretly feeling relieved, because he is already planning to break Taiwei through its casino the same way he gutted SY Capital. He knows this enemy is on another level, with Choi Sung-yeol and Kim Jun-young behind Taiwei, so he decides he needs dependable allies working both inside and outside the death circus. A message reaches him through the demon-revealing mirror, and Taehyuk settles on Moonlight Flower as his outside ally because Big Mama is still too dangerous to trust. Because phones and radio signals are blocked inside the death circus, he has to turn the surveillance system itself into his secret line of communication. Using spying and prearranged codes, Taehyuk reads Moonlight Flower's warning that the A8, K9, and T4 panels are broken, meaning only 2 wolves are still hidden among the players. He set this up in advance. Moonlight Flower entered as a guest, watched the same cameras as everyone else, and learned to decode his deliberate gestures on screen. To make that possible without exposing the demon-revealing mirror, Taehyuk spent his last affinity points on a new spying trait that projects a small floating screen into the air. That upgrade matters now, because openly using the mirror during bluff poker would make him look like a freak who was cheating with a hand mirror. At the bluff poker table, Taehyuk casually needles Park Tae-soo by naming Tae-soo's card as a 9 and saying his own forehead card is a 4, instantly cracking Tae-soo's confidence. Tae-soo spirals, because if Taehyuk really knows his card then a 9 should guarantee victory, but if this is a bluff then raising could ruin him. Unable to trust either his own read or his opponent, Tae-soo finally folds, and Taehyuk cheerfully scoops up another 10 million won. Then Tae-soo checks Taehyuk's hidden result, sees the winning 9 for himself, and breaks down with a scream because Taehyuk's earlier claim was true. Taehyuk rubs it in with a calm lesson. In a game built on doubt, the moment Tae-soo stopped believing, he destroyed himself. After crushing Tae-soo's pride completely, Taehyuk turns to Park Dae-soo and openly asks whether the older brother wants revenge or surrender. Dae-soo wants to lunge at him, but the brothers have been drained almost dry. The next fee is close, and betting blood against a trick they still cannot read feels like suicide. So Dae-soo swallows his rage, vows to expose Taehyuk's trick later, and backs off instead of gambling one step further. Taehyuk walks out of the bluff poker area with his badge up to 340 million, while the two brothers howl after Lee Chil-soo's name in helpless fury. When Taehyuk rejoins in Unjong, She can barely believe he made 160 million in 20 minutes in a place where everyone else is bleeding to survive. She even pinches herself to make sure this nightmare is real, and the pain only makes the moment more surreal. Taehyuk quietly warns her that their badges have microphones, pressing a finger to his lips so she understands why he can't explain out loud. Eunjong clings to the obvious hope that with enough money now, the two of them can finally run, but Taehyuk bluntly says they still aren't leaving. Instead of saying more where the microphones can hear, he turns his back to the camera and writes a message in a notebook for her alone. The hidden note says it plainly. He wants to save the other people too, and Eunjong turns pale because the scale of that goal is almost insane. From the masked guest room, the spectators lose their minds over the missing audio and hidden note, furious that the man they were watching like a toy just outplayed their cameras. One guest in a lion mask stays colder than the rest, deciding that if Lee Cheol-soo understands the death circus this well, his real identity must be worth digging up. He pulls out a phone and starts mobilizing his political connections, confident that power outside the game can unmask Taehyuk soon enough. Back on the floor, Eunjong is dizzy with the numbers, because the death circus was built so almost nobody could ever pay enough to escape, let alone save everyone. Taehyuk apologizes, but he tells her the night is only beginning, because he came here to smash the death circus itself and drag down Taiwei with it. He still has too much left to do: protect Haran and Eunjong, expose Choi Sung-yeol and Kim Jun-young, and find the last two wolves still moving inside this place. As the chapter shifts, the story lingers on what this place really does to people. Every hourly fee turns desperate debtors into prisoners waiting for a death sentence. One of them is Yoon Jong-hyun, a man too angry at Choi Sung-yeol to die quietly, but now down to only 5 million and nearly out of time. Just as despair pushes him toward a fatal attraction, Taehyuk walks up and calmly points out the obvious. He doesn't have enough money to survive the next fee. Jong-hyun snaps back at first, but the moment he sees Taehyuk's absurd balance, his anger collapses into raw begging. He drops to the floor and grabs Taehyuk's pant leg, begging for even 20 million to buy his life and swearing he will repay it double. Taehyuk tells him to stand up and listen. If Jong-hyun helps gather everyone who is about to fail the next fee, Taehyuk will cover them. Jong-hyun hesitates, because in this place even a rescue offer could be bait, but Taehyuk's blunt honesty lands harder than a sweet lie. With no better option left, Jong-hyun finally runs to gather the desperate, treating Taehyuk like the first real lifeline he has seen in here. Left alone, Taehyuk checks the time and thinks through the others he sent out too, knowing every minute matters before the next fee hits. Then he looks straight at the camera and smiles, fully aware that the people controlling this place are watching him set their game on fire. 10 minutes before payment, 6 broke participants gather around him like he is a savior, and Taehyuk immediately shocks them by saying they were all deceived. The group erupts at once, convinced he is toying with them, but nobody can ignore that his massive balance is still right there in front of them. Taehyuk explains that simply paying 1 hourly fee isn't enough anymore, because what he actually wants is to get everyone out of the death circus alive. A timid woman asks if he really means it, and when Taehyuk says saving them all will be the result, she bows so hard her gratitude almost hurts him. That gratitude stings, because Taehyuk knows he isn't acting out of pure kindness. He is using these people as the core of a plan to break the whole system. Even so, he has to finish everything while the masked guests are still watching, because any money left on the badge dies with the show if the system closes first. Jong-hyun, swept up in the moment, compares Taehyuk to Moses leading slaves out in the Exodus, and the others start looking at him like a miracle worker. Taehyuk cuts through the worship fast and gives them a real job. Each person gets 10 million, joins Group A, survives this payment, and spreads word that there is now a way out. Once they scatter, the rumor he wanted starts moving. If survival no longer depends on brutal games, the hidden wolves will lose their easy hunting ground. That is why he chose people with no money and no room left to prey on others, building Group A from participants who should not be wolves at all. With the first phase moving, Taehyuk reports to Moonlight Flower through the cameras again, even adding a fingergun gesture just to needle the people watching him. Moonlight Flower replies almost immediately that the target outside was smashed by a strong shock, and Taehyuk knows the operation against the death circus is working on both fronts now. Soon almost every surviving participant gathers under Taehyuk's call, and he immediately notices 2 absences. The gambling brothers are nowhere to be seen. He tells the crowd the truth again. Normal escape is a lie here, so he is offering them not salvation, but a definite path to get everyone out together. Then a man from the group suddenly steps forward and turns the room against him, warning that Taehyuk might be an organizer's spy leading them all to their deaths. Taehyuk catches the accuser's name, and the suspiciously familiar sound makes his eyes sharpen as the real confrontation starts. As the trapped participants argue over escape, Kim Juntae warns that Taehyuk might be leading them straight off a cliff. Jeon Mina snaps back at Juntae and defends Taehyuk so fiercely that the room starts splitting into hostile sides. Before the panic can spiral, Taehyuk steps between them and demands that both sides hear his plan first. Mina quietly tells Taehyuk there must be a Taiwei wolf among them and urges him to get rid of the most suspicious person. Taehyuk refuses to start a witch hunt and says he plans to take everyone out, including the hidden wolves. To pull the whole group back together, Taehyuk activates voice modulation and borrows a deep kingly voice. Speaking like a commander, Taehyuk promises to challenge the puzzle house first so no one else has to be the test sacrifice. That one speech breaks the mood, and the shaken participants start calling Taehyuk boss while Juntae is left glaring in confusion. The story shifts to the puzzle house, a glass death trap where every wrong answer costs a body part to the guillotine. Everyone knows why this attraction is dreaded, because even a genius challenger once lost his fingers, panicked, and eventually died piece by piece. 3 hours after the first victim scared everyone off, Taehyuk becomes the second participant to step into the puzzle house. Taehyuk straps in, places his arm under the finger guillotine, and starts with a simple first question on the monitor. Outside the glass, the participants slowly realize Taehyuk is solving the deadly puzzles at absurd speed. When Taehyuk clears all 30 questions without losing a finger, the death circus erupts in its first real cheer. Even after that miracle, Juntae still mutters that Taehyuk clearing it so easily only makes him look more suspicious. Taehyuk asks for a volunteer to go second, but after the cheering dies down, nobody wants to risk being the next test case. And Eunjong finally steps out of the crowd and volunteers to trust Taehyuk with her life. Before she enters, Taehyuk suddenly tells everyone he already knows who the hidden wolf is and warns that the spy will get no help from him. Then Taehyuk hands Eunjong a folded note and tells her to read it once she is seated inside. Inside the puzzle house, Eunjong locks 5 fingers under the guillotine and opens Taehyuk's note with shaking hands. The note says Taehyuk is making her the wolf on purpose and sacrificing one person so everyone else can live. Convinced Taehyuk has truly betrayed her, Eunjong breaks down and thrashes against the chair as the first puzzle appears. Up in the ballroom, masked guests hear about Taehyuk's black sheep exodus and start treating his escape plan like the best show the Death Circus has ever had. While the crowd goes wild over Taehyuk's perfect clear, the lion mask stays cold and waits for a private report on who this black sheep really is. The report comes back empty, and the lion mask is rattled when even his money cannot find any real identity matching Lee Chiolsu. Then the lion mask notices Eunjong suddenly screaming inside the puzzle house and fixates on the mystery of what Taehyuk's note said. Back inside the trap, Eunjong's panic turns inward as she realizes this crushing sense of betrayal is exactly what her own abandoned family must have felt. Certain she is about to die, Eunjong sobs apologies to her father, mother, and little sister, and finally faces what she ran from. At the last second, the bearded manager speaks from off to the side and tells her Taehyuk's note was just a joke. When Eunjong looks out and sees Taehyuk smiling outside the glass, she realizes he terrified her on purpose and explodes in rage. Even after that cruel prank, Taehyuk feeds Eunjong every answer from outside and gets her through all the puzzles alive. The moment she comes out with her 50 million won, Eunjong demands an explanation and Taehyuk coldly says he wanted her to remember the pain of betraying her family. Eunjong can only submit, because she hates what he did but knows he just dragged her back from the same ruin she chose before. Once everyone sees Taehyuk can guide a second person safely, the volunteers finally start rushing in. Taehyuk quietly reflects that this impossible strategy only works because he memorized the producer's prison puzzle stock from the future. With the answer bank in his head, Taehyuk calmly decides the next step is not just escape but hunting the wolf hiding in the flock. After 10 more people clear the puzzle house, one hidden wolf quietly decides the easiest way to ruin everything is to go in and stall until time runs out. Just before that person enters, Taehyuk suddenly blocks the way and says the order is changing. Then Taehyuk leans in and quietly says the real reason, John Mina is the wolf. Mina panics and insists Group A could never contain a wolf, then desperately tries to redirect suspicion back onto Juntae. Taehyuk ignores the act and orders Yoon Jonghyun to tie Mina up until everyone can see the truth. Even as Mina cries that it is unfair, Taehyuk calmly reveals he already saw through her plan to waste time inside the puzzle house. The bluff collapses, and Mina suddenly drops the innocent mask and starts laughing with open contempt. Taehyuk lays out her 2 mistakes. She was too eager to get Juntae killed, and in a death game, blind trust looks far stranger than doubt. With Mina exposed as the 4th wolf and the last hidden threat already gone from the group, Taehyuk declares that now they will take the money and smash the Death Circus. In the Death Circus, Taehyuk checks the survivors' badges and realizes they already scraped together 3.67 billion won, hitting the escape target 40 minutes early. Since the hidden gambling brothers never showed and the 5th wolf stayed out of sight, Taehyuk knows the timeline has shifted in his favor. One survivor asks what to do with the captured wolf, and Taehyuk turns his attention to the bound Mina while the group waits on his order. Mina goes pale when Taehyuk calmly says he plans to take everyone out alive, including the traitor. Taehyuk sends the others away because before the Exodus can move, he wants Mina to tell him who the 5th wolf is. He has already figured out another wolf is nearby because the same psychedelic scent from an old enemy is draining his stats inside the Death Circus. To break Mina fast, Taehyuk suddenly jams a syringe into her arm and keeps talking in a flat, almost polite voice. A black and red butterfly stain spreads over Mina's skin, and Taehyuk tells her she will bleed from every hole and die in a week unless she gets the antidote. He walks away after calling it an offering, leaving Mina convinced that once she escapes, finding him again will be the only way to live. Once he's alone again, Taehyuk checks the demon-revealing mirror and confirms his counterfeit skill can only be used 3 times a day. The terrifying poison was just water and acting, because Taehyuk used counterfeit to fake the stain and trick Mina into hunting him down later. With all 17 survivors finally over the line, Taehyuk watches the group gather their badges and waits for the producer's next move instead of celebrating. The other survivors are thrilled by the idea of becoming Taiwei Platinum members, but Taehyuk knows nobody that cruel would ever reward 17 witnesses so easily. An announcement congratulates them and summons Lee Cheol-soo alone as the group's representative, exactly the trap Taehyuk expected. Black-suited men with hidden weapons close and around the survivors, and Eun-jong is one of the few who looks at Taehyuk like she realizes the exodus still is not over. The guards block everyone else and lead Taehyuk away by himself, while Eun-jong quietly realizes the real escape plan has barely begun. In the producer's office, Kim Jun-young greets Taehyuk warmly, impressed that he actually cleared the death circus. Taehyuk drops the act and bluntly tells him to skip the fake congratulations and get to the real offer. Kim Jun-young decides Taehyuk must be a criminal expert planted by one of the guests, and he eagerly tries to recruit him as the new head wolf. Taehyuk tests the limits by demanding a deal where he only appears twice and gets double pay if more than 10 people die. Kim Jun-young swallows the outrageous demand because he values Taehyuk's brutality that highly. Before signing, Taehyuk asks to greet the audience first, and while sounding casual he also confirms the other participants are about to be dumped into the sea in drums. That answer confirms everything, and Taehyuk follows Kim Jun-young out while secretly checking Moonlight Flower's message that everything is ready. The masked guests in the ballroom welcome Taehyuk like a celebrity and shower him with tips, checks, and even a platinum card. Once the room is focused on him, Taehyuk says he has something personal to say and calls Moonlight Flower forward with a bundle of documents. The lion mask and opera mask instantly react when they see Moonlight Flower, tipping Taehyuk off that the exposed names will hit exactly where they hurt. Then Taehyuk starts reading their identities out loud, publicly exposing the lion mask guest as Chairman Song Won-jin and throwing the ballroom into chaos. The guests explode in panic and rage, screaming for Kim Jun-young to shut Taehyuk up before their secrets are ruined. Kim Jun-young finally snaps and orders the armed black suits to shoot Taehyuk on the spot. Instead of backing down, Taehyuk throws open his coat and reveals a vest of dynamite strapped all over his body. The room drops instantly from outrage to raw fear as the guests hit the floor and realize the slaughter they paid to watch has reached them. Even Kim Jun-young has to ask if the dynamite is real, because Taehyuk looks unhinged enough to die with everyone else. Taehyuk rips off one stick, waves it at them, and asks if anyone wants to test it with their own body. He makes it worse by claiming his coworker planted the same bombs all over the building, and Moonlight Flower cheerfully raises her hand to confirm it. In truth, the explosives are clever fakes built with forgery and counterfeit, dangerous enough to sell the bluff but nowhere near enough to destroy the whole room. Taehyuk's real goal is bigger than killing one producer, because unless the rich consumers fall too, another death circus will always come back. That is why he had Moonlight Flower steal the guests' secret identities from the very security network their own side trusted. He silently counts the people in the ballroom and realizes the room already holds the exact head count for a new death circus. When Kim Jun-young calls him a betrayer for breaking the contract, Taehyuk grins and says he still plans to perform the next death circus right now. Then he says the next participants are already gathered here, and the masked elites finally understand he means them. Taehyuk twists the contract in their faces, calmly calculating how much he could earn by killing the people who used to enjoy the show from safe seats. One guest imagines fighting back, then remembers the bomb and goes limp in total despair because nobody here can beat Taehyuk head-on. Some of the guests faint on the spot, and Taehyuk coldly declares the second death circus open with 480 minutes left until closing. By sunrise the plan is only half finished, because the police arrive before Taehyuk can fully turn the guests into a real news stage. With Moonlight Flower's help, Taehyuk and Eun-jong escape safely, and that wild accomplice vanishes after reminding him about the amusement park promise. When Taehyuk asks if she's upset the villains didn't die, Eun-jong says she's just lucky to be alive and wonders what will happen to them now. Taehyuk tells her the law will judge them because he left plenty of evidence behind, and he already erased any proof that she worked for Taiwei. He warns Eun-jong never to make her family cry again, or he will punish her himself, and the threat lands more like rough mercy than cruelty. Eun-jong shouts her thanks after him, but Taehyuk keeps walking, leaving her with a life she actually gets to rebuild. 1 week later, Eun-jong is living honestly at last, grinding through a cashier job by day and cram school at night so she can try for college. As New Year's approaches, she starts believing that if she keeps living straight, she might finally be able to face her family again. She dresses carefully in a proper suit, picks out a gift, and gives herself one nervous pep talk before going home for the first time in years. At the door, her younger sister bursts into tears and hugs her, and Eun-jong can barely believe she really made it back alive to this moment. Inside the entryway, her younger sister shyly mentions a male friend is visiting for New Year's dinner, and when Eun-jong teases her about a boyfriend, the girl turns bright red. Her father warmly calls her inside like she was never truly gone, and that simple kindness almost breaks Eun-jong on the spot. When Eun-jong enters the room, she finds her father cheerfully losing at chess to her sister's so-called friend. That friend stands, introduces himself as Seo Taehyuk, and in one quiet instant Eun-jong realizes the monster she knew as Lee Cheol-soo is sitting in her house. Taehyuk puts a finger to his lips and quietly tells her it's a secret, Nuna. Completely misunderstanding why he's there, Eunjong breaks down and starts sobbing apologies, convinced she is about to be punished after all. Her father gently tells her she has already been forgiven, and on the first day of the new year, Eunjong finally gets the happy ending she thought she had lost. Fresh out of the shower, Taehyuk catches himself grinning at the mirror and realizes his crime skills seem to be changing his body too, even his looks. He leans into the joke for a second, forcing a bright smile at his reflection because today is supposed to be a real date with Hayoung. Getting ready to meet her, Taehyuk quietly thanks Hayoung for helping bring down the death circus and remembers the rare reward he got from that case. He steps out in his usual rough casual clothes, not exactly date wear, but clearly pleased with himself anyway. Their simple date starts at a cheap kimbap restaurant, where Taehyuk notices Hayoung acting strangely the moment the food arrives. Thinking she might dislike the spicy pork, Taehyuk awkwardly tells her to order anything else because he is paying. Hayoung hurriedly denies it and admits this kind of cheap restaurant is just new to her, which makes Taehyuk realize how far apart their worlds really are. Taehyuk feels guilty that the chaebol heiress who helped him crack the death circus is getting treated to his usual bargain meal instead of somewhere better. That embarrassment turns into frustration when he remembers he is still broke, because family expenses swallowed his casino winnings and the death circus job actually cost him money. By the time the meal ends, Taehyuk is already thinking like a criminal again and searching for a low-risk way to make serious money with gambling or forgery. The mood finally lightens at the newly opened Atlantis Marine Theme Park, where Hayoung lights up like a kid on a field trip. When she eagerly asks to see the dolphins, Taehyuk tries to relax with her, but the sight of the huge tanks drags his mind back to past disasters and criminals. He tells himself nothing will happen today, but the ominous feeling only gets stronger. That bad feeling sharpens when a passing couple casually talks about the death circus hero who saved everyone and then vanished without taking credit. Hayoung almost blurts out that Taehyuk is the man they mean, and he has to clamp a hand over her mouth before she exposes him in public. She hates that no one knows what he did, but Taehyuk tells her quietly that having one person who knows is enough. Her bright smile settles the moment between them, but Taehyuk stays careful because he still cannot afford attention, while 12 blacklist targets remain before his next rank. Down on the 4th basement level, the scale of Atlantis hits him. Giant donut-shaped tanks, thousands of tons of water, and crowds moving beneath the sea blue glow. Hayoung cheerfully points out a moray eel that she says looks exactly like him, and Taehyuk cannot even argue because it really does. Still uneasy, Hayoung taps the thick tank wall and asks what would happen if all this glass broke. An aquarium guide steps in to reassure her, proudly explaining that the special 90cm acrylic can withstand absurd pressure and even gunfire. The guide even jokes that the tanks would only fail if a bomb went off in front of them, and that one word snaps Taehyuk into a cold, focused stare. Pieces of future memory slam together in his head, and Taehyuk finally remembers Atlantis was supposed to suffer a bombing that shattered the tanks and drowned hundreds. Realizing the bomber was blacklist target Kim Tae-sung, Taehyuk immediately grills the guide for the park's exact opening date. When the guide says Atlantis has only been open for 91 days, Taehyuk exhales because the disaster should still be 3 months away. He brushes off his panic as a game story, but the unease in his chest refuses to go away even as the guide resumes her tour. Then the demon-revealing mirror starts vibrating violently, like a final warning he cannot ignore. A projected warning tells him spying has detected danger, automatically burned all 20 affinity points, and started a collapse countdown with less than half a minute left. The shock lasts 1 instant, then Taehyuk drops all hesitation and tells Hayoung to trust him and run. With seconds disappearing, he seizes both Hayoung and the stunned guide by the wrist and drags them into a sprint toward the end of the escalator. Knowing speed is the only thing that matters now, Taehyuk activates violence in full view of everyone. An iron pipe appears in his hand from the skill just as the countdown hits its final second. The bomb goes off behind them with a massive blast, and Taehyuk throws himself down on pure reflex. Hayoung reacts instantly and dives behind cover on her own, but the guide locks up in the open, seconds from being swallowed by the blast. To break that fatal paralysis, Taehyuk brutally kicks the guide's leg and snatches her up as she falls. He wraps around her and rolls several meters down the stairs just before the shockwave tears through the space above them. When the shockwave finally hits, the aquarium level turns into hell, but Taehyuk survives just far enough below the main blast. Shaken on the floor, Taehyuk realizes the hidden warning effect of spying really did buy him an extra life, even if losing 20 affinity points still hurts. As soon as he stands, Hayoung pops out from cover bright-eyed and relieved that he is still alive. Taehyuk checks her with a stern voice, and her sheepish grin makes it obvious she really did save herself first. He tells her they cannot stay because the shattered tanks will dump water through the whole level next. Even now, Taehyuk cannot help noticing that Hayoung moved fast enough to survive almost by instinct, proving how dangerous and capable Moonlight Flower really is. Carrying the unconscious guide, Taehyuk leads Hayoung down toward a lower room that might buy them a little time from the flood. As he pushes deeper into the service passage with the guide in his arms, a system message flashes that his agility just increased from forcing himself past his limit. Inside a dim back passage, Hayoung finally asks what just happened, and Taehyuk answers bluntly that it was a bomb. Hayoung tries to laugh it off like a disaster movie, and the joke lands wrong enough that Taehyuk starts wondering about her nerves. Taehyuk checks the corridor and sees the ugly truth. The outer route is already flooded, water is seeping in here too, and they are trapped underground. Hayoung searches the layout with a thief's instincts, and says the only real escape route left is probably the ventilation ducts. Taehyuk already knows she is right, because this bombing is the famous Atlantis sinking incident and the few survivors in his old memory only made it out through the vents. He also remembers the uglier part of the disaster. A missing emergency shelter and corrupt officials helped turn one bombing into a massacre. When Hayoung says she could lead them out if she knew the building's structure, Taehyuk immediately sees a way to use his crime skills for that map. But when he checks the demon-revealing mirror, he realizes the upgraded spying range he needs costs far more affinity points than the single point he has left. That leaves only one option, so Taehyuk tells Hayoung they need to save more survivors first because that is the only way he can gain what he needs to get everyone out. For the first time, Hayoung admits she is genuinely terrified, but she still asks him one simple thing: can he save her too? Taehyuk answers in his own blunt way that this date only ends after he gets her home, and that promise finally steadies her. With her resolve back, Hayoung agrees to help and waits for instructions. Taehyuk quickly assigns her a rescue run, use her phone as a timer, gather as many survivors as possible, and bring them to the one place he remembers will stay safe the longest. She accepts a 600-second deadline without hesitation and disappears into the darkness to hunt for survivors. Left alone with the guide, Taehyuk decides he has to wake her up and deal with her before searching for anyone else. He slaps the guide awake, and a tearful, disoriented Oh-sua realizes she is somehow still alive. Taehyuk tells her the flooding is not over and orders her to wait at the underground game center while he looks for more survivors. That only makes her panic harder, because in her state she cannot bear the idea of being left behind alone. She throws herself at him and clings to his leg, begging him to take her along and promising anything if he will not walk away. When reason fails, Taehyuk forces on a shady smile and asks if she wants to see a magic trick. Then he reveals her black lace plain modest underclothes in his hands out of nowhere, stunning Sua into letting go from pure shock and humiliation. Taehyuk quickly works out the stakes at Atlantis. If he saves victims targeted by the bomber on the blacklist, this disaster could finally earn him a big pile of affinity points. He remembers the news coverage and realizes the water will swallow the lower floors fast, so the few dozen people still trapped here have to move right now. But when Taehyuk finds a survivor in the dining room and urges him to leave, the man refuses because an official announcement already told everyone to stay put. That clash of trust makes the problem obvious. People will always believe the calm voice over the speakers before they believe a bruised stranger who looks like trouble. So he decides he needs stronger authority than his own words and heads straight for the 4th floor broadcast room. The door is locked, but Taehyuk just smirks, lifts his iron pipe, and decides his kind of key will do the job. Using the violent skill, he smashes the lock apart in seconds and forces his way inside before anyone can stop him. Inside the room, the setup looks simple until he spots a recorder wired to a timer on the broadcast machine, and his stomach drops. He rips the device free, plays it back, and hears the fake management message that trapped people in place instead of saving them. The timer confirms it aired 6 minutes ago, and Taehyuk realizes people have already died because they obediently waited where they were told. He also pegs the voice behind it as Kim Tae-sung, the bomber he came here to hunt. Bruised, overworked, and already pushing his body too far, Taehyuk still activates voice modulation so he can hijack that same authority for real. Using Kim Tae-sung's voice, he announces the truth at last: the 4th floor will flood within 20 minutes, and everyone needs to gather in the central plaza to evacuate. With only minutes left, he cuts the mic, guesses Yu Hayoung is rescuing people too, and runs himself ragged to bring in as many survivors as he can. By the time he reaches the central plaza, Taehyuk has gathered 9 people, and the crowd is standing in water that has already risen to his thighs. Then Yu Hayoung appears with 17 more, and Taehyuk stares because she somehow rescued almost twice as many people in the same crisis. Her answer is almost absurd. People started following her even before the broadcast, mostly because a beautiful woman asking them to move felt easier to trust than anything else. Taehyuk switches voices again, takes command in a more charismatic borrowed tone, and addresses the whole group like a leader instead of a desperate kid. He lays out the ugly truth: rescue is too far away, the lower level is already underwater, and in about 10 minutes this whole area will be gone too. When panic starts building, Taehyuk gives them one way out. They can escape through the ceiling vents if he brings back the blueprint and finds a safe route. That promise finally pays off, and the demon-revealing mirror flashes the reward he was waiting for: 26 more affinity points. Including the point from Oh-sua, he now has 27, enough to bet everything on the skills he needs next. Just as he turns to leave, a sharp-eyed man named Yu Tae-soo publicly challenges him for not getting the blueprint sooner, and quietly turns the crowd's nerves against him. Taehyuk shuts the criticism down by saying if anyone dies because of his route, he'll be the last one to leave. Once he slips out of sight, Taehyuk spends 10 points on extending spying and 15 more on rapid production for forgery, dropping nearly everything at once. The moment he activates the upgraded spying, Agony tears through his nerves so violently he has to clamp both hands over his mouth to keep from screaming. His senses expand across all of Atlantis at once, and the skin crawls forward like 10 seconds of pure hell, while his brain feels ready to split open. He survives the scan and immediately forces forgery on top of it, pushing his shaking body into an even more impossible feat. Time seems to shatter around him as forgery races, stretching a couple of minutes into a nightmare of microscopic focus and broken perception. When it finally ends, Taehyuk coughs up black blood and realizes he just forced a level of crime skill that a normal body like his should never survive. But the blueprint is perfect, and staring at that completed escape map, he grins through the blood anyway. Barely holding himself together, Taehyuk forces Atlantis out of his head, grabs the blueprint, and staggers back to the waiting crowd. The survivors tense up the second he returns, because by now everyone knows their lives depend on what he's carrying. When Taehyuk shows the hand-drawn map, Yu Tae-soo immediately sneers at it, and tries to poison trust in him again. A middle-aged architect in the crowd steps up, asks to inspect it, and becomes the one person who might settle the argument. Taehyuk knows every second matters, but he hands it over anyway because a delayed escape is still safer than dragging a doubtful crowd through a vent. After a fast but careful check, the architect declares the blueprint flawless, right down to its scale and markings, and the crowd finally exhales. Even then, Yu Tae-soo refuses to drop it, so Taehyuk coldly tells him to stay behind alone if he distrusts the route that much. Then Yu Ha-young steps in, sees how wrecked Taehyuk's body really is, and angrily defends him for risking his life to save everyone here. Her voice shakes when she asks if he's okay, and Taehyuk can only brush it off and push everyone back toward escaping first. The crowd turns on Yu Tae-soo for obstructing the rescue, and for one brief moment it looks like social pressure might shut him up. Instead, Yu Tae-soo calmly pulls out a handgun and reveals the truth. He's the man in charge here, and if the guests survive, he's finished. He openly says he plans to kill the rest of them and rewrite the story however he likes once they're dead. One furious man charges anyway, and Yu Tae-soo shoots him down without blinking. That single gunshot kills the crowd's courage, and the standoff turns ugly as the water keeps climbing around all of them. Yu Tae-soo points the gun back at Taehyuk and demands the blueprint, knowing that taking it means taking everyone's last chance with it. Taehyuk says loud enough for everyone to hear that if he rushed the gunman now, he could die like a hero and maybe save the rest. Then he undercuts that image himself, saying he's no hero, just a criminal, and agrees to hand the map over. In the chaos, Yu Ha-young quietly offers to distract the gunman so Taehyuk can strike, fully prepared to die if that's what it takes. Taehyuk flatly tells her she'll die, but Yu Ha-young only smiles brighter and says that if someone has to be the hero, she'll do it. That moment hits Taehyuk hard, because this strange thief really means it, and he decides he absolutely can't let her die here. He hushes her, reveals he already has another plan, and tells Yu Tae-soo he'll surrender the blueprint as long as no one else gets hurt. Yu Tae-soo laughs at the idea of sacrifice, takes the map, and leaves the survivors screaming and begging while he basks in their helplessness. He climbs into the vent with the stolen blueprint and vanishes before the crowd can catch him, thinking he just stole their future. Before doing anything else, Taehyuk bows his head to the man who was shot, because the only real hero here died trying to save strangers. Then he straightens up as the criminal he claims to be and pulls out the real blueprint he kept hidden all along. The survivors explode with relief when he says he expected this and gave Yu Tae-soo a fake map instead. Taehyuk quietly notes that Yu Tae-soo is now crawling toward hell on the wrong route, and once he survives this, he'll expose the whole story. Taehyuk hands the real blueprint to the unnamed architect and puts him in front, trusting actual expertise now that every second counts. The unnamed architect bows in gratitude, but Taehyuk snaps that thanks can wait until everyone gets out alive. With the water already up to their chests, more than 20 people start climbing into the vents in a tense, but surprisingly orderly line. As the last few remain, Taehyuk tells Yu Ha-young to stop helping and go first, but she stubbornly stays behind to keep shoving others to safety. Out of time to argue, Taehyuk finally goes in first while Yu Ha-young laughs him off and keeps working until the end. One by one the final survivors disappear into the vent, and Yu Ha-young is left alone just as the room finally vanishes underwater. As she loses consciousness underwater, Yu Ha-young's mind drifts through the selfish lessons that made her hate Chables and dream of becoming the kind of hero her own father never was. Strangely, she feels no regret, because for one brief moment down here, she really did become the hero she wanted to be. Then warmth hits her, and she wakes coughing as Taehyuk shakes her and drags her back from the edge with frantic relief. Her first stunned question isn't about the flood at all, but how Taehyuk somehow knows her real name. Taehyuk brushes that off and blurts out that he had to give her artificial respiration, which sends her straight into first kiss shock. She turns red remembering that warm touch, while Taehyuk insists the only important thing is that he kept his promise and saved her life. With police and reporters gathering outside, Taehyuk says the two of them should skip the spotlight and disappear before anyone pins them down. Yu Ha-young, now fully won over, immediately agrees and says she'll help him with anything. Taehyuk tells her exactly what comes next. He wants to hunt down bomber Kim Tae-sung before this case ends. But right then the demon-revealing mirror cuts into his momentum with a nasty little surprise. 2 affinity points disappear because 2 bonds have been destroyed. He realizes the dead hero, and Yu Tae-soo have both dropped out of his network, and before he can dwell on the lost points, Yu Ha-young latches onto his arm and cheerfully pulls him toward the next chase. Late in the afternoon, a rookie policewoman cleaning Gangdong Police Station finds a stray courier box tucked in a corner. At first they assume it belongs to Detective O, but his joke about his wife finding his hidden savings makes it clear he never ordered anything. When the officers check the label, the fake sender address and vague recipient details make the package feel dangerous instead of misplaced. Cho Kang-suk walks in, instantly drawing everyone's attention as the station's rising star detective. Kang-suk studies the box, notices the weight and liquid sloshing inside, and decides not to gamble on a bad feeling. He immediately calls Inspector Kim Do-shik and reports that a bomb may have been delivered to the station. The lazy afternoon vanishes in a flash as word spreads through Gangdong Police Station that an IED has arrived. Kim Do-shik oversees the bomb squad as they open the package with extreme care, treating every vibration like it could level the building. Inside the box, they uncover a plastic bowl of red liquid threaded with wires, and Kim Do-shik instantly recognizes it as a liquid bomb. The squad confirms it is nitromethane, still powerful enough to wipe out a street, but strangely missing any detonator. Kim Do-shik praises Kang-suk's instincts and sends him to trace the courier route while the bomb is processed. Before leaving, Kang-suk spots an old voice recorder tucked inside the box and realizes the bomber wants an audience. The wiped recorder clicks on, and a ridiculous helium-like voice calmly welcomes the police to the bomber's game. The message boasts that 9 more identical bombs are hidden across the city center, and if the police miss even one, people will die. Kang-suk slams the wall in fury when the bomber treats mass murder like a game played against the police. Then the tape reveals the first bomb was set for 10 a.m. at Atlantis, and Kim Do-shik realizes they are already hours late. A radio report confirms the nightmare. Atlantis has already exploded with hundreds of guests inside. The tape ends by demanding 15 billion won for all the bomb locations and leaves the entire station in chaos. After escaping Atlantis, Taehyuk takes Ha-young to a quiet family restaurant, where the adrenaline finally gives way to a serious talk. Ha-young admits she was truly ready to die, and Taehyuk dryly reminds her she only survived because someone pulled her out. Still embarrassed over the fake blueprint trick, Ha-young insists that if she is helping him, he has to stop keeping her in the dark. Taehyuk realizes she took his secrecy personally, sighs, and promises to tell her as much as he can. He writes down Kim Tae-sung's name in his notebook and bluntly tells Ha-young that this is the madman behind the bombings. When Ha-young asks how he could possibly know that, Taehyuk feeds her a shameless lie about being a once-in-a-generation genius who can reason into the future. Ha-young actually buys it, deciding his hidden brilliance explains everything strange about him so far. When she asks if that is how he knew her name, Taehyuk casually kills the mystery by showing the number she already saved in his phone. He smooths it over with a flattering comment about her name, and Ha-young melts all over again. Then Taehyuk turns serious, and warns her that Atlantis was only the beginning because 8 bombs are still out there. He explains that the bomber demanded 15 billion won, but money is not the real point and the police are chasing the wrong motive. After a long pause, Taehyuk quietly tells her Kim Tae-sung's real target is the Chaebol family he blames for driving his own family to death. The truth hits Ha-young so hard that she breaks down crying right at the table. Taehyuk pats her back and gently tells her she is not Kim Tae-sung, and that if she ever starts down that path, he will stop her. Moved by that promise, Ha-young slowly agrees to stay on his side, and Taehyuk feels the danger of losing her finally pass. Back at the station, the bomber's next clue arrives as a riddle so dense that the police can barely make sense of it before time runs out. The taunting message leaves them with one last detail, a name for the culprit himself, the bomber. With no one else solving it, Kang-suk reluctantly suggests bringing in Ju Hyun-ho, the one person weird enough to crack this kind of clue. Ju Hyun-ho rushes in 3 minutes later in his beloved trench coat, acting delighted to finally have a case built for him. Kim Do-shik heaps praise on him for the hippo case, but Hyun-ho bluntly insists the real credit belongs to someone else. Even so, Hyun-ho focuses on the riddle, scans it once, and announces almost instantly that he already knows where the bomb is. He marks the key words and explains that the clue points to King Sejong, then to Sungkyunkwan University, instead of the page full of fake complexity. Hyun-ho goes one level deeper and narrows it to the blue dragon statue at the university's front gate. After a quick phone search confirms the exact spot, Kim Do-shik orders an immediate deployment to Myeong-young. Kang-suk heads out with the team, but Hyun-ho hangs back with the recorder because he wants to analyze the bomber's mind instead of chasing after the bomb. Hundreds of police flood Sungkyunkwan University, turning an ordinary campus afternoon into a sudden mass evacuation. The students are baffled at first, but the armed officers make it clear this is no drill and push everyone to move now. The evacuation surprisingly holds together, helped along by reservists who slip into familiar crowd control mode. Watching the students clear out, Kang-suk lets himself hope they got here early enough to save everyone this time. Swat reaches the blue dragon statue and confirms that Hyun-ho's absurdly fast answer was exactly right. The bomb is there. But once again the bomb turns out to be another taunt, devastatingly powerful yet missing its primer just like the first one. Where the detonator should be, they find another recorder, proving the bomber dragged them all here for a lesson. The message sneers that this was only the tutorial, A safe bomb meant to prove he is serious before the real hunt begins. Kim Do-shik snaps and orders Hyun-ho brought in again because only he can keep up with clues this twisted. Then Kim Do-shik's phone rings, and the familiar altered voice on the line instantly freezes him in place. The caller first sounds like the bomber, then casually switches to a different voice and says he is not the bomber at all. When the voice warns him to stop the SWAT officer beside him from making a move, Kim Do-shik realizes the caller somehow knows exactly what is happening on site. The stranger offers to help find the bombs for a price and casually drops a secret detail only the police know. He was the one who caught the hippo. Kim Do-shik orders an immediate trace, but the caller predicts even that and mocks him for wasting manpower. Instead of the bomber's 15 billion, the stranger asks for 150 million won per criminal and offers to prove himself by giving the next bomb location first. When Kim Do-shik demands to know who he is, the voice answers with a name that lands like a second shockwave: the God of Crime. At police headquarters, Kim Do-shik gets another call from the anonymous informant and realizes the bomber case is already too big for him to judge alone. Even so, the SWAT side insists they should try their own response first and only lean on the unknown helper if they run out of options. They still have about 5 hours before the bomb goes off, so Kim Do-shik decides to wait for Ju Hyun-ho and see if the clue can be solved cleanly first. A sleek BMW pulls up, and the famous investigator Ju Hyun-ho finally arrives to tackle the bomber's clue. Kim Do-shik immediately has him listen to the recorded hint, and the whole room watches Ju Hyun-ho like he might save them again. But this time Ju Hyun-ho doesn't look stuck because he lacks the answer, he looks sick because he hates the answer he found. He finally writes down the result. The bomb is hidden somewhere in Seoul's educational institutions. The clue is a trap on purpose, broad enough to threaten students across the whole city and impossible to narrow any further. Ju Hyun-ho rattles off the number of schools in Seoul and estimates they would need at least 20,000 people to search them all in time. That means dragging in private help in schools across Seoul, which would leak the bomb threat to the media and cause citywide panic. Kim Do-shik still makes the hard call. Public safety comes first, so he orders every educational institution contacted and prepares to take responsibility himself. Just as he reaches for the police commissioner's line, the anonymous caller cuts in again and says he already found the bomb. The caller calmly points him to H High School in K District, adds that mobilizing 20,000 people would be a mess, and leaves the choice to him. Kim Do-shik sends Cho Kong-suk to verify the tip, furious that the unknown helper might be useful and infuriating at the same time. Elsewhere, Tae-hyuk slumps onto a bench after nearly 3 hours of running, exhausted but satisfied that he stayed ahead of the police. He assumes Kong-suk will be the one sent to check this site, so he pushes himself to finish all the staging before the police arrive. He quietly appreciates Yoo Ha-young, whose phone trickery has been masking the origin of every call he makes to the police. After all that sprinting, Tae-hyuk checks his stats and realizes his agility has climbed again, pushing him up to 33. He even wonders if Ha-young has some hidden trait that helps him grow faster whenever they're working together. Now settled in a corner of H High School, Tae-hyuk opens the courier box holding Kim Tae-sung's liquid bomb and confirms he already removed the primer. He knows this single bomb was meant to send 20,000 people scrambling and turn the whole country upside down. Tae-hyuk doesn't care about giving the bomber a tragic excuse. After 10 years among criminals, he has decided a criminal is still just a criminal. And from Tae-hyuk's angle, criminals are also assets, because this bomber is about to become his first real payday as the god of crime. He mentally tallies the blacklist in his head, and sees a future where turning in the right criminals could earn enough to secure his family's life. With that decision made, Tae-hyuk stops reacting to crime and starts planning around it, embracing the title god of crime as a real role. Before leaving, he rigs the scene so the police won't just find the bomb, they'll find his name. Then Tae-hyuk walks off without looking back, already heading for the next bomb site. When Kim Do-shik's team reaches H High School, the tip proves real and the bomb is exactly where the caller said it would be. Then they look up and find Tae-hyuk's ridiculous calling card, a banner that says "Feel free to eat god of crime," with ramyun boxes stacked underneath. The SWAT leader actually finds it funny, but Kim Do-shik is too irritated to appreciate the joke. In the end, the freezing officers really do get warm water from the school and eat the ramyun left by the man blackmailing them into cooperation. After speaking with the commissioner, Kim Do-shik formally puts Cho Kong-suk in charge of all contact with the god of crime. Kong-suk is caught off guard by the promotion, but Kim Do-shik sweetens it with a special budget and a blunt order to handle the god of crime. Kong-suk still looks uneasy, because useful or not, the man they're dealing with is obviously another criminal. By the next hunt, Tae-hyuk has spent the whole day crisscrossing Seoul and finally reaches Tapgo Park, dead tired and thinking this might be the last bomb he handles tonight. The long chase even makes him daydream about buying a car, until he remembers he doesn't have a license yet. He also finds it interesting that the police obediently switched his contact over to Cho Kong-suk and promised reward money for cooperation. Instead of feeling threatened, Tae-hyuk likes the idea of Kong-suk rising through the ranks, because it could make life easier for him and for his sister later. His thoughts drift to his sister and Kong-suk's awkward first date, which got ruined by work before Tae-hyuk and Haran ended up using the expensive restaurant reservation instead. That only makes him more determined to produce a better second date once this bomber mess is over. Based on the clue, he heads right from Samomon and notes that the bitter December cold has nearly emptied the park. To make sure nobody is watching him, Taehyuk activates spying and sweeps the area like a human radar despite the stamina cost. The skin picks up a cleaner with a broom, and that tiny detail immediately feels wrong to Taehyuk. When he checks the time and sees it's already 6:30, the cleaner's overtime presence near a bomb site becomes even more suspicious. Taehyuk remembers the bomber's schedule perfectly. This park bomb wasn't supposed to matter until dawn, so getting here this early means he might catch the man himself. Instead of rushing in, Taehyuk approaches the cleaner casually and offers him a warm can of coffee on the freezing bench. The cleaner accepts gratefully and, in a calm voice, starts talking about his daughter whenever the moon is bright like this. He says he named her Sangha after a moon goddess, because he dreamt of a great moon when she was born and she grew up dreaming of becoming an astronaut. When Taehyuk asks what happened, the man says his wife and daughter went to the moon together, leaving him behind because he still has work to do. Taehyuk lets him finish, then calmly drops the mask and addresses him by name, Kim Taesung. Before the bomber can react, Taehyuk says he can at least show him the stars and activates violence. An iron pipe appears in Taehyuk's hand, and he cracks Kim Taesung across the head in one brutal surprise hit. With the bomber down, Taehyuk grumbles that the whole sentimental introduction was way too long for how cold he was getting. He checks the unconscious man, sure he held back enough that Kim Taesung will wake up later but not anytime soon. Then Taehyuk strips off his own disguise, peeling away the fake beard and glasses so nothing confusing is left behind. He pulls on surgical gloves and starts searching Kim Taesung's clothes for the tools tied to the bomb sequence. He finds the tape recorder with the next riddle and the primer for this bomb, exactly as he expected from memory. After that, Taehyuk ties Kim Taesung up with tape and leaves him bundled with the evidence secured. Taehyuk dryly tells the tied bomber not to catch cold, because he'll have someone come pick him up soon enough. The bomber planned to keep Korea in panic for 120 hours, but Taehyuk has crushed the whole thing in just 20. Using Yoo Ha-young's untraceable phone setup again, Taehyuk prepares to cash in the capture instead of just handing the bomber over for free. He has learned the hard way that new criminals don't always pay out in skills, so if the gains aren't powers, they had better be money. With the bomber case effectively finished on his side, Taehyuk finally calls Kim Do-shik's line, expecting Cho Kang-suk to answer. Back with the police, Joo Hyun-ho is still buried in history books trying to solve the next riddle when the god of crime calls first and wrecks his pride again. Everyone assumes the caller just found another bomb, so Kim Do-shik presses Kang-suk for the location right away. Joo Hyun-ho even boasts that this riddle can't be solved so easily and begs for a little more time to beat the mysterious caller to it. Then Kang-suk drops the real news. The god of crime didn't find the next bomb, he found the bomber. When Kang-suk names Tapgo Park, Joo Hyun-ho instantly realizes the clue was pointing to the March 1st movement, and melts down over missing it. Kim Do-shik confirms the promised 150 million will be paid if the capture is real, because a deal is still a deal. But he still refuses to trust the god of crime, and secretly reveals his real plan. Bug the reward money with a transmitter and use it to catch him too. With National Intelligence Service support lined up, Kim Do-shik decides the bomber is only part of the problem and the god of crime is the real target worth hunting next. With the bomber already down, a Kanpi SWAT team rushes to Tapgo Park anyway, treating the scene like a live terror threat. The team leader pushes his squad through the secured park, tense over the risk of homemade bombs that could still level a building. When they finally reach the suspect, the leader is stunned to find the bomber already tied up and the bomb cart sitting there almost gift-wrapped for arrest. But the arrest only makes the panic worse, because the public starts connecting Atlantis, the bombing spree, and the sudden deployment of special forces. At police headquarters, the commissioner snaps at a subordinate to keep quiet about the unknown person who actually helped end the bomber case. His real panic has nothing to do with the bomber anymore, because the Death Circus fallout could expose the VIP viewers, Atlantis, and Chairman Song all at once. He starts preparing a media distraction, hoping a few planted celebrity scandals can drown out the corporate and police corruption before it explodes. Then a frantic call stops him cold. JC is airing a breaking report that says the bombings were revenge against Taesung Group. The broadcast lays out the hidden crime in full, accusing Taesung of developing a virus weapon, covering a deadly leak, and silencing the researcher who tried to expose it. Worse, the report says Taesung infected the researcher's family to silence him, and the commissioner realizes the buried case he erased has come back to destroy him. When he calls JC to stop it, the director says the station was hacked and the hijackers threaten to blow up the building if the pirate broadcast is cut. Then the broadcast names the people behind the cover-up, including Chairman Song Won-jin and the commissioner himself, and he knows he is finished. Only now does the real shape of the plan become clear. The bomber used 9 attacks to hide a single true target in the middle of the chaos. Elsewhere, undercover police set a trap for the god of crime by packing 150 million won in cash into a heavy bag. The plan sounds simple enough. After the bomber's arrest, the god of crime says he will trade the locations of the last 4 bombs once the money is safely handed over. An undercover agent is sent to exit one of Gangnam Station, where he waits in a sea of commuters with the cash bag in plain sight. Kim Do-shik keeps the undercover agent on comms and tells him to stay put, trusting the hidden officers and nearby special forces to catch anyone who makes a move. The location feels absurdly exposed, with strangers bumping into him every few seconds, but that only makes the handoff more nerve-wracking. Then Kim Do-shik suddenly orders him to check the bag right now. When the agent peeks inside, the money is gone, leaving only the hidden transmitter behind. Even Kim Do-shik can only stare and admit the same thing everyone else is thinking. This thief really did steal like a god. Back at home, Taehyuk finally gets a quiet moment and starts making cup noodles after a day of non-stop chaos. With Haran away at her cramped school dorm during the week, the apartment feels emptier than usual. Lacking anything better to hold down the lid, Taehyuk casually sets the liquid bomb on top of his noodles like it is just another kitchen weight. He settles in with the meal, pleased with himself, while the TV keeps rolling through the fallout he helped trigger. As he eats, the TV shows Chairman Song Won-jin being paraded away in handcuffs for a string of crimes, and Taehyuk watches the disgrace with quiet satisfaction. He vaguely feels like he forgot something important, but with hot noodles and leftovers waiting, he lets the thoughts slide for now. Next week winter vacation starts, and the classroom buzzes with that brief last burst of freedom before seniors lock into university exam mode. At his window seat, Taehyuk quietly checks the demon-revealing mirror and sees that the bomber left him with 50 affinity points. After nearly 10 days of skipping school, Taehyuk almost feels like a stranger here, but his sudden jump to 4th place keeps the staff off his back. His homeroom teacher Young Namho is the one adult who still talks to him the same way, asking where he vanished to for a week. Taehyuk answers with a shameless straight face, claiming he went to a temple because he could not focus on studying. The joke dies when Taehyuk shows a mock exam sheet packed with top grades, leaving Young Namho genuinely impressed. Young Namho ruffles his hair, praises him, and sends him into winter break with a promise to talk seriously once the new term begins. Left alone again, Taehyuk realizes school is starting to feel like borrowed time, because his real priorities are still changing the future, catching criminals, and making money. He even catches himself thinking about universities and future plans, a path that did not exist in the life he remembers. Before class starts, An Eun-jong nervously brings up a new problem near school. Local bullies have started shaking students down. She explains that the group is called Nuclear Bomb, a large outside crew that moved into the area after a crackdown and already took money from students at their school. Taehyuk jokes about why she is warning him specifically, but Eun-jong answers with complete sincerity and tells him not to go anywhere dangerous. He gives in and promises, and that is enough to draw a small relieved smile from her. Under her breath, Eun-young quietly admits she wants him safe because they are supposed to go to university together someday. Trying to cover her feelings, she quickly changes the subject and asks whether he has plans for the vacation. Taehyuk casually says he already has a date that night, and Eun-young freezes at the word before he can explain. He quickly clears it up by saying the date is Haran's, and he plans to secretly support his sister after her first one ended in disaster. He proudly names the mission date Hard 2.0, and Eun-young can only worry that his taste in titles is as outdated as ever. Since Christmas Eve is taken, Eun-young settles for promising him a strict study schedule and good food for next year instead. Taehyuk misses the way Eun-young keeps stealing glances at him every few minutes, while she quietly keeps thinking about him. After school, Taehyuk heads to his abandoned construction site hideout to keep sharpening the crime skills he already has. He reviews how much smoother his skills have become, especially after spying grew strong enough to project the demon-revealing mirror into the air without even pulling it from his pocket. He is especially satisfied with robbery, because it worked cleanly enough to steal 150 million won from undercover police without anyone noticing. Now he turns to violence, summoning the iron pipe and testing the burst of strength and speed that comes with it, even if the skill burns through stamina fast. Before he can finish training, rough voices echo through the empty building and interrupt his private hideout. A few young thugs have cornered a terrified student in his school uniform and are demanding money while threatening to beat him senseless. When the boy begs for time, one thug slaps him and another drives a boot into his leg, making it clear this is more than a simple shakedown. The thugs brag that their hyung belongs to Nuclear Bomb and keep stomping the boy like this beating is part of proving themselves. Taehyuk first thinks about leaving and just reporting it, because after everything he has seen lately, this kind of street brutality almost feels small. That option disappears the moment the gang spots him and realizes someone has been watching. The leader accuses the boy of calling a friend and kicks the victim in the stomach again while demanding to know who Taehyuk is. Taehyuk walks closer instead of backing off, mockingly warning them that one bad kick in the wrong place could burst the boy's intestines. As the gang closes around him, Taehyuk remembers his promise to Eun-young and grimly admits he is about to break it. Then his tone flips cold, and he tells them today is their memorial service. Before they can react, the iron pipe appears in his hands and one thug drops instantly from a single brutal swing. The gang leader finally understands he is facing someone far more dangerous than another student, but panic only drives him to pull a knife. Taehyuk mocks the knife grip like a bad movie pose, then reminds him that a shorter weapon never wins against a longer reach. He closes the distance in a flash and smashes the leader's arm so badly it twists out of shape on the spot. After that, the fight is completely one-sided, because neighborhood thugs are no match for Taehyuk using violence and an iron pipe. With the gang down, Taehyuk calmly searches their pockets and finds nearly 500,000 won, mostly money they took from other students. He slips 1/3 into the battered student's pocket for hospital costs, and keeps the rest for himself without the slightest guilt. As he pockets his cut, Taehyuk casually weighs calling the police and an ambulance, already treating the brawl like useful field practice for violence. And when he hears the gang's name again, Taehyuk walks away thinking nuclear bomb might be worth hitting again if they keep crossing his path. On a freezing weekend, Seo Haran rushes home apologizing for being late, only to stop short when she finds Taehyuk calmly cooking dinner for her. Taehyuk gently tells his overworked sister to rest and wash up first, treating her like the one who deserves to be taken care of for once. As Haran steps into a real hot shower, the warmth hits harder because she still remembers the miserable basement days when winter meant frozen pipes and barely heated wash water. Back at the table, Haran stares at a spread of steak, salad, and rolls that look far too luxurious for their usual life, and Taehyuk casually says a friend helped him prepare it. When Haran immediately asks if the helpful friend is a girlfriend, Taehyuk brushes it off and says they only study together. Haran cuts into the steak and is stunned by how soft and rich it is, while Taehyuk lies with a straight face that it came from a cheap butcher sale. She moves on to the salmon salad, notices the blackfish eggs, and accepts Taehyuk's fake explanation that they were just another discount find. Even while suspecting the ingredients are expensive, Haran keeps admiring every bite, and Taehyuk just smiles because spoiling her is exactly what he wanted. Taehyuk tells her not to worry about money and to focus on studying, quietly taking over the role of protector that Haran used to carry for the family. While Haran laughs, Taehyuk makes a private vow that this time he will never let his sister end up unhappy again. Then Taehyuk drops the real surprise. Cho Kang-suk is preparing a date for her, and Haran tries to stay calm even though the news clearly lands. Away from that warm apartment, Kan Han-sung of Nuclear Bomb glares at his beaten juniors and demands to know how 4 of them got wrecked by one student with an iron pipe. One junior tries to save face by calling Taehyuk a coward for using a pipe, and Kan Han-sung slaps him for sounding proud of such a pathetic excuse. Still, Han-sung decides the fighter might be useful instead of worthless, especially after hearing the boy came from nearby a high school and fought 4 people alone. When he asks who really tops a high school, the answer gets weird fast. The rumors point not to Taehyuk, but to an Eun-jong, a terrifyingly brilliant girl he supposedly can match. Han-sung briefly imagines some monstrous female bruiser and decides he has to check this school rumor himself instead of trusting his idiots anymore. Then he learns Taehyuk is out at a suburban couple's restaurant on Christmas Eve, and the quiet night suddenly looks like the perfect chance to jump him. Grinning at the thought, Han-sung orders 10 fighters to gather and declares they are starting a war. Meanwhile, Taehyuk dresses Kang-suk in a custom suit so expensive and sharp that the awkward detective suddenly looks like a drama lead. Kang-suk worries more about whether he can move in the suit if a criminal appears, and Taehyuk has to drag his head back to the fact that tonight is about romance, not arrests. As a limousine arrives outside, Kang-suk gets emotional because Taehyuk really did arrange everything for him, from the clothes to the route to the scripted lines. Once Kang-suk leaves to pick up Haran, Taehyuk reveals the darker half of his plan. He deliberately leaked his own location so a gang would attack and hand Kang-suk a perfect hero moment. At Ludwig, the Christmas Eve date begins in a nearly empty hidden gem restaurant, with Kang-suk and Haran seated alone while Taehyuk handles trouble behind the scenes. In the back, Taehyuk presses the owner over the cheap full rental deal and bluntly points out that Ludwig's stage show should have been included too. The owner admits no performers are available during break time, so Taehyuk takes the stage problem into his own hands and asks to borrow the equipment instead. He even warns the owner the stage might get noisy and promises to cover any damage, making it clear he has a bigger plan than just playing background music. With the gang still on the way, Taehyuk heads for the stage and decides that if Ludwig has no performer, he will become the performer himself. Because he can't play instruments, Taehyuk uses voice modulation with a backing track and chooses Ave Maria to set the mood for a Christmas Eve confession. Once he starts singing, Taehyuk's skill-backed performance is polished enough to make the private dinner feel almost unreal. At their corner table, Haran hears the live voice and wonders where it's coming from, but she decides to stay put, and Kang-suk follows her lead. The music melts Kang-suk's fear just enough for him to tell Haran she looks beautiful, and this time he says it with total sincerity. Haran answers that he looks handsome too, and the date finally starts feeling natural instead of carefully rehearsed. As the song shifts into a lively carol, Haran admits the whole day has been so happy it almost scares her. When old despair suddenly washes over Haran, Kang-suk reaches for her hands and tells her that punishing criminals is only half his job because victims also deserve the right to be happy. That simple promise hits Haran hard, because Kang-suk isn't talking about guilt or pity anymore, just her right to live happily from here on. Kang-suk fumbles for a bigger confession, but Haran gently tells him to slow down and says she can wait, easing the pressure without rejecting him. So Kang-suk blurts out the smaller but crucial step instead, asking if she will go on another date with him, and Haran says yes with a smile. Relieved and thrilled, Kang-suk tells her he wants to take her one more place after dinner, hinting at another surprise Taehyuk built into the night. Elsewhere in Ludwig, Taehyuk gets word from his paid informant that nuclear bomb is almost here and calmly shifts from singer to ambush operator. Watching the security feed, Taehyuk clicks his tongue when all 10 gang members crowd through the back entrance with pipes and bats instead of leaving any support outside. Once the whole group steps into the kill zone, Taehyuk springs the trap and drops the room into chaos. When Taehyuk switches the light back on, the raid has already collapsed into a sticky heap under his glue net, with only 2 intruders left standing. With an iron pipe in hand, Taehyuk coldly addresses the 2 men still standing and makes it obvious the room belongs to him now. Then Taehyuk unveils his so-called new magic by touching the pinned gangsters one by one and stealing their clothes right off their bodies. The room erupts in panic, yelling as 8 gangsters realize Taehyuk has stripped them almost modestly covered by careful framing and simple cloth and left only their plain modest underclothes behind out of mock mercy. Before they can recover, Taehyuk pulls out a camera and starts snapping photos, turning the beatdown into blackmail material they can't laugh off. He threatens to print and scatter the photos around the neighborhood, and the same tough guys who came to crush him suddenly start begging him to stop. With all the leverage in his hands, Taehyuk stops playing and offers terms: stop being his enemies, or take paid jobs handling things he doesn't want to do himself. Taehyuk makes the power structure plain. This is not friendship, just a contract he controls because he plans to spend these thugs later as disposable muscle. Taehyuk corners Hansong with cash and blackmail, and the thug leader finally agrees to cooperate as long as he is treated like a business partner, not a subordinate. Taehyuk calmly spins his iron pipe and uses robbery to strip away the net and glue, pinning the gangsters down. The freed thugs scramble for their clothes, but one glare from Taehyuk is enough to make the whole line go quiet. Taehyuk seals the arrangement with a carrot and stick: complain if you want, but only obedience gets paid. Then Taehyuk gives the gangsters a paid role: start trouble with Kansuk and make it look natural so his hyung can seem more manly in front of Haran. The gangsters are ready to act for cash, but when they look back, Kansuk has already vanished with Haran and left Taehyuk behind. After chasing them down and finishing his lecture, Taehyuk makes one rule very clear: leave his people alone. To drive it home, Taehyuk smashes a huge tree with one swing and tells them anyone under his protection will make them regret it. Hansong realizes he provoked the wrong monster, and Taehyuk ends the deal with a polite handshake that still feels like a threat. Meanwhile, Kansuk clumsily tells Haran she needs to change clothes, and his awful wording instantly makes the whole moment awkward. The misunderstanding gets worse when Haran spots a Santa suit, until Kansuk blurts out that the elf outfit is for her, and he is the one wearing Santa. Once he explains, Kansuk reveals the truth. Every Christmas he visits an orphanage he sponsors, and this year he wanted Haran beside him. Haran is touched by the rough detective's kindness and agrees to help hand out gifts with him. They come back out in costume, and Haran can't help laughing because Santa Kansuk looks less magical than he does like a fighter in a beard. On the way over, Haran sees every wrapped present has a child's name on it, and Kansuk admits he prepared each gift from their own Christmas wish lists. When Kansuk says the children recently asked Santa not to come alone, Haran realizes they were quietly worrying about him too. At the orphanage, Santa Kansuk and Elf Haran walk into a roar of cheers, and the children instantly swarm them. Haran quickly takes charge of the gift line, and even while the kids tease Santa for not being a grandpa, Kansuk is just happy they still adore him. Watching Kansuk with the children, Haran sees this is more than charity to him. He treats this place like family. Then Taehyuk crashes the party dressed as Rudolph, and Haran is so surprised she nearly forgets she's still in costume too. With Rudolph adding cake and chicken, the 3 of them turn the visit into a full Christmas party for the whole orphanage. By dawn, the mood snaps hard when a restaurant worker comes in through fresh snow and spots what he thinks is a decorated Christmas tree out front. As he brushes the snow away, the bright red ornaments start to look horribly wrong. The worker finally understands he is staring at a Christmas tree hung with severed limbs and dripping blood, and his scream tears through the morning. The next chapter opens inside a killer's warped mind. After losing faith in real women, he starts obsessing over dolls because only dolls can be made perfect. His obsession sharpened after a national actress's sex video scandal shattered his fantasy, pushing him toward the idea of replacing flawed human parts like broken doll pieces. Back at the orphanage after the party settles down, Taehyuk lounges with canned coffee and watches Kansuk get mobbed by kids who already want to marry Santa. A young nun named Viviana sits beside Taehyuk, thanks him for coming, and gently steers the conversation towards something she really wants to ask. Keeping her voice low so the other children won't hear, Viviana asks if Taehyuk knows a missing girl named Kim Subin. Viviana shows him a photo of Subin, a cheerful freshman with a short haircut, but Taehyuk has never seen her before. When Taehyuk guesses Subin ran away, Viviana's face falls, and she grips his hand to beg him to tell her that Sister Mom is still waiting if he ever finds her. That plea is cut off by Jaime, a defensive girl from the orphanage, who snaps that Subin already graduated and they shouldn't be begging favors from a stranger for chicken. Kansuk arrives with the smile gone from his face, and one look tells everyone this missing girl story just turned serious. Away from the children, Viviana explains that Subin disappeared a month ago after leaving for school and never came home. Kansuk is upset they didn't call him directly, but Viviana admits she tried the station when he was buried in the hippo case and had no way to reach him. Taehyuk cuts in with a chilling question. Was this after actress Ryu Myung-hwa vanished, back when missing girls suddenly started multiplying? As Kang-suk confirms it, Taehyuk's stomach drops because he realizes this is the same nightmare case tied to a rising wave of copycat disappearances. Then Kang-suk's phone rings, and the moment he hears the words mutilation murder, the air in the room goes ice cold. Taehyuk hears enough to know his dread was right. The mutilation case has begun. Kang-suk hides the ugly details, apologizes, and rushes out to work before telling anyone there might be a body involved. When Taehyuk quietly asks if the missing person case has a clue, Kang-suk dodges the truth, but the shake in his voice says enough. Left behind, Taehyuk remembers the name doll play, and the worst part of all, in the future, this killer was never caught. For the first time since his return, Taehyuk feels truly helpless, because his future memories only tell him people died, not how to stop it. Then the demon-revealing mirror flashes a new mission in front of him: find doll play, with a reward so huge it could change everything. The reward hits him all at once: blacklist points, stat points, and a real shot at reaching noble rank. That promise snaps Taehyuk out of despair, and he remembers the weapon he'd almost forgotten. His crime skills can hunt criminals no one else has caught. With his eyes burning again, Taehyuk decides to chase doll play himself and finally go after the strongest enemy he has faced yet. In a dark studio, a disturbed man gazes at a bound girl like she is a precious doll and murmurs that he will fix her broken parts. He heads out in a large van, careful not to draw suspicion, and starts buying the tools he wants for the girl he plans to mutilate. On the drive back, his calm mask slips, and he happily plans to cut off her legs first so she can never escape. At a restaurant crime scene, Detective Cho Kang-suk arrives still wearing a Santa hat, and Ju Hyun-ho greets him with the wrong kind of energy for a massacre. Hyun-ho explains that a worker found a Christmas tree decorated with severed arms and legs, and Kang-suk's expression hardens instantly. When Hyun-ho counts 5 arms and 7 legs, he warns that there are at least 4 victims, and maybe more than the killer had room to display. Hyun-ho says this was no panicked cover-up, because anyone who calmly cuts up bodies stays rational long enough to hide the crime. But this killer went further, turning the remains into a display, and Hyun-ho reads that as twisted pride rather than simple disposal. Hyun-ho profiles the murderer as an educated, vain man in his 30s who treats his killings like art, and a recent doll exhibition suddenly catches Kang-suk's attention. Kang-suk immediately asks him to dig into that doll lead, even though Hyun-ho isn't convinced yet. Then Kang-suk calls Coroner Park Min-soo, hoping fingerprints can identify the victims. After the call, he reveals that none of the fingerprints were registered, which means every victim was underage. The realization hits so hard that Kang-suk slams the wall in fury. Elsewhere, Taehyuk pieces together that Kim Soo-bin's disappearance and the mutilation case must be connected, so he turns to Jaime for clues. When Jaime shuts him out, Taehyuk shamelessly pretends he might demand a kiss as payment if he finds Soo-bin himself, and that finally shakes her. Jaime gives in and starts with the truth. She and Soo-bin lived at the orphanage, but neither of them was actually an orphan. She calmly describes escaping an abusive father and ending up in an emergency relief center after years of bruises and fear. At that miserable shelter, Soo-bin stood out as the girl who kept comforting everyone else, and Jaime clung to her like family. By sheer luck, the 2 girls were sent to the same orphanage, and that felt like a miracle worth hugging over. Even after more trouble at the orphanage, Jaime says Soo-bin kept protecting her through every ugly thing that came their way. Then Jaime shows Taehyuk the rough bearing ring on her little finger, the promise token she shares with Soo-bin. She explains that Soo-bin made it after taking a factory job because they promised to earn enough money to live together as soon as possible. Because of that promise, Jaime still refuses to believe Soo-bin ran away and insists she must have found work and planned to come back for her. After hearing all of it, Taehyuk becomes sure Soo-bin is tied to the case, but he still can't see how the actress' disappearance, the missing girls, and the body parts fit together. Instead of backing off, he decides this is the kind of case he has to solve with his own skills, because even his future knowledge isn't enough here. He asks Jaime to come check a place where Soo-bin might be, telling her she may know Soo-bin better than anyone else now. That unexpected trust wins her over, and she agrees to help him. When Taehyuk offers to buy her burgers as payment, Jaime coolly upgrades the deal to beef ribeye and leaves him speechless. He accepts the expensive terms and warns her to keep quiet, because what he is about to do is a little illegal. Back at the crime scene, another call from Park Min-soo leaves Kang-suk trembling so badly that even Hyun-ho stops joking. Once he can speak, Kang-suk reveals the worst part. The victims were still alive when their arms and legs were cut off. The thought of that cruelty breaks him, and he roars that he wants to tear the killer apart alive. In the killer's hidden room, the mutilated girl has already lost her limbs, and he admires her like an unfinished doll. When the girl still stares at him with fear and contempt, he leans in to destroy her eyes too, ranting that he will replace every flawed part. Still humming to himself, the killer leaves the room to hunt more parts for the perfect doll he wants to build. Meanwhile, Taehyuk uses his copied access to Kang-suk's phone records to understand the detective circle and set up a risky shortcut. Then he activates voice modulation for the first time and copies Kang-suk's voice exactly. Using that fake voice, he calls Park Min-soo and asks him to secretly let an important witness view the bodies. Park hesitates because it is illegal, but he finally agrees to open the morgue in secret if it helps solve the case. Taehyuk decides his Rudolph costume is strange enough to pass as a part-time outfit, and he takes Jaime by taxi to the Gangdong morgue. The closer they get, the more Jaime senses something is wrong, but Taehyuk pushes gently and asks if she still wants to find Subin. At the chain side door, Park Min-soo is startled to see a kid and a boy in a reindeer costume, but he still lets them in quietly. Park leads them down to the basement, leaves the remains laid out for them, and stays outside as lookout. Inside the freezing room, Jaime first mistakes the arranged limbs for doll parts until Taehyuk tells her the awful truth. He gives her surgical gloves and asks her to look closely, because this is the only way to know if Subin is here. Then Jaime suddenly drops to the floor when she spots one dirty oil-stained hand with a crude ring on its little finger. She recognizes the promised ring instantly and understands that the arm belongs to Subin. Barely able to stand, Jaime staggers forward, takes the hand in both arms, and breaks down crying over the table. As Jaime sobs over the table, the crude little finger ring slips off the severed hand and rolls across the morgue floor unnoticed. Later, Taehyuk carries the exhausted Jaime back out and quietly thanks Park Min-soo outside the morgue. But once he calms down, Taehyuk realizes they only found one of Subin's arms, and no matching second arm was there with the rest. Since Park said the victims were alive during the mutilation, Taehyuk clings to one desperate possibility: Subin may still be alive. Knowing the future has already changed, Taehyuk vows to rescue Kim Subin, for Jaime's sake and for the huge reward waiting at the end of this nightmare. On Christmas morning, ABS producer Shin Se-ho drags himself into the festive streets with one goal: find a gruesome scoop before anyone else. When his junior asks what case they are chasing, Shin Se-ho reveals the rumor that severed limbs were used to decorate a Christmas tree, and his eyes light up at the shock value. He also explains why bigger stations stayed quiet on Christmas, then grins that ABS has no reason to be tasteful and plans to air the horror first. At the barricaded crime scene, the police stop them, and Shin Se-ho immediately calls out to Detective Cho Kang-suk for access. Kang-suk keeps it professional and refuses to show the bodies, but Shin Se-ho keeps probing, convinced the police are hiding something bigger. Shin Se-ho invites Kang-suk to talk over coffee, but while distracting him, he secretly signals his assistant to slip away and shoot the scene from another building. Before the interview can continue, Kang-suk gets a call, and the change in his face tells Shin Se-ho he just stumbled onto something huge. The caller, using a disguised voice while claiming to be Kim Do-shik, calmly tells Kang-suk he left a Christmas bomb at the doll crime scene. When the caller says it will explode in 5 minutes, Kang-suk finally understands the threat and breaks into a panic. Kang-suk shouts for everyone to evacuate, and the police instantly start clearing the area around the barricaded street. Instead of retreating quietly, Shin Se-ho needles Kang-suk about the call and nearly turns the bomb scare into an interview on police ties to terrorists. Shin Se-ho finally backs off, but the thrill running through him says this is no ordinary case, and the scoop might be world-class. Meanwhile, the assistant director shivers alone on a rooftop 200 meters away, aiming a telephoto camera at the emptied crime scene. A message from Shin Se-ho warns of a bomb threat and orders the assistant director to get a close shot of the culprit, even if the blast might reach him. Scared but hungry for a breakthrough, the assistant director steels himself and decides to film the best footage of his life. Then he spots a strange man entering the scene, leather jacket, opera mask, and a long iron pipe in his hand. When the masked man suddenly looks straight toward the rooftop and drags a thumb across his throat, the assistant director realizes he has been seen. Down at the scene, Taehyuk confirms the police are gone and casually decides the rooftop witness can be dealt with later. He treats the witness as a possible bonus, because sooner or later he wants the media to learn that the god of crime exists. At the blood-stained Christmas tree, Taehyuk sets up an easel and painting tools so forgery can read the traces left behind. As Taehyuk starts drawing, forgery hits him with a brutal vision of women in agony on operating tables. The image vanishes just as fast, and Taehyuk understands this case is not a simple mutilation murder but something tied to surgery and a larger hidden truth. Taehyuk leaves quickly before Kang-suk can return, already thinking his opera mask works well enough for this new role. Instead of heading home, he turns toward the rooftop witness, planning to clean up the loose end before starting his real doll play hunt. On the rooftop, Taehyuk overhears Kwon Jun-hyuk proudly telling Shin Se-ho he captured the masked criminal on camera. The moment he hears the producer's name, Taehyuk recognizes Shin Se-ho as the jailhouse reporter who harassed both him and Haran in his past life. That memory makes Taehyuk even colder, because a man shameless enough to exploit Haran is exactly the kind of tool he can use. Shin Se-ho laughs off his assistant's fear and mocks the idea that a man 200 meters away could notice him through a telephoto lens. Then Kwon Jun-hyuk looks past him and screams, because the masked man is suddenly walking toward them with the iron pipe. Shin Se-ho spins around too late and nearly collapses at the sight of the opera-masked stranger standing over him. Taehyuk calmly lists crimes he enjoys, including the bomb attack he just pulled, making it brutally clear they are at the mercy of a real criminal. To drive the point home, he drops a stone and smashes it with the iron pipe, turning the threat into something sickeningly concrete. As the two men retreat to the edge with nowhere left to run, Taehyuk warns them not to fall before he is done talking. Then Taehyuk shocks Shin Se-ho by addressing him by name and saying he came for a deal, not a killing. His first condition is simple: erase the camera data, and in exchange he will feed Shin Se-ho a scoop big enough to shake the country. Taehyuk sends the assistant away to the far corner, making it clear the real conversation is only for the producer. When Taehyuk explains the proposal in full, Shin Se-ho's hands start trembling because the story is so explosive he cannot afford to refuse. Shin Se-ho chooses greed over fear, runs to the camera, removes the memory card himself, and hands it over like tribute. To keep the channel open, Shin Se-ho nervously offers his business card and asks if this mysterious criminal really wants him to report on the bathroom killer. Taehyuk confirms it and promises evidence, using the buried hippo case as a down payment to buy Shin Se-ho's loyalty. When Shin Se-ho jokingly asks to call him Phantom because of the mask, Taehyuk accepts, giving his public criminal identity a name at last. With that deal sealed, Taehyuk walks away knowing the public will soon meet Phantom, the god of crime. Later at the orphanage, a dead-tired Kan-suk returns from the chaos, and Taehyuk greets him with innocent concern while hiding exactly how much of that chaos he caused. Inside, Taehyuk privately savors that the bomb scare worked exactly as planned, even though the Real Blast was only cheap fireworks and the police still recovered one of Kim Tae-sung's bombs. He is just as satisfied that when the hippo cover-up collapses later, Kan-suk's standing will only rise further. While he thinks about wrapping up doll play next, Taehyuk casually destroys the children at board games, helped by a gambling skill that makes losing almost impossible. Kan-suk jokes that Taehyuk has a future in management, and Taehyuk dryly admits he has been thinking along similar lines. When Kan-suk asks about Haran, Taehyuk says she fell asleep with the other children, including a still-shaken Song Hae-mi. Kan-suk sighs that his date was ruined anyway, then tries to rescue Christmas by opening a huge styrofoam box packed with pork for barbecue. The children instantly cheer, giving the long, ugly Christmas day a much happier ending inside the orphanage. On December 26th, Taehyuk moves straight back to work and decides the next step is checking orphanages all over Seoul. He calls Kang Han-sung, and the young gang leader eagerly answers like a subordinate who knows money is coming. When Han-sung says he can move only 7 or 8 kids, Taehyuk immediately doubles the pay and pushes the target to 20. An hour later, Taehyuk meets Han-sung and the nuclear bomb kids at the same construction site where he first found them. Some of the gang members wonder who this student is, but Han-sung shuts that down fast because to him Taehyuk is basically money in human form. Taehyuk pulls out a thick stack of cash, and Han-sung nearly drools before hearing that part of it is mission budget, not his personal prize. Then Taehyuk lays out the real job: spread out across Seoul and check every orphanage for recently missing children. When Han-sung asks why they cannot just call, Taehyuk explains that ashamed adults lie easily on the phone, so real answers only come from showing up in person. He pushes the point further by comparing it to someone denying a spouse ran away, turning the whole assignment into a lesson on how hidden abuse stays hidden. Taehyuk adds one more important detail: they cannot just question staff, they also need to speak with the children and quietly check whether any of them have disappeared. The pay is good enough that Han-sung all but pledges himself on the spot, thrilled that a few hours of work can bring in 2 million won. As Han-sung turns to relay the orders, Taehyuk sits back and watches the members of Nuclear Bomb with quiet satisfaction, his next move against doll play already in motion. Kang Han-sung sends his thugs to orphanages across Seoul with a clever cover story, show up as student volunteers, bring vitamin drinks, and ask questions without spooking anyone. The trick works almost too well, because the staff lower their guard when the boys offer to clean, play with the kids, and help like sincere students. Soon the reports start piling up, and Kang Han-sung brings Taehyuk an interim summary from the orphanage sweep. The pattern is ugly. In most orphanages, children vanished right before they were due to leave the facility, and that timing keeps repeating. When Taehyuk asks why nobody reported it properly, he gets the cold answer: they were just orphans, and the police mostly brushed them off as runaways. 3 hours later the full sweep is done, and the final number is horrifying: children disappeared from 40 out of 44 orphanages. Taehyuk rewards Kang Han-sung with 5 million won on the spot, making it clear that good work gets paid and future loyalty will too. Left alone with the map, Taehyuk starts marking the disappearances by date, and suddenly sees a deliberate shape emerge. The missing children were never random runaways at all, but part of a serial kidnapping ring so large it leaves a rough circle across Seoul. When he connects that truth to Kim Soo-bin's severed arm, Taehyuk nearly loses his balance from how monstrous the case really is. He slaps his own cheeks and forces himself to think, because a kidnapping operation this big had to leave some clue before the children vanished. Taehyuk activates voice modulation and borrows Kim Bum-soo's trustworthy deep voice to make official-sounding calls. Pretending to be a welfare officer, he asks the first orphanage about the day its child disappeared, and the staff casually mention a visit from T Medical Center. He keeps calling orphanage after orphanage, and every answer points the same way: the children vanished shortly after medical checkups. Now convinced the hospital is the key, Taehyuk gets to his feet and decides he needs Big Mama's information network. Meanwhile at the police side, Kan-suk and Hyun-ho admit the killer has been painfully meticulous, with no usable witness trail despite a suspicious purchase of tools. Kan-suk refuses to let the case go cold, saying even the smallest clue matters if they don't want the murders buried forever. A half-remembered detail suddenly clicks for Kang-suk. Hyun-ho once mentioned a doll artist whose work swapped arms and legs, just like this twisted crime. The idea gets sharper when Kang-suk recalls the god of crime calling the murders doll play instead of a normal mutilation case. Hyun-ho pulls up photos of the doll artist's work online, and the resemblance to the Christmas tree display is disturbing enough that they decide to visit him. As they head out together again, their usual dynamic shows through. Hyun-ho handles criminal psychology, while Kang-suk trusts his instincts in the field. They arrive at a pastel brick building called Dollhouse, a place so toy-like on the outside that it feels unsettling before they even step in. When Kang-suk knocks, the door opens just a crack and Yoo Ho-jin appears as a thin, brittle-looking man who already seems ready to shut them out. Yoo Ho-jin demands a warrant and tries to send them away, but Kang-suk jams his foot in the door and pushes inside anyway. Inside the workshop, Kang-suk is hit by a nightmare of doll limbs, doll eyes, and cutting tools that look far too close to his murder scene. But the first shock turns awkward when Hyun-ho confirms the severed limbs are only doll parts, leaving Kang-suk with suspicion and no proof. When Kang-suk shows him a photo of the doll play murder scene, Yoo Ho-jin admits the atmosphere is similar to his art but insists he works on dolls, not people. Just as Kang-suk starts wondering if this lead is a dead end, a heavy thump sounds from below the floor, and Yoo Ho-jin's face gives him away. Kang-suk grabs Yoo Ho-jin and quietly asks if there is a basement, because that panicked reaction looks exactly like a guilty man protecting a secret. Yoo Ho-jin lies badly, and Hyun-ho quickly finds a hidden basement door under the carpet that has clearly been used often. In the tiny basement under a flickering bulb, they find a woman tied up beside a doll, desperately slamming her head against the wall to be noticed. Kang-suk arrests Yoo Ho-jin for kidnapping on the spot while Hyun-ho rushes to untie the captive woman. Then Hyun-ho recognizes the victim, and the rescue turns into a major breakthrough. It is missing actress Ryu Myung-hwa. The rescue wins. Kang-suk prays back at the station, but the workshop search still turns up nothing that connects Yoo Ho-jin to the mutilation killings. Still bothered, Kang-suk barges into the interrogation instead of waiting outside, taking over the questioning from Hyun-ho. Yoo Ho-jin looks suddenly old and emptied out as he insists first thing that he kidnapped Myung-hwa but had nothing to do with the mutilation murders. His motive is warped but simple. He wanted to create the most beautiful doll in the world, and his obsession with a doll resembling Ryu Myung-hwa pushed him into kidnapping her. Kang-suk judges him as a kidnapper and disturbed artist, not a butcher, and figures the sentence will be light compared to what he feared. Just before Kang-suk leaves, Yoo Ho-jin remembers an old artwork of his that also decorated a Christmas tree with doll parts, and says someone from China bought it 2 years ago. That lead is almost impossible to chase, and Kang-suk walks away knowing he solved one doll play but still has no answer for the real one. Elsewhere, Tae-hyuk meets Big Mama and goes straight to business, asking for the information he requested on T Medical Center. Big Mama warns that digging into the hospital felt like probing a fortress, then names her price at 9 million won. Tae-hyuk barely blinks at the cost, and his easy answer tells Big Mama he suddenly has much deeper pockets than before. After taking the cash, Big Mama opens her safe and hands over a report thick enough to feel like a company's buried secret. The legal part of the file paints T Medical Center as a noble charity hospital for orphanages. But one detail keeps standing out: an unusually huge share of wealthy Chinese patients. Then Big Mama reveals the real payload, hidden in special ink that will vanish in the air, forcing Tae-hyuk to read fast and carefully. The hidden report says what the hospital tries to bury: its organ transplant volume is far beyond normal, as if that is the real reason the place exists. Now Tae-hyuk starts lining up every piece: Ryu Myung-hwa's disappearance, the orphanage children, the health screenings, and the hospital's Chinese surgery pipeline. The truth finally snaps into place for him. The grotesque tree of severed limbs was staged to look like a killer's art, not the actual purpose of the crime. What this really is, Tae-hyuk realizes, is kidnapping for organ trafficking. That also explains why the case kept slipping through the police's hands. They were hunting a mutilation murderer who never existed. A quick search gives him the bigger motive, because China banned organ transplants from death row prisoners and left a huge demand with the old supply cut off. From there the rest is sickeningly simple. Young healthy children with regular checkups would be worth far more than homeless adults, or the elderly. The full cruelty hits him hard, because orphans were the perfect prey, no family to search for them, and every disappearance easy to dismiss. He remembers the children at St. Mary's Orphanage, and that memory turns his disgust into personal fury. To Tae-hyuk, T Medical Center is treating children like expensive dolls to break apart and cheaply repair for profit, and he cannot let that stand. He puts on the phantom mask and quietly decides he will finish this case himself instead of letting the police handle it. Now masked as Phantom, he decides to save any survivors still inside T Medical Center first, then smash the place apart. With his promise to save Kim Soo-bin, the truth of the case, and the rewards all in front of him, Tae-hyuk knows this is Phantom's turn. Deep inside T Medical Center, 2 cleaners scrub a hidden operating room so tightly controlled that even the cleanup has to stay secret. The older cleaner casually explains why they skip anesthesia. Fresh organs sell better if the victims stay alive and uncontaminated. They talk shop like butchers, planning acid cleanup and 2 drum barrels because another surgery is already scheduled for the afternoon. Their chatter lays out the business clearly. Foreign buyers pay a fortune for T Medical Center's clean, medically checked organs. Dr. J storms in, furious that the room still is not spotless, and orders the cleaners to tie up Kim Soo-bin because she still has one arm left to resist with. After Dr. J leaves, the older cleaner warns the rookie not to provoke him, saying the doctor is one of China's top experts and dangerously unpredictable. The older cleaner even brags that Dr. J used discarded body parts to fake a mutilation murder and mislead police who were sniffing around the missing kids. Dr. J suddenly comes back and cuts the older cleaner's throat on the spot for talking too much. With a cigarette in hand, Dr. J coldly promotes the terrified rookie on the spot and tells him to strip anything useful from the dead man's body too. After helping butcher his own predecessor, the new cleaner goes out to eat tripe soup like it was just another workday. In the dark holding room below, Kim Soo-bin waits for the door to open again, knowing everyone taken out has vanished for good. She breaks down over the missing pinky token she shared with her only real friend, because even that promise was stolen from her with her arm. Soo-bin remembers a brutal childhood of abuse, the streets, and a facility that treated her like a born criminal no matter what she did. Then Song Haimi appeared like a mirror image of herself, and for the first time Soo-bin believed she might actually get to be happy. That hope makes the present even crueler, because she was kidnapped just when she thought she and Haimi could finally build a life together. When footsteps stop outside and the door opens, Soo-bin still clings to one last desperate hope that maybe this time rescue has come. That hope dies instantly when Soo-bin sees Dr. J, the same man who already cut off her arm, smiling at her as if he is offering a gift. Dr. J cheerfully describes the rich happy life her body parts will buy for strangers, reducing her whole future to inventory. Soo-bin begs for her life, but the cleaner clamps her mouth shut while Dr. J lectures that one tragic child dying is better than 10 rich people suffering. To keep her body fresh, Dr. J uses only a light anesthetic that paralyzes Soo-bin but leaves her conscious for the surgery. As the cleaner carries her away, Dr. J casually reminds him that the girl in his arms is worth 1.5 billion won. Even as her body is treated like a list of valuable parts, Soo-bin's last clear thought is an apology to Haimi for failing their promise. Outside the hospital, Taehyuk stares at T Medical Center and fights the urge to just blow the whole place up on sight. He reins himself in because this raid also has to expose Phantom to the media, so he puts on the opera mask with the hidden camera and prepares to gather proof first. Since the front entrance and basement routes are locked down, Taehyuk slips over the barbed wire and heads for the back way in. A security guard spots the trespasser immediately, proving the building is covered by hidden cameras even outside. Taehyuk answers with violence, materializes an iron pipe, and drops the guard in one brutal swing. He drags the unconscious guard out of sight, ties him up, and steals what he needs, but the badge still doesn't have basement access. He records the guard's voice into the demon-revealing mirror and quietly declares over the dead radio that Phantom is entering enemy territory. Before going deeper, Taehyuk admits the real problem is finding the kidnapped children inside a guarded basement maze. He opens the demon-revealing mirror, checks his crime skills and boosted stats, and realizes he is finally strong enough to upgrade again after this case. Instead of guessing, Taehyuk links spying and forgery to draw a full map of T Medical Center straight into his sketchbook. The map shows the children are trapped on B2 behind twisting corridors and constant CCTV, a layout designed so escapees get lost before they reach daylight. When a guard checks in by radio, Taehyuk uses voice modulation to impersonate him and invent a smoke problem in the basement vents. The lie works immediately, and Taehyuk decides to turn that false alarm into a real crisis by hitting the boiler room next. In the outdoor boiler room, he finds the only manager passed out drunk among the drums and ties him up without waking him. Taehyuk rigs a sensitive bomb inside an empty drum and hides it among the oil drums to sell the illusion of a catastrophic fire. He also packs the area with military tear gas and smoke bombs, knowing the fake fire will choke everyone who rushes in to check. With the decoy prime, Taehyuk slips into the building while security is already being pulled into half-emergency mode. He feeds the panic over the radio in a shaky fake voice, pointing everyone toward the boiler room and dragging even more guards away. The moment the building empties out, Taehyuk moves for B2 knowing he only has minutes before the trick falls apart. B2 feels different the instant he arrives, heavy with death and filled with the groans of victims who haven't died yet. A lone drum abandoned in the corridor stops him cold, because whoever was moving it clearly fled in a hurry when the alarm spread. When he opens it and sees sulfuric acid dissolving human remains, the scale of T Medical Center's cruelty becomes impossible to ignore. The camera in Taehyuk's mask keeps recording as his anger goes completely still, because now he has proof of an organ farm that treats children like livestock. Remembering there was another surgery this afternoon, he heads straight for the deepest operating room before he is too late. He bursts in and finds the nightmare in progress. Kim Soo-bin modestly covered by careful framing and simple cloth and tied to the table, while Dr. J is already cutting into her. Dr. J demands to know who he is, and Taehyuk coldly answers that he is just a criminal passing by who plans to blow this place up. Dr. J reaches for the radio instead of taking him seriously, so Taehyuk puts him down with one smash of the iron pipe. Panicking, Oh Shiljang pulls a handgun on Taehyuk and finally looks brave only because he thinks the gun settles everything. Taehyuk bluffs that the gun isn't loaded, and the rookie actually glances into the muzzle to check. That split second is enough for Taehyuk to admit it was a lie and break the cleaner's hand before the gun can matter. With both monsters down, Taehyuk cuts Kim Subin free and sees just how badly they have already damaged her. Subin is too drugged to process it, so Taehyuk slaps her cheeks hard enough to drag her mind back into the room. She wakes with a scream at the blood and bodies around her, but Taehyuk cuts through the panic and tells her there is no time. When Subin asks if he came to save her, Taehyuk shrugs it off as a bonus, but she clings to that answer anyway. Realizing she is modestly covered by careful framing and simple cloth and shaking, Taehyuk ignores the heroic cliché and hands Subin the cleaner's blood-stained coat instead. Embarrassed but with no better option, Subin pulls on the ugly coat and steadies herself enough to talk. Taehyuk asks the only thing that matters now, and Subin says there should still be about 5 other children locked up here. Instead of leaving her behind, Taehyuk asks Subin to help him save the other children and escape, and she says yes because he is the first one she can trust. When she asks what to call him, the masked boy finally gives her the name Phantom. Subin guesses Phantom must be some kind of police officer or detective, but Taehyuk corrects her with a grim little joke. He is just a criminal who judges other criminals. With that uneasy trust between them, Phantom and Kim Subin leave the operating room together to find the children still trapped on B2. Outside the smoking boiler room, the guards freeze in panic because the smoke is so thick and toxic looking that nobody wants to step inside. When one guard suggests calling the fire department, the chief explodes because outside investigators would expose the organ trafficking operation and leave the guards as scapegoats. A guard improvises a wet towel mask, and the chief immediately orders that same unlucky man to go inside and find the source. The guard staggers through the smoke, coughing hard, and discovers the black cloud is pouring out of a large drum instead of a real fire. As soon as the drum is dragged out and the trick becomes obvious, the chief realizes the smoke was a decoy and the hostages were the real target. The guards rush back inside, exactly 10 minutes after Taehyuk predicted they would. Elsewhere in the building, Phantom warns that the guards will be back any second, and Kim Subin goes pale because the rescued children are too badly maimed to escape quickly on their own. To make her understand, Phantom lifts a boy missing a leg and reminds Subin that the survivors will have to cover for what each other lacks as they escape together. He gives Subin a marked map and a phone, explaining the escape route and the contact she must call once they get outside. When Subin realizes Phantom is not coming with them, he coolly says the children were only a bonus and that he still has work left to do. Seeing her fear that the guards will catch them again, Phantom quietly promises that he will stay behind and stop the security team himself. Subin asks if she can ever meet him again, and Phantom dodges her clumsy attempt to repay him by saying he is too expensive for her. Instead of taking gratitude for himself, Phantom tells Subin to give that sincerity to Song Haimi because she was the child who moved him to act. Before he disappears toward 2B, Phantom leaves Subin with one last hard truth. She is alive because someone fought fate for her, so every second she gets now is a miracle she has to live well. After Phantom disappears, Subin finally breaks down crying, and the survivors of T Medical Center are left shaken but alive. After confirming the children escaped, Taehyuk drops the fake voice and checks the demon-revealing mirror, where 5 new affinity points are waiting for him. Expecting a dangerous fight and maybe another bomb, Taehyuk spends all 5 points on violence and unlocks Sixth Sense so he can read attacks in close range. A squad of guards charges down the corridor, and Taehyuk calmly sizes them up, immediately spotting that 4 of the 10 men are carrying guns. When the guards threaten to tear him apart, Taehyuk simply points at them, says fire, and throws himself flat to the floor. The planted bomb detonates and rips through half of B2 in a blast of fire, smashing the charge and proving Taehyuk was not bluffing. Covered in dust but still standing, Taehyuk mutters that he warned them and notes that 1 bomb is still left in his bag. Most of the guards are still alive but badly broken, and Taehyuk walks among the wreckage warning that the bomb in his bag is 100 times stronger than the blast they just survived. Spotting the security chief among the survivors, Taehyuk claims him as a hostage and makes the other guards back off with the threat of instant annihilation. Using the captured chief's pass, Taehyuk forces his way through the upper security barriers and heads for the chairman's office with wounded guards trailing after him. Inside the chairman's luxury office, Triad executive Yang Wei meets Taehyuk with a gun and demands to know who this stranger is and what he wants. Taehyuk answers by tying himself to the recent bombing case and claiming the blast downstairs was only the weakest bomb he brought. When Yang Wei blurts out Chinese in panic, Taehyuk coldly tells him to speak Korean and makes it clear he is in complete control of the room. Yang Wei desperately asks whether Taehyuk is an assassin from Heavenly Supremacy, and Taehyuk mocks him by saying he came from Mary Convent, an orphanage. The orphanage name makes Taehyuk's motive obvious, and Yang Wei instantly tries to buy his way out by offering both the children and cash. Taehyuk rejects the idea that he came for a simple massacre, and instead says he wants to play a game, making the whole office feel even more trapped. He gives them exactly 10 minutes to gather every official in one place, warning that even a minute late will send the whole building into the air. When Yang Wei asks what kind of game this is, Taehyuk smiles and gives it a childish name that makes the threat even worse: doll play. Soon after, 20 officials are crammed into a large operating room, and fear spreads as triad doctors and guards whisper about the bomb supposedly hidden somewhere in the building. Some Korean guards still cling to the idea that Phantom will not kill fellow Koreans, so their faces loosen even in the middle of the crisis. Then the central monitor lights up, and Phantom appears on the screen to announce that every bomb in the building will explode in 120 minutes. The guards rush the surveillance camera begging for mercy, but Phantom stays cold on the screen and tells them not to panic because he supposedly does not want to kill anyone. A second later he destroys that brief relief with a laugh and admits he is a liar, freezing the room in fresh terror. Phantom switches the screen to the body part price list they all know by heart, forcing them to face the same market values they used to butcher children for profit. When the room starts begging with money again, Phantom names a price of 3 billion won and briefly makes them think they still have a way out. Then he twists the knife by saying he will not accept cash at all, only 3 billion won worth of transplantable body parts made from the people in that room. Phantom sweetens the horror with brutal details, setting a 2-hour limit, banning anesthesia, and even assigning 10 million won to an arm or leg. The moment the monitor goes dark, the room explodes into madness as people start sizing each other up as raw material instead of allies. Their fear quickly turns into murder, with some deciding that if one life is worth enough money, killing a few people is the fastest way to survive. A few still shout that they need living surgeons if they want usable organs, but panic is already stronger than reason. One triad executive realizes Phantom set them up perfectly even as he shoots a guard who comes for him first. That grim realization saves him for only a second before a doctor in the frenzy cuts the suited executive's throat with a scalpel. Away from the slaughter, Taehyuk quietly recovers the bomb from the boiler room and admits he would have to be insane to actually use another one after nearly dying from the first blast. He reflects that doll play had one hidden condition all along: if they simply did nothing and waited, everyone could have lived. The only real lie was the 2-hour bomb deadline, so if even one genuinely decent person was trapped in that room, Taehyuk knows they might have seen through it. Still, all he can do is leave and murmur a small prayer that someone in there survives. A week later in the hospital, Kim Soo-bin tells Detective Cho Kang-suk what happened, even though reliving it only reminds her that her severed arm can never be restored. Kang-suk apologizes for forcing her through the story again, because the more he hears, the more he hates that this is part of his job. When the topic shifts to Phantom, Soo-bin explains that she named him after the musical mask he wore, but she still cannot tell the detective anything about his real face. Kang-suk wraps up the interview, but the moment he stands, Soo-bin blurts out that she does not want to be left alone. Instead of brushing her off, Kang-suk gently pats her head and says he is going to bring Song Hae-mi, who is desperate to visit her. Then Kim Do-shik calls, and Kang-suk slips into the hall to hear the urgent news that Phantom has suddenly appeared on ABS television. Soo-bin overhears the name Phantom and immediately fumbles for the TV remote so she can see him for herself. The TV comes alive with Phantom in a different theatrical mask, and even Soo-bin blurts out that this new look makes no sense compared to the opera mask she knew. On broadcast, Phantom publicly exposes the medical center for kidnapping weak children and killing them for organs, making sure the whole country sees the horror in plain words. Then he turns the blame outward, saying the public are accomplices too because 100 missing children vanished and almost nobody cared enough to truly look for them. He ends by claiming the role outright: Phantom, a criminal who judges other criminals. The video explodes across the country, and Phantom's first direct appearance turns into a national obsession overnight. Journalist Shin Se-ho gets flooded with media offers after being Phantom's only known contact, and ABS stays stuck at the center of the frenzy. The newly appointed police commissioner responds with fury, ordering a full-force manhunt and dismissing Phantom as a criminal child-playing hero. Soon Phantom mania is everywhere, from mask sales to campus performances to TV experts analyzing his persona, and nobody can stop asking what he will do next. While the whole country hunts Phantom, Taehyuk is just at home cooking tteokbokki for Soo-bin's small discharge celebration. As he cooks, Taehyuk grumbles that the demon-revealing mirror still has not paid out his reward even though he clearly finished the case. Then the doorbell and the mirror alert go off at the same time as Haran arrives carrying a cake, with Hae-mi and Soo-bin right behind her. The delayed reward finally appears, doll play is complete, Taehyuk receives blacklist points and stat points, and the mirror declares that every condition to become a noble has been fulfilled. The final prompt hovers in front of him asking yes or no, and Taehyuk quietly reaches out his hand toward the choice. Right after becoming a noble, Taehyuk gets flooded with new crime skill alerts, but the ugly catch is that most of them are only temporary. He checks himself and realizes the upgrade didn't change his body at all, which only makes him think harder about how much his life has changed in the last 6 months. His thoughts jump from catching Yu Chul-ho to all the messy cases since then, and he feels that his stalled run has finally started moving again. Before he can inspect his status properly, Cho Kang-suk barges in with armfuls of food for a full tteokbokki party. Haran cheerfully adds even more dishes, and Taehyuk stares at the overloaded table like it's less a meal and more a challenge. Kim Soo-bin and Song Hae-mi joke through the feast, and the easy teasing shows Soo-bin has recovered enough to laugh again. Once everyone sits down, the conversation naturally drifts to Phantom, the criminal now being talked about like a dark hero. Kan-suk is still uneasy that Phantom is officially a wanted criminal, but the girls openly admire the way he punished people the police couldn't stop. Then Haran casually wipes sauce off Kan-suk's mouth, and the whole table instantly catches the suspiciously sweet vibe between them. The teasing dies down when Kan-suk asks the more serious question of what Subin plans to do with the donation money pouring in around her. Subin's survival story and Phantom's rescue turned her into a national symbol overnight, bringing donations, scholarships, and opportunists all at once. Kan-suk reveals the real danger. Subin's abusive father already showed up at the hospital to claim control over her money, so Kan-suk nervously offers to become her legal guardian until she's an adult, turning the dinner into an emotional turning point. He admits Phantom did what the police failed to do, and taking care of Subin is the one thing he can still do in return. Subin accepts through tears because Kan-suk is one of the few adults she truly trusts, and the offer feels like gaining a whole army behind her. Jaime bluntly wonders if Phantom planned even this, and when Subin repeats Phantom's last word to her, Kan-suk is shaken all over again. Listening quietly, Taehyuk realizes his Phantom plan is working exactly as intended. Phantom is becoming a symbol separate from Co Taehyuk. Because his real body still commits crimes, Taehyuk decides Phantom needs even stronger protection than a changed voice. When he checks voice modulation in the demon revealing mirror, he finds the upgrade path he wanted most. It can evolve into the top skill disguise. The disguise clue excites him for a second, then Kan-suk's guardian offer properly lands and Taehyuk nearly chokes on his tekbaki for a completely different reason. Instead of feeling touched, Taehyuk instantly worries this means Kan-suk and Haran will have even less room to become a couple. So his thoughts jump straight to Subin's missing arm, and he starts looking for a way to help her live independently as fast as possible. He weighs prosthetic technology, hates the price and limits, and ends up on the most Taehyuk answer possible. If needed, he'll steal or copy the tech himself. His final look at Subin is so intensely practical that she almost feels less like a patient and more like his next experiment. After winter break, Taehyuk drags himself back to school and sinks onto his desk with all the energy of someone already tired of being a model student. He notices the class president's seat is empty and reaches for his phone, but Eun-young bursts in before he can even send a message. The excited class president blurts out the reason for her rush. She got into S University early through special admission. Taehyuk congratulates her, and once he hears it is S University, even he knows this is a huge win, not luck. The moment she says S University, Taehyuk's mind jumps straight to its major robotics lab and a clean way to get inside. She shyly reassures him that she will still enter next year, so their promise to go to university together stays intact, and Taehyuk misses the romantic wait completely. Then she shyly asks him to meet her mother after school, and Taehyuk agrees at once for reasons completely different from hers. After school, the two of them head toward the hospital together, and Taehyuk asks what she will even do at school now that she is already accepted. She cheerfully explains she will start pre-studying the brutal medical track, and Taehyuk can only picture a nightmare army of exhausted white coats. When Taehyuk admits he still has not decided his own future, she quickly offers him a weekend tour of S University. She proudly adds that she already got permission from her department head, and Taehyuk quietly celebrates because his access problem just solved itself. By the time they reach the hospital, she is wondering if she can hold his hand, while Taehyuk is already planning a crime around the robotics department. At the entrance, she asks Taehyuk to go up first because she forgot to buy a blanket for her mother and needs to grab one quickly. When she mentions that Eun-jong should already be in the room, Taehyuk braces himself for another awkward meeting after their last tense encounter. Inside, Taehyuk is forced through the low-immunity ward routine, stripping off germs, putting on a hospital garment, and heading up alone. The moment he reaches the floor, the atmosphere feels wrong, and even spying throws up a grim warning about intense death. He brushes the warning aside and checks in at reception, but the bad feeling only gets stronger as each sealed door opens deeper into the ward. When he reaches the glass-walled room, he sees the emergency in progress and realizes Lee Eun-mi is already dying. Eun-jong begs her mother to hold on until Eun-young arrives, but the monitor line goes flat before that can happen. The doctors call the time of death, cover Eun-mi with a white sheet, and Taehyuk walks in just in time to witness the end. When the staff apologize for not allowing visitors in sooner, Taehyuk can only think of the one person who still hasn't arrived yet, Eun-young. He tells Eun-jong that Eun-young is only late because she went to buy a present, and that tiny detail makes the whole timing feel even crueler. Eun-jong breaks down over how her mother had seemed healthy just days ago, and Taehyuk realizes he hates this ending even more because he never saw it coming. What hits him hardest is Eun-young's dream of telling her mother in person that she got into university, a reward that's about to vanish forever. Taehyuk refuses to leave it like that and starts searching his crime skills for any way to give Eun-young one last conversation. His answer is ugly but possible. If he can capture Lee Eun-mi's voice, he can fake the goodbye Eun-young never got. He asks Eun-jong if there is any recording of their mother, and she remembers the family answering machine at home. Taehyuk calls the house from inside the hospital and listens to the greeting, gambling that a recording will be enough for voice modulation. It works. The system registers Lee Eun-mi's voice, and Eun-jong starts crying harder as her mother's familiar words fill the room. When the sheet slips enough to reveal Eunmi's peaceful face, Taehyuk steps outside to do the rest without the family watching. Just then, their father and Jong-hun arrives with tears in his eyes, and Taehyuk quietly leaves the family to their loss. From a waiting area phone, Taehyuk calls Eun-young and answers in Lee Eunmi's voice before she can reach the room. Eun-young instantly believes it is her mother, and Taehyuk hears her voice brighten as she finally gets to share the news she worked so hard for. Using Lee Eunmi's voice, Taehyuk gives Eun-young the praise and comfort she had been desperate to hear from her mother. Then he goes too far, telling her to live well and that he will always be behind her, and he can tell from the phone that Eun-young suddenly senses something is wrong. After one final I love you, Taehyuk hangs up and leaves Eun-young racing toward a room that is already too late. Taehyuk hides in the hallway after faking the last phone call, watching Eun-young rush inside and wondering if he helped her or only added one more lie to her grief. Then the system answers for him. It says he truly conveyed Lee Eunmi's heart and turned the lie into a soft miracle. As a reward, Taehyuk finally gets what he wanted from the start, the top crime skill disguise. But even with the new power in hand, what lingers with him is the message that he really spoke Lee Eunmi's feelings, not just her voice. When Eun-young comes back out in fresh grief, Taehyuk quietly tells her the truth that matters most now. Her mother really was proud of her acceptance. Alone at home, Taehyuk tests his new disguise skill and immediately finds its biggest weakness. It only changes his face, not the rest of his body. He jokes to himself that copying a movie star's face is pointless if he still has his own build, and starts wondering whether disguise can eventually evolve into full body transformation. Because a face suddenly reverting mid-job would get him caught instantly, Taehyuk decides the first thing he needs is the exact time limit. Using Kim Bum-soo's face, Taehyuk runs through dramatic expressions and famous lines, proving he can pair the copied face with acting and voice control. After about 30 minutes, the borrowed face snaps back to normal, and Taehyuk realizes he will need to track the skill like a bomb timer. He keeps experimenting with faces he knows, but when he thinks of trying Big Mama or Moonlight Flower, even Taehyuk decides that would be too much. Once the testing is over, his mood hardens as he remembers he wrecked T Medical Center, one of the Triad's businesses, and publicly surfaced as Phantom. With his prison knowledge, Taehyuk knows the Triads were already heading toward a future gang war with the Russian mob and the Yakuza, and he may have just shoved that disaster forward. He decides he has to watch the Triads carefully from here on, then heads out to keep his promise to Eun-young. At S University, investigator Ju Hyun-ho visits a criminology professor from his alma mater, who asks the school's star graduate to give the freshman orientation talk. Their small talk turns to Phantom, and even Hyun-ho admits this new criminal is so disruptive that the whole police force is in chaos. After she leaves him with coffee, Hyun-ho scrolls through the fresh T Medical Center coverage and finds the internet split between calling Phantom a hero and a murderer. The comments sting because Hyun-ho knows he was thoroughly beaten on this case, and he bitterly thinks he should give up being called a genius investigator. He leaves the office to clear his head, but Phantom keeps circling in his mind, from the Hippo case to Yoon Yuri's suspicious loss of memory. Frustrated that Phantom still has no trail, Hyun-ho kicks a stone and looks up just in time to spot two high school students walking together on campus. And Eun-young shyly chatters about an art exhibition and robots, and Hyun-ho instantly reads the obvious part: she cannot stop looking at Taehyuk. When Eun-young stumbles, Hyun-ho and Taehyuk both reach out at once, and their hands briefly meet over her shoulder. In that bump, Taehyuk's robbery skill steals Hyun-ho's police badge by accident, but he smoothly hands it back before the investigator notices anything strange. Grateful to have the badge back, Hyun-ho offers to guide them around campus and even promises special access to the art exhibition they wanted to see. They exchange names, but for Taehyuk this meeting is no accident at all. Elsewhere, Triad Branch boss Lee Jing hears that Phantom destroyed their operation without even blowing the place up, and his anger turns cold and murderous. Li Jing orders his men to bring him Phantom's head within a month and demands they unleash Big Brother, the branch's most feared killer. As the terrified subordinates bow, Li Jing makes it clear that Hua Qing is willing to burn Korea if that is what it takes to catch Phantom. Back at S University, Hyun-ho begins his real probe by casually asking what high school students are interested in these days, hoping the answer will lead to Phantom. Instead of gossip or trends, Eun-jong eagerly starts talking about advanced calculus, leaving Hyun-ho sweating at how far off his guess was. Flustered, Eun-jong apologizes for going off topic, and Hyun-ho smoothly praises her special admission before shifting the conversation to Taehyuk. When Hyun-ho asks Taehyuk the same question, Taehyuk stays wary after the accidental theft, and quietly notes how unusually comfortable Eun-young seems to make people. Then Taehyuk answers bluntly that what interests him most is money, because in a slow economy cash wins and he wants to buy a house. Taehyuk doubles down by cheerfully listing money games like poker and blackjack, and Hyun-ho can only stare at how prematurely adult this kid sounds. Still getting nowhere with his questions, Hyun-ho finally brings them to the University Museum and starts explaining the exhibition properly. Taehyuk surprises Hyun-ho by recognizing the Hermitage, and that name jolts his future knowledge because the Russian Red Mafia is tied to it. Once he starts thinking in prices, Taehyuk's eyes light up, because even one famous painting here could be worth billions and sharpen his forgery skills at the same time. At the entrance, Hyunho greets the sleepy curator Kim Hyundu, who lets them in during break and casually warns them that crossing the barrier lines will trigger alarms. As they walk among the exhibits, Hyunho explains that many museums display expertly made replicas when originals are too valuable or risky to expose. Eunjong is amazed that even a properly made replica can cost a fortune, but Taehyuk has already gone quiet in front of one painting with a much more serious stare. That painting is presented as Rubens' The Descent of the Cross, and even Eunyoung lights up when she realizes it is the famous work from A Dog of Flanders. Hyunho confirms the work is authentic and heavily protected, but that only makes Taehyuk more suspicious when he asks why such a famous piece is being shown so quietly. After bonding over mystery novels, Hyunho heads off with Eunjong toward the mystery club, while Taehyuk asks for 5 more minutes alone with the paintings. The moment he is alone, Taehyuk drops the act and confirms the truth to himself: the Rubens on display is fake. His crime sense reacts at once, telling him this forgery is masterfully done, raising his discerning eye, and revealing that the real artist's autograph is hidden behind the canvas. That clue convinces Taehyuk something much bigger is hidden here, and he notices the timing is perfect because the museum is on break with only minimal staff around. To avoid exposing himself, he slips outside, hides behind the building, and changes into Phantom again, adding both the opera mask and a backup disguise in case the mask comes off. This time he copies curator Kim Hyundu's face under the mask, giving himself one more layer of protection before walking straight back through the front door. The real Kim Hyundu barely looks up before assuming this is just another Phantom imitator, because opera masks have suddenly become fashionable. Then Phantom calmly says he is the original and lifts the mask just enough to show Kim Hyundu his own face staring back at him. Kim Hyundu nearly falls out of his chair in panic and blurts out the question everyone now asks Phantom first: did he come here to blow the place up? Phantom shuts that down with a faint smile, saying he does not always use bombs and only came for a private talk that will end very soon. On his day off, Ju Hyunho visits S University and finds the mystery club barely alive, with just a few juniors and a new manager welcoming their famous alumnus back. The juniors proudly tell him the club is still recruiting, and Ju Hyunho looks around at the old detective novels that once made him famous on campus. He quietly donates money to help the struggling club, and the juniors jump up to salute him like he is a legend returning home. When one junior brings up his old mafia game victory with Kang-suk, Ju Hyunho slips back into his celebrity aura and even gets asked for an autograph. The reunion is cut short when Kim Do-shik calls, and Ju Hyunho steps into the hallway to hear that a Rubens painting at the University Museum might be a forgery. Kim Do-shik explains that Russian smugglers were arrested with multiple fake Rubens works, so Ju Hyunho is told to talk to people at the museum until an art expert arrives. As soon as he hears it is an art forgery case, Ju Hyunho's pulse rises because it means he might finally meet the rival genius he has been chasing. Elsewhere in the museum, Taehyuk blindfolds director Kim Hyundu and keeps his voice calm, while worrying that the fake tuxedo he made from counterfeit will only last 5 minutes. Taehyuk checks his phone and sees that an Eunjong had to leave first, which means he can handle the fake painting problem without racing her return. He bluntly tells Kim Hyundu the displayed Rubens is a superb fake and starts probing whether the director is involved with the Russian side. Instead of finding criminal greed, Taehyuk reads the office itself and starts seeing a meticulous, sincere curator who genuinely loves art. The clue that really shifts his judgment is a copy of A Dog of Flanders and a schedule full of free museum visits for local children. When Kim Hyundu admits he became a museum director because he wanted children to feel the wonder he once felt from Rubens, Taehyuk decides this man is innocent. Convinced the director is not Red Mafia, Taehyuk removes the blindfold and hurries him to the painting before the other guards return. At the exhibition hall, Taehyuk studies the Rubens again and explains that a skilled forger will often leave behind a private signature out of pride. Then Taehyuk pulls out red glasses, and hidden Chinese characters bloom across the painting, proving the masterpiece is fake. Stunned, Kim Hyundu asks what to do, and Taehyuk rushes him back to the office before anyone else can walk in on them. Back in the office, Taehyuk writes Red Mafia on paper and says the fake was planted as part of a huge global scam built around Rubens' works. He explains the trick. The fake must first be accepted as real in public, so people like Kim Hyundu are being used to build trust before the criminals sell copies for fortunes. The truth crushes Kim Hyundu, because the Rubens display that thrilled him was really just bait in a criminal scheme. Taehyuk presses the point hard, asking whether he can really stay still while criminals defile his favorite painter's name. That finally lights a fire in the old director, and he agrees to join Taehyuk's plan if it will hit the Red Mafia back. As Taehyuk leans in and whispers the details, Kim Hyundu realizes with alarm that this helpful stranger thinks like a devil. Meanwhile, top appraiser Lee Sherhyun rushes to S University after the smuggling bust, already thinking the real painting may have been swapped and that someone at the museum could be involved. At the museum, she meets Ju Hyunho, recognizes him from Mafia Game, and the tense investigation opens with unexpectedly playful banter. Ju Hyunho casually deduces from the fading ring mark on her finger that she divorced exactly about a month ago, and Lee Sherhyun is impressed by how fast he reads people. He even offers to carry her appraisal bag, and she lets him, amused that this supposed genius still has no idea he is escorting a Red Mafia spy. They reach the director, but the man greeting them is actually Taehyuk wearing Kim Hyun-doo's face and clothes under his disguise skill. Ju Hyun-ho immediately tests the fake director with a psychological jab, and Taehyuk barely keeps his nerves under control instead of reacting like the real old curator might have. Inside the disguise, Taehyuk realizes the police arrived faster than expected, and he is stuck between stopping Red Mafia and protecting innocent Kim Hyun-doo from being framed. He also remembers the bigger danger behind all this, because Red Mafia may connect to the future conspiracy that will one day frame him for murder. In the gallery, Lee Sure-hyun examines the Rubens and smoothly says the parchment and ink look authentic, easing the supposed director's fears almost too quickly. Then Taehyuk spots the same kind of red sunglasses in her kit, scratched and unused, and instantly smells a setup. That missing step lets Taehyuk crack the whole trick. The police investigation itself was bait, meant to stamp Red Mafia forgeries as genuine through a planted expert. Before Taehyuk can say anything, Ju Hyun-ho suddenly cuts in and flatly accuses Lee Sure-hyun of being Red Mafia's spy. Lee Sure-hyun tries to deny it, but Ju Hyun-ho says he started suspecting her from the moment they met because he treats everyone like a possible criminal. His first proof is brutal. The records she filed said she had never been married, so her story about a recent divorce only makes sense if her real past lies outside Korea. His second proof is even smaller and deadlier. She hesitated before handing over her tool bag, which meant those tools mattered to her too much to casually trust a stranger with them. Cornered by reasoning that precise, Lee Sure-hyun drops the act, laughs bitterly, and admits Ju Hyun-ho really is the genius everyone said he was. Then Ju Hyun-ho reveals one last twist. His whole story about a similar 1991 case was a bluff, just bait to shake a confession out of her. He handcuffs her on the spot, and coolly calls himself the kind of bad man who lies to women for a living. With the planted appraiser exposed, Ju Hyun-ho apologizes to the director and says he will return with a new expert to verify the painting properly. Watching all this, Taehyuk realizes the Red Mafia plan is already broken, and a new opening appears to save Kim Hyun-doo and still reach Machina. With a fresh idea forming, Taehyuk finally speaks up and asks Ju Hyun-ho to hear him out. At the police station, Kim Do-shik hears Ju Hyun-ho confirm the ugly truth. Someone inside the police really was feeding a criminal group from the shadows. Do-shik is impressed that Hyun-ho spotted Lee Sure-hyun's lie, and Hyun-ho smugly calls himself a genius for catching it. That confidence immediately crumbles when Do-shik reminds him Phantom completely outplayed him during the bombing case. Even so, Hyun-ho shrugs that Phantom made fools of everyone that day, and his usual upbeat nature has finally pulled him out of the shock. The two investigators grow uneasy when they realize Phantom has gone quiet since the broadcast, as if he vanished right after shaking the country. Then the conversation turns bigger. T Medical Center was tied to the Chinese triads, and a Red Mafia case followed right after, which makes Korea feel like a gathering point for foreign syndicates. Do-shik warns that if the Yakuza enter the picture too, Korea could become the battlefield for all three groups, and any clash with Phantom could ignite something huge. Hyun-ho says he already secured full cooperation from Incheon Airport, and despite the pressure from above he vows to catch Phantom if he shows up again. Instead of chasing Phantom directly, Do-shik orders Hyun-ho to quietly profile everyone at the station under the excuse of free counseling, and use it to hunt for another mole. Hyun-ho realizes that means interviewing more than 100 coworkers and lets out a tired sigh, but he still accepts the job. Do-shik feels secure because he says he already found a trustworthy appraiser, not realizing the man he chose is another Red Mafia spy. At S University, Phantom faces Kim Hyun-doo in his opera mask and reminds him that his copied Rubens already prove this crazy plan can work. Phantom explains the trap. The Red Mafia's own spy will certify the museum painting as real, so buyers of their forged Rubens copies will compare them against the wrong standard. His real move is even nastier. He will paint his own forgery over theirs, tweak the hidden details, and turn the Red Mafia's masterpiece into the proof that destroys them. Phantom falls silent and just stares through the mask, and that wordless pressure is what finally pushes Kim Hyun-doo to agree to help. To get past the guards, Phantom has Kim Hyun-doo hang a convincing copy painted on drawing paper, knowing no guard will dare touch an alarmed masterpiece. With the patrol route mapped out, Phantom orders Kim Hyun-doo to cut the security for exactly 1 minute 7 minutes later while he handles the switch. The operation goes cleanly, and Phantom successfully steals the Red Mafia's forged Rubens from the museum wall. When Kim Hyun-doo sees Phantom pull it off, he can only mutter that if this man ever turned evil, no museum in the country would survive him. Phantom turns the director's office into a makeshift studio and starts reworking the stolen forgery, only for the demon revealing mirror to show that the Red Mafia's artist was terrifyingly skilled. Even Taehyuk is impressed, thinking the opposing forger might be beyond even Big Mama and realizing the Mafia hides monsters of its own. Once the skill takes over, Phantom's hands move at inhuman speed, and Kim Hyun-doo can only stare because the painting seems unchanged even as every critical detail is being rewritten. 2 hours later, the old fake still looks like an old masterpiece, but now it carries Phantom's hidden signature instead of the Red Mafia's. The demon-revealing mirror rewards him with higher dexterity and unlocks a new attribute called Hawk Eyes, which would let him read targets in far greater detail and even expose real names behind aliases. Taehyuk is thrilled by how his crime skills keep evolving, and that only makes him more curious about what really triggers these upgrades. When Kim Hyun-doo nervously asks if it is done, Phantom assures him the replacement is perfect and promises the fallout will be worth watching with popcorn. Phantom puts his altered forgery back on display in the museum, and quietly enjoys the fact that this trap needs no explosion at all. A few days later, the new appraiser studies the painting for an hour and finally declares it authentic, which tells Kim Hyun-doo the Red Mafia spy really did walk right into Phantom's setup. The next day, rich buyers from around the world start arriving at the museum, and Kim Hyun-doo is overwhelmed when a Korean-speaking Pineapple spokesman named James Trevor asks to inspect the Rubens in person. Because James says he has permission from the Hermitage Museum, Kim Hyun-doo confirms it, and reluctantly turns the security devices off for a direct inspection. The moment James's expert finishes checking the painting, his face drains of color, and he rushes over to whisper the disaster in English. James explodes in fury, storms out cursing, and Kim Hyun-doo can practically hear the real message inside that phone call. The painting they bought was fake. Then more global elites arrive one after another, and every inspection ends the same way, with curses from different languages echoing through the museum. Watching the meltdown, Kim Hyun-doo finally understands how completely Phantom has wrecked the Red Mafia's billion-dollar forgery scheme. After the trap succeeds, Kim Hyun-doo excitedly tells Phantom how unreal it felt to watch so many powerful people file through his museum. Taehyuk cuts the celebration short, warning that once he takes Machina and leaves, Kim Hyun-doo and the museum staff could become Red Mafia targets. So Phantom gives him a blunt survival order. If the Red Mafia comes asking, blame everything on Phantom. Kim Hyun-doo is stunned when he realizes the criminal in front of him is taking the danger onto himself, so the innocent staff will be left alone. Phantom seals that loyalty with one smooth line, saying he would be a villain if he discarded his ally now. With that settled, Kim Hyun-doo eagerly leads him into the special exhibition hall where the research projects are displayed, including the artificial body Machina. Kim Hyun-doo still cannot understand why Phantom wants Machina, so Taehyuk finally explains that the children rescued from organ trafficking need more than rescue if they are ever going to live with hope. That answer hits Kim Hyun-doo hard, because the notorious Phantom is not just punishing criminals, he is trying to heal what they destroyed. At the display, Taehyuk tests forgery on the prototype arm and gets a huge upgrade, Trace, a new attribute that can copy function as well as appearance. He is thrilled for a second, right up until the full Machina analysis buries him in a mountain of missing motors, processors, alloys, and other parts. Taehyuk realizes copying Machina is far harder than copying art, because the design demands thousands of specialized components he cannot simply fake into existence. Even so, when Kim Hyun-doo asks if he can really make it, Phantom just smiles and lies that it will be easy. 2 brutal weeks later, after scraping together rare parts and burning through a huge amount of black market money with Big Mama's help, Taehyuk finally finishes Machina version 0.12. The finished arm even has artificial skin, so from a distance it can pass for a real human arm instead of a machine. Taehyuk calls Kim Soo-bin to the warehouse under Phantom's name and asks her to come alone because he has something to give her. Kim Soo-bin does come, but Song Hae-mi sticks close to her side anyway, trembling because she is meeting the criminal who turned the whole country upside down. When Phantom gently accepts Hae-mi staying as Soo-bin's guardian, Hae-mi is thrown off because the monster she imagined acts unexpectedly kind. Inside the lit warehouse, Soo-bin spots a mannequin and jokes that this had better not be a fashion show. Instead of answering, Phantom runs the Machina app, and the mannequin's arm starts unbuttoning clothes, tying a shoelace, and pouring water with smooth two-handed motions. The meaning hits Soo-bin instantly, and tears spill from her eyes as she asks if this is really for her. Phantom removes the arm from the mannequin and tells her plainly that from now on, this will be her arm. Soo-bin touches the cold metal with trembling hands, and somehow it already feels warmer than the emptiness she lived with before. Then Phantom ruins the tender mood by saying it is not free, which sends Song Hae-mi straight into panic. Hae-mi blurts that they have no money, then jumps to an even worse misunderstanding when Phantom says what he wants is something more important. Phantom quickly clears it up. What he actually wants is test data, because every future version of Machina will be developed on Kim Soo-bin's body. Soo-bin sits in the prepared chair and, half amused, half moved, tells Phantom it would be nice if he were just a little more honest. As he attaches the arm, Phantom warns her it will hurt because the healed flesh has to be disturbed again to secure the machine properly. Soo-bin barely flinches, saying this is nothing compared to losing her arm without anesthesia in the first place. When Soo-bin wonders how he matched the size so perfectly, Phantom smoothly lies that he can tell just by looking. Next he installs the control app on her phone and explains that the arm cannot move freely by nerve yet, but it already contains 10,000 useful real-world motions. With a metallic whir, Kim Soo-bin's new right arm finally moves for the first time. Phantom gives her strict care instructions too, especially about oiling it daily and protecting it from winter cold so it does not freeze and lock up. Soo-bin thanks him sincerely, and Phantom ends the meeting by saying he will contact her again whenever he needs more data. Hae-mi finally works up the nerve to thank Phantom too, blurting it out in one embarrassed burst before hiding behind her sister again. As the sisters head out, Taehyuk watches with a small smile, feeling like the whole doll play ordeal has finally come to a real close. Then the quiet ending instantly goes off the rails when Subin decides to test her new strength on the warehouse shutter before Phantom can warn her about the lock. One brutal pull later, the lock and metal shutter are completely wrecked, and Taehyuk can only stare at the damage and realize he may have made her a little too strong. Meanwhile, on a flight from China to Korea, two stewardesses whisper over the lone first-class passenger because he looks rich, handsome, and way too good to ignore. The senior stewardess decides she has to be the one to serve him and marches over with first-class champagne and her best smile. 5 minutes later she comes back glowing, proudly showing off the black business card he gave her after acting like a perfect gentleman. But the card only says Big Brother in Chinese with a phone number, and the harmless fantasy around him suddenly feels much more ominous. Back in his seat, the man calmly drinks the champagne, opens his briefcase, and studies a profile on Phantom like he is reviewing a job. He decides his first stop in Korea will be ABS station to meet Shin Se-ho, and with that cold smile, the Triad's best killer officially arrives in Phantom's world.